Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku helped heroes instead of becoming one? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 51. Lunch, Rush. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Aizawa Shoyuta, in all his years of hero work, teaching, and life has learned to expect the unexpected. Especially when it comes to Izuku. Except, once you expect the unexpected, then even the expected becomes unexpected. The exact number of days Shoyuta has until retirement flash through his mind as he watches Izuku leave the booth with a furiously blushing Todoroki in his lap. He feels like he should have seen this coming. Maybe not the exact combination. He was previously unaware that Izuku and Todoroki were friends, but at least this situation. "Hi, Dad." Izuku calls as he rolls past. "Off to steal Endeavor's toes." "No stealing," Shoyuta chides gently, though judging by the tone Izuku is being serious and he has good reason for it too. "No promises," Izuku says, and then they're gone and Shoyuta has to ponder how he got into this exact situation as he crawls into his prized sleeping bag and promptly slips into a light sleep. "Are you Aizawa's secret love child?" Todoroki asks with a frown. "Yes," Izuku responds because he has at this point accepted that Zawa is his dad in anything but blood and the law. Though Izuku wouldn't mind changing one of those if he's being honest. Zawa and his mom may have a platonic relationship, but they've been co-parenting Izuku for almost a year now. "Oh," Todoroki responds like he wasn't respecting the response Izuku gave. "But not literally," Izuku continues. "He would have been 15 at the time and my mom was 25 when she had me." "Oh." They continue in silence for another few minutes before arriving at the cafeteria. Most of the first-year students have cleared out, but those who haven't watch in mild terror as Izuku enters with Todoroki still on his lap. He goes straight up to Lunch Rush with a bright smile. "One katsudon and one cold soba please," Izuku orders cheerfully. He's had years of practice ignoring stares. The ones he's receiving now aren't even malicious, which makes it so much easier. "Here you go, kiddo," Lunch Rush offers with a nod, handing Todoroki a tray with both meals on it. Todoroki doesn't get off Izuku's lap until they make it to a table and he has to move a chair so Izuku can sit there as well. Most of 1A immediately change tables to either congratulate Todoroki, who merely nods, clearly uncomfortable with the praise, or question Izuku about his impressions of the first two events. He's very impressed with everyone and super proud of those who made it to the third round and those who didn't either. It's nice. Izuku likes having lunch with friends. Notes. Catch me screaming because it's time for fan art. The lovely Tisha drew a scene from this chapter. You can find it here. And our lovely artist's instas here. I hereby give my permission for anyone to draw any scene from this FIC as long as I am given a link so I can cry over it. You can also email me at bakanoherofix@gmail.com or find me on Twitter or Tumblr. Chapter 52. #garbage. Notes. I wish I could draw better than I can cause I really want a picture of Shudo in Izuku's lap from last chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chat name, 1it. Cheat sheet pinned. Zawa head, Aizawa Shoyuta. Hot Wheels, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugu Katsuki. Ice Cold, Todoroki Shudo. Gravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR, Ida Tenya. Purple Hair, Shinso Hitoshi. Tails, Ojiro Mashireo. Mr. Electric, Kaminari Denki. Tsu, Ajuitiu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. The Rock, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikage. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Portable MP3, Jaira Kyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisiline, Hagakure Tour. Beta Spider-Man, Siro Hanta. Hot Wheels. For those at home, I'd like to announce that Endeavor is now cancelled. All talk of him belongs in #garbage. Tails. We don't have channels on this chat. Hot Wheels, exactly. Hot Wheels. Shouldn't you be getting ready to tail fight the twig? Tails, probably. Tails, I don't even know what his quirk is though. Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels, oh good luck. Tails, thanks? Hot Wheels, you are most welcome. Tails, holy sheet. Tails at purple hair your quirk? Hot Wheels is not going to be spoken about in this chat, Ojiro. Tails, understood. New chat with Ojiro Mashireo and Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, Ojiro-kun. Midoriya Izuku, sorry for not letting you speak in the group chat, but I don't want you giving Shinsu's quirk away to other competitors. Not yet at least. Ojiro Mashireo, I get it Midoriya-kun, I just don't know how I feel about it. Midoriya Izuku, before today has Shinso ever made you doubt that he wants to be a hero? Ojiro Mashireo, no, not really. Midoriya Izuku, remember that when you think about his quirk. It's a tool in his toolbox, not who he is. Shinso is an amazing person and he's going to become an amazing hero. He used his quirk appropriately in a competition and deserves to be recognized for that. If it helps, I can send you a list of ways his quirk will work for heroics. Ojiro Mashireo, I'd like that, thanks Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku, I'm giving you a paper copy. Burn it after. Ojiro Mashireo, what? Midoriya Izuku, burn it after. Ojiro Mashireo, Midoriya Izuku, laughing face see you soon. Izuku really is going to steal Endeavor's toes. He'd sent his friends off with well wishes to prepare for their fights, and between then and Todoroki coming on stage something must have happened. Todoroki looked so sad. He melted the glacier enough to free Zero before walking out of the arena. Which means Izuku has time for his toe hunt. Where are you going? Zoa asks when the sound of his motor kicks in. Toe hunt, Izuku says, his voice firm. You can't stop me. Be back in 15 minutes or you're expelled. Okay. Notes. Anyone else imagine Izuku with a toe collection? Just me? Chapter 53, The Trash. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku runs into Endeavor faster than he expects. Unfortunately, it's not literal yet, but he's still hoping to run over some toes today. What are you doing back here? This hall is for students. Endeavor growls, pointedly ignoring the fact that Izuku is wearing a UA uniform. Izuku looks pointedly at the UA blazer and back at the pro hero with a raised brow. Endeavor's expression shifts from one of boredom to one of disdain. They let people like you into this school? Izuku's pretty sure Endeavor is talking about his wheelchair, but in all honesty Izuku wouldn't be surprised if the man has somehow figured out that Izuku is quirkless. Either way, he doesn't like it. I could say the same about you, Izuku quips before his brain really catches up with him. Sure, he's on a mission to give Endeavor a piece of his mid, but he should probably have some tact while doing so if he doesn't want to somehow make things worse. Endeavor narrows his eyes. If Izuku hadn't already met and been injured by a more terrifying, if childish, villain, then he might have been intimidated. If anything, the therapy from that experience has helped Izuku come to terms with the fact that he actually deserves the space that he fills in his own life. What do you mean? Izuku hedges before deciding that yeah, maybe insulting the number 2 hero is worth it. Usually the trash is left in the dumpster. What did you just say? Endeavor demands, stalking up to Izuku in a way that allows the hero to tower over him. Did you need your ears checked, sir? Izuku says, determined to rile the hero up as much as possible. I'm sure our recovery G-girl could help. Anxiety. Izuku had been doing so well with his stutter recently, and now one interaction with the flamin' hero and he's back at step 1. How dare you? Endeavor is cut off when a raucous roar shakes the stadium. Evidently the next fight has gotten started. Izuku sighs because that means his 10 minutes is up. I hope you can sleep well at night K knowing that why you'll never be a better hero than all might, Izuku says, bowing his head like he isn't purposely riling the hero up further. Izuku knows how close Endeavor is right now. He's close enough that Izuku can accidentally run over the hero's toes. Izuku fights down a grin as he quickly rolls forward as though he needed to in order to turn. He's only had to do a 10-point turn once, thank you very much. He's gotten much better at steering his chair. It's with satisfaction in his gut as he watches Endeavor bite back a curse. Izuku may be a light kid, but his chair is heavy. He asked for that on purpose because he is a paranoid person and would like to be able to do something to protect himself should the need arise, or should he need to steal some toes. Whoops, Izuku says with a light cough. T thought I had that in reverse. MIB bad. Before Endeavor can respond, Izuku quickly reverses, spins the chair around, and speeds away. He's very grateful to Power Loader for the enhancements he has given. The chair, even if Izuku's not going to be using it for much longer at the rate his healing has gone. Get back here, you. Izuku turns the corner and enters the elevator that's waiting open for him. He suspects Nezu has something to do with it. The ride up the elevator is made, quelling his rising panic. As satisfying as it was, maybe he shouldn't have angered the number 2 hero. Chat name the bays. Cheat sheet pinned. Midoriya Izuku, deciduous tree bush. Shuji Mizo, cactus cactus. Shinso Hitoshi, twig. Uraraka Ochako, boulder. Todoroki Shudo, Christmas tree Christmas tree. Deciduous tree, I did a dumber than the time you tripped on your shoelaces in the first week of class? Cactus, dumber than the time you spilled katsudon on your English homework last week? Deciduous tree, yes and yes. Deciduous tree, I ran over Endeavor's toes. Christmas tree, did you film it? Mido. Christmas tree, it's what he deserves. My only regret is that I wasn't there to see it. Deciduous tree, I did not film it, but I'm sure Nedza caught it on the security cameras, so I can ask him to get you a copy. Christmas tree, I would appreciate that, Midoriya. Deciduous tree, I would steal toes for you anytime. That's the cheesiest and most disturbing thing you have ever said, Bush. Deciduous tree, I try, twig, I try. Notes. I fixed the emojis for CH50. Sorry it took so long, this week was exhausting. Chapter 54, Skills. Notes. While I got fan art of Chapter 51 with Todoroki on his lap, I am screaming. You can find it here. And the lovely artist Tisha here. I hereby give my permission for anyone to draw any scene from this FIC as long as I am given a link so I can cry over it. You can also email me at bakanoherofix@gmail.com or find me on Twitter or Tumblr. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Gremlin. Deku. Sleepless in Muzudafu, Eraserhead. Ex-Nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Eokias Hawks. All Might. Perel Polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Y'all, anyone know what happened with Endeavor? He was said when I saw him. Gremlin, he was being rude. Gremlin, and so I ran over his toes. Y'all, that explains it. Thanks. Yeehaw, Chaos, I didn't think you were serious when you said you steal toes. Gremlin, usually I'm not. But it's a vague enough threat to instill fear in both my enemies and at Turbo. Gremlin, the only other toes I've run over were my own, and no, I'm not explaining how. Yeehaw, Chaosite. Yeehaw, Kiswell, how's the festival going? Gremlin, so good. I've been analyzing all the quirks and fighting styles and everything, so Nezu has a starting place for our lessons the next few weeks, and I think I've written 50 pages and there are still the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals left. This is what I've been working on for the last 15 years, and it's nice to put these skills to use academically. John Mulaney 2.0, Deku, literally solves crimes pro heroes and police with. Decades of experience between them can't solve. Also Deku, I have no skills and need to practice everything a million times to be any good at all. Gremlin, thanks. It's the trauma. Gremlin, like, IDK if any of y'all really understand what it's like to be quirkless and part of my generation. UA has been great, but there is a reason I didn't go back to middle school after it burnt to the ground. Ex-Nudist, your middle school what? Gremlin, there was a villain attack shortly after my first year started and my school was caught up in it, but somehow the heroes on the scene found out I was quirkless and were like, no one will care if we leave the small child here. And so my childhood friend turned bully was the one to pull me out of the fire. Gremlin, I finished middle school online and Kaken transferred to another middle school after my mom sued the school and it wasn't able to reopen. She tried suing the heroes too, but there was some stupid clause in a law that protected them or something. Ex-nudist, what the F dash? Psychic, who were the heroes? Deku. Gremlin, it's fine. I sent a statistics report to their agencies and they've been on probation since then. They're not good heroes, but they've been doing a lot of community service since they got on probation and it's actually pretty nice. Gremlin. Speaking of community service at Sleepless in Muzudafu. Is there a CS project for Hero Corps students? If not, there should be, because I think a service perspective of heroics might actually help a lot of the kids in our class and Class 1B, and it's always nice to help the community. Sleepless in Muzudafu, how are you typing and writing at the same time? Gremlin skills. Sleepless in Muzudafu, never curse my eyes with that again. Sleepless in Muzudafu, there is a community service project in the summer of second year, but I'll speak with Nedzu about a smaller one for first years to get a sneak peek at the service side of heroics. Gremlin, nice. Gremlin. Well, back to just writing, I guess. Eraserhead threatened to steal my phone. See. Gremlin at Turbo. Turbo Jr. just informed me, Zawa, and Zashi about what happened to you. I'm sending you all my good energy and praying for a speedy recovery. When you're able to receive visitors, will be there, and I promise to not steal your toes ever again as long as you promise to be okay. Notes. Also, I want to know public opinion. Should I make a Discord server for my Ma Fix? Chapter 55. Vigilantes. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Vigilantes. By Anonymous. There are 3 reasons why someone becomes a vigilante. They wanted to be a hero but couldn't for whatever reason. They wanted to change society, or by accident. The first group, those who wanted to be a hero, usually end up quitting the vigilante life within a week once they realize it is not as glamorous as they thought it would be, or they get arrested for public quirk usage. The people who accidentally become a vigilante, by stopping a mugging or rescuing a kid from a fire while using a quirk because it's the only self-defense they know, usually only actually do so once or twice. They don't seek it out. Those in the second group are the ones to look out, the ones looking to create societal change. Most of the time, vigilantes like this do end up getting caught. Sometimes, however, they become so caught up in their convictions and they slip, crossing the ever-gray line between vigilante and villain. An example of this group is Mary Drite of Rhode Island, USA. Drite was one of 189 vigilantes operating in the state prior to the establishment of the first pro-hero system. She believed that quirked people were a bane on society and would go around fighting those who used their quirks for evil. She was one of few quirkless vigilantes. One night in 2087, Mary was fighting a villain, and instead of waiting for the police to come and take him away as she usually did, Mary made an example of him. That one step over the line ended Mary's career as a vigilante and started her career as a villain. She was caught by another vigilante after 6 months of ruthless killings. This happens more often than not with vigilantes. The morally gray turn morally black and regular citizens suffer for it. In more recent times, the prime example of a vigilante whose convictions outweigh their morals is Stendhal. He operated for 2 years as a vigilante, one of the longest stints in modern time. Recently, however, Stendhal crossed the moral line and has started targeting heroes instead of the villains he fought before. No one knows his quirk or who he is, but he's left only a few of his victims alive so far to share his new villain name, Hero Killer Stain. Stain believes that heroes have lost their way, and by killing those who have stepped off the true path, he hopes to set it right. So far, he seems to be succeeding in terrifying regular citizens and weakening the trust people have in heroes. The true impact this vigilante has remains to be seen. Izuku clicks out of the article and to one of the other pages he has open on his laptop. He scowls at the screen, holding his pen to paper, but nothing comes out. His eyes feel unfocused and dry. He wonders if this is how Zawa feels after using his quirk. Izuku blinks once, twice, before sighing in frustration and shutting his laptop down for the night. He needs to get his sleep if he wants to be rested for school in the morning. He just wishes his weekend of research had given him more to go off in his hunt for the hero killer. Notes. Yeet. I'm super excited for the internship arc. Y'all got no idea. Also, since I had at least one person say yes, here's the invite to the Discord server which I made a while ago but was too nervous to share cause I thought no one would be interested. Grinning face with sweat. https discord.ggbmfv7ibu. Chapter 56. Conspiracy Theorist? New chat with Ida Tenya and Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, hello Ida. I know we're not that close and I hope I'm not overstepping any boundaries, but I just want you to know that I'm here if you need someone to talk to, both as your class president and as a friend of Tensei's. IDK if Tensei has talked about me at all, but he knows me by the name Deku. I've been working as an analyst for the past year and Tensei and I are working on a case together right now. I can't tell you more than that, but you can ask him next time you visit. Your brother means a lot to me and has helped me immensely, especially since my own injury. If I can do anything to make this easier for either of you, just let me know. Chichipinned. Zawa Head, Aizawa Shoyuda. Hot Wheels, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugu Katsuki. Ice Cold, Todoroki Shudo. Gravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR, Ida Tenya. Purple Hair, Shinso Hitoshi. Tails, Ojiro Mashireo. Mr. Electric, Kaminari Denki. Tsu, Azuitiu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. The Rock, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikich. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Portable MP3, Jaira Kyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisiline, Hagakure Turu. Beta Spider-Man, Siro Hanta. Invisiline, any of y'all ever just watch Mito focus on something? Invisiline, it's honestly captivating. Gravity Girl, I know. I could watch him for hours. Hot Wheels? Huh? What? The Rock, it is interesting. You have such manly facial expressions, Midobro. Hot Wheels, what? Thanks. What brought this on? Invisiline, I didn't want to focus in math. See, ectoplasm is a good teacher but my brain just ain't with it today. Hot Wheels, oh, I can give you my notes later if you want. Let me or a goddess know if you need help. Invisiline, thank you. I'd appreciate all the help I can get. Hot Wheels, this goes for everyone. Momo and I are always here to help, be it a life thing, a hero thing, or a school thing. Even if we don't have the knowledge, we can find someone who does. Hot Wheels, also, as a forewarning, we're going to be doing hero names in class tomorrow. Zawa-sensei says to come prepared. BC, he doesn't want to waste time on it. Mr. Electric, hero names? Already? What? Hot Wheels, they're more like temporary names TBH. It's cool if they change between now and graduation, just be careful. BC, they might stick, like Zawa's did after Zashi picked it in their second year. Arm Guy, second year? Hot Wheels, Zawa transferred from general course at the start of his second year after placing second in the sports festival. So he was the only one at the time who didn't have a hero name picked out. The Rock, that's manly. Tails, how do you know these things? I wasn't able to find anything on Sensei when I looked. Hot Wheels, skills. Zawa Head, see. Hot Wheels, I got him to use an emoticon. Heck yeah. Hot Wheels, y'all have no idea how long I've been trying to get Zawa to use an emoticon. Hot Wheels, I'm crying, actual tears are in. Purple Hair, why are you like this? Zawa Head, no. Hot Wheels, trauma. Zawa Head, Gravity Girl, what did we say about using trauma as a response to everything? Hot Wheels, not to see. Ice Cold, and what did you do? Hot Wheels, used trauma as a response to everything. See. Mr. Electric, this just reminds me of those memes where people put signs on their dogs that break the rules in order to shame them on the internet. Hot Wheels, Beta Spider-Man. Random thought, but why is Todoroki's name at Ice Cold if he has a fire quirk and an ice quirk? Hot Wheels, Faith mean Christmas tree wasn't using his fire until like 3 days ago, so I didn't want to draw attention to it. Ice Cold, appreciated. Hot Wheels, but now that you mention it, Ice Cold's name has been set to conspiracy theorist. Beta Spider-Man, not what I expected at all. Glucose Guy, how does that fit? Hot Wheels, To-do literally asked if I was Zoa's secret love child. Conspiracy theorist. You said yes though. Hot Wheels. He's not my birth father. To-do. Conspiracy theorist? Are you sure? Hot Wheels. Yes. My birth father passed away when I was 3 and it's been me and my mom for most of my life. Zawa isn't my father by blood, but if anything were to happen to him, I'd take over the world. Arm guy. Still don't think that's how that's supposed to go. Hot Wheels. / Private chat between Ida Tenya and Midoriya Izuku. Ida Tenya. Thanks, Midoriya. Tensei has spoken of you many times. I had not realized Deku and you were the same person before now, though. I cannot think of anything I need from you, but I do appreciate that you reached out. Though, Tensei did mention that you were planning to visit soon. Do you mind if I am there as well? I would like to speak with you in person. Midoriya Izuku. I don't mind. My mom will be taking me since Zawa has to prep a few things for school and internships this weekend. Tensei said I could come on Sunday at 3 if that works for you. Ida Tenya. I'll be there. Thanks again, Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku. Anytime. Chapter 57, Blue and Green. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku doesn't like hospitals. He's not sure if he's mentioned it to anyone, but his stay at the hospital after USJ had been some of the worst weeks of his life. Never mind that he was actually asleep for most of it, and what he was awake for is blurred in his memories by pain medicine. It's mostly the principle of it. Hospitals are places where people go to heal, yes, but they're also places where many people die. They're not above reproach, though most people seem to think of hospitals as sacred places. For people like him, hospitals are hit and miss. He's lucky he's a hero student at UA, so he doesn't have to worry about it anymore, but he knows that other quirkless people are constantly turned away, despite all the work his mom has done to change that. You coming, honey? Inko asks, stopping when she notices Izuku staring up at the Hosu General Hospital sign. Yeah, Izuku says, shaking his head. Yeah, I'm coming. They're quickly shown to Tensei's room after Izuku gives his name. Apparently the Turbo Hero had told the receptionist to expect their arrival. Izuku's just glad he doesn't have to sit in the waiting room. Midoriya-kun, an inappropriately loud voice greets when Izuku nears the room. A feminine voice chides Ida gently, and Izuku lights up at the thought of meeting the matriarch of the Ida family. Thank you for inviting us, Aimi-sen. Inko bows when they approach Ida and his mother. Izuku stares up at his own mom in shock. You know the Motor Hero, engine? Izuku exclaims, shocked by this knowledge and the fact that he's only just now learning this. Mom. We met at a parenting class, Inko says with a shrug. She helped me a lot since it was her second PR Jinsui. We kept in contact, but we haven't had the chance to get together since you were a toddler. I know the Motor Hero, engine? Izuku whispers in shock before sharing a confused glance with the youngest Ida. What? Oi, a familiar voice calls from inside the room. Are you keeping the cabbage from me? Turbo! Izuku cries, immediately making his way into the room, careful to not run into Ida's toes. You're alive. I wouldn't let anything as silly as this kill me off, Deku, Tensei says with a jovial smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Izuku lets it slide in favor of grabbing the hero's hand and squeezing it in a silent show of support. He lets his own smile grow when Tensei squeezes back. You really are friends, Ida Tenya says in shock from the door. Izuku notes that Aimi-san and his mom haven't entered the room. We've only met in person Izuku explains. But as I mentioned, we've been working on a case together for a few months right now, and between the case stuff our group chat jokes around a lot. You're not stuttering, Ida says like it slips out without meaning to. Izuku blushes and covers his face. Sorry. Ah, my apologies, Midoriya-kun, Ida says, waving his arms in his usual robotic manner. I did not mean to say that. I had just noticed it is all. It's not really something I can control, Izuku explains, sighing as his awareness of his speech pattern causes him to stutter more. I just get nervous around people my age. You're fine, cabbage, Tensei says, reaching over to fluff up Izuku's hair, much to his growing embarrassment. My brother just doesn't have a brain-to-mouth filter 98% of the time. He got that F from you, huh? Izuku teases because he can't not tease the turbo hero. I do wonder, Midoriya-kun, how'd you start working on cases already? Ah. Izuku shifts nervously. He tried preparing to explain his work as Deku, but he's honestly not used to talking about it with people who don't already know him anymore. He's still doing smaller cases, but most of his time now is taken up by the trigger smuggling ring. I solved a case that Zawa was working on and somehow managed to impress him, so he offered to mentor me. Izuku shrugs. And then I kept solving cases, and now I'm working on a high-profile case that I can't really say more about, sorry. What Cabbage is neglecting to say is that he solved the Hanada case I told you about, Tensei says, puffing his chest up in a ridiculous show of pride that makes Izuku smile, despite his embarrassment. You solved that? Ida looks shocked now. How? Luck? Mostly, Izuku shrugs, not used to this at all. Can we, talk about something else? We're going to be wheelchair buddies, Tensei says with a smile. Now we can steal toes together. Steal? Toes. Yeah. Tensei cheers like Ida isn't looking at them with an almost puppy-like confusion. My toes won't be targets anymore. I am confused. Who says they won't be? Izuku asks, raising a brow. You don't know what I'm capable of, Tensei. What are you two talking about? Ida demands when Tensei breaks out into nervous laughter. I started threatening to steal toes when I got more comfortable with the fact that I'm using a wheelchair for now, Izuku explains, turning to Ida with a smile. My prime target has been your brother because he makes it so easy. Oi. Considering the amount of times he's pranked me in the past, I am not opposed to this, Ida responds, surprising Izuku. He hadn't really had the chance to talk to Ida outside of class and had also taken him as a stickler for the rules. He's starting to see that that isn't entirely true, which makes Izuku happy. Maybe he's found another friend in all of this mess. Private chat between Ida Tenya and Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, first of all, these names are boring. Midoriya Izuku's name has been set to green. Ida Tenya's name has been set to blue. Green. Second of all, we didn't get the chance to talk one-on-one and I apologize for that, Ida-kun. Especially after you came so that we could chat. Blue, it is no problem, Midoriya-kun. There was a lot going on, especially after our moms came back and started showing baby pictures of us that we did not know existed. Blue, I think I've worked through what I need to. I appreciate you coming to visit Tensei and it was nice getting to talk to you outside of school. Blue, I do hope we get to talk more in person at some point. You make a lot of interesting points in regards to quirks and hero laws. Green, I hope we can talk more too, Ida. Green, and you can call me Mido if you'd like. We're friends after all, laughing face. Blue, I will try my best, Mido-kun. Green, laughing face. See you in class tomorrow. Blue, see you tomorrow, Midoriya-kun. Notes. Here's an invite to the Discord serve where we talk about Eche. I post teasers of my fics, and the points don't matter. Chapter 58. Dad. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Gremlin. Deku. Sleepless in Muzudafu, Eraserhead. Ex-nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Eokias Hawks. All Might. Perel Polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Gremlin. I miss my dad. At Sleepless in Muzudafu, why do you work so much? Gremlin. Theoretically I get it, you have 2.5 jobs, the half job is putting up with me tbh. But, when was the last time we sat in the beanbag chairs and talked about quirk theory? I miss that? Ex-nudist, beanbag chairs? Gremlin. Yeah. At Zawa's gym. He's got a really cool room with like, beanbag chairs and a coffee pot and sleeping bags. I love it there, but since school started we've both been too busy to do anything, just the two of us. See. Loud. He let you in that room? Loud. I have been trying for years to get in that room. Gremlin. It's a quiet room. You are, by definition, not allowed. Blood. Aizawa Ghost wrote that. Ghost. Someone said ghost. Ghost. Oh, see, no one ever needs me. See. Loud. I need you. Loud. I need you to stop telling the first years that I'm a bird disguised as a human. Loud's name has been set to cockatoo. Gremlin. Presentation microphone is a bird confirmed. Ex-nudist. I thought it was presentation Michael. Gremlin. But then he'd be present Mike? Gremlin. Therefore, presentation microphone. Turbo. I lived BTSH. Gremlin. My wheelchair buddy. Gremlin. Though not for long BC my care team says I should be able to start learning to walk again this week. And it shouldn't take very long to relearn it. Gremlin. Y'all got no idea how excited I am to get back to training. Gremlin. I'm already at a disadvantage and I want to do more. Sleepless in Muzudafu. Where are you, Deku? Gremlin. Home. Sleepless in Muzudafu. We're going to the warehouse. Sleepless in Muzudafu, and we're going to talk about quirk theory. Sleepless in Muzudafu, and we're both going to take a break cause clearly I need to do better if this is where your headspace is at. Gremlin. I'm crying. Gremlin. God I love you. Turbo. Why are you so wholesome but also a gremlin? Gremlin. Trauma. Turbo. Why was I expecting a serious reply? Gremlin. Ick man you should know better by now. Psychic. Deku. Are you free tomorrow evening for a meeting? Gremlin. I should be at Sleepless in Muzudafu? Sleepless in Muzudafu. We'll be there. Psychic at Loud and at Ghost. We'll be needing you as well if you're free. Gremlin. Oh. This involves the thing. Right? Gremlin. Okay I'll come with the notebook. Turbo. How'd you make that sound ominous? Gremlin. Anything I mention vaguely sounds ominous BC. I'm usually very open to the point of oversharing probably. Gremlin. YWS I'm pretty sure Zoa is here so I'm gonna go spend time with my dad. Ex-nudist. Have fun. Turbo. Talk with you later. Notes. I was supposed to go to bed but I posted this instead. I hope you enjoy it. Face with tears of joy. Chapter 59. Quirk Theory. Notes. I forgot to link this art by the Wandering Light, otherwise known as Loud, that was shared on my server. Discord. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Izuku smiles as he watches Zawa grab him a drink from the mini fridge and bring it over to his spot on the green beanbag chair. They had left his chair on the first floor but Izuku doesn't mind because he really did miss moments like this with Zawa. Don't get him wrong, Izuku is very glad to have Zawa as his teacher at UA, but he does find himself missing the one-on-one mentorship and being able to just relax and discuss quirk theory and the history of heroics with his father figure. How's school? Zawa asks in that monotone way that is supposed to convey that he cares about the answer even if he doesn't want to admit it. Good. Izuku replies easily, with a bright smile. I love my lessons with Nedzu and being able to analyze everyone's quirks and fighting styles. I'm almost done compiling them and writing out what everyone needs to work on at the summer training camp. Nedzu's having you work on that, huh? Yeah. It's a lot of fun and I can't wait to see what everyone learns on their internships. Have you decided who you're interning with? Aizawa asks, glancing at the pile of internship offers he'd brought for Izuku to go over in the car as a distraction. Yeah. I still can't believe I got so many offers even though I didn't participate. I'm excited to see how everyone reacts to that. Zawa agrees with a smirk that he would usually hide in his capture weapon except Izuku's wearing it because he can't take his own off campus yet and he misses the weight of it. I'm interning with Nedzu, Izuku says quickly, because he's pretty sure Nedzu purposely didn't tell Zawa that he had preemptively offered Izuku an internship. The widening of his dad's eyes is proof enough of that theory. Since I won't be out of the chair for another few weeks, I think it's best to go with Nedzu so he can teach me the analytical and behind the scenes of heroics. That's smart, kid, Zawa says eventually. If I could still walk I'd have gone with you, or the Loud Man cause he's really good with the media and I'm going to need that as well considering I'll be the first quirkless hero in 6 generations. There will be more opportunities, Zawa reminds him. And you can always pester him with questions after class. The man loves any opportunity to talk with students, especially ones like you. Like me. Intuitive, hard-working, kind, Zawa hums. Izuku blushes at the praise. Seriously, kid, I've told you this before but you've already got a reputation among pros. I know the trigger case has been taking a lot of your attention right now, and whether or not that's fair is something we can discuss at tomorrow's meeting, but you're still solving cases that pros with years of training and experience struggle with. You're able to look at a puzzle and find the pattern in ways no one but maybe Nedzu can do, and he's got a quirk for that. What I mean is, you're a good kid and Zashi likes talking to you. I don't know what to say, Izuku stutters, overwhelmed by the praise. Sure, it's gotten easier to accept that people who aren't his mom or Zawa actually enjoy being around him, but that doesn't mean he's never overwhelmed by the fact that he has friends and mentors and, hell, Tensei is almost like an older brother to him now. Would that make Ida his nephew? Would that be weird? They're only just now becoming friends after an admittedly rocky start, though not as rocky as Izuku thought it was, now that he considers it. They have a lot more in common than he'd thought. Izuku snorts at the thought, waving Zawa away when he raises a brow in question. Quirk theory? Izuku asks as a non sequitur. Last time we talked about the possibilities of quirks suddenly improving. And this time we're going to talk about the quirk singularity theory. The quirk singularity theory, Izuku repeats, using the chance to gather his thoughts. I've read a bit about it, but admittedly not as much as with the sudden improvement theory. Why not? 'Cause I thought that if sudden improvement exists, then there might have been the chance that I'd suddenly develop a quirk, Izuku shrugs. He's long accepted that fact that he's never going to get a quirk. That doesn't mean that he didn't spend most of his life hoping, dreaming, that he would wake up one day and suddenly he'd be breathing fire or pulling his alarm clock to him so he could turn it off. He'd even hoped that someone, somewhere, would be able to give him a quirk, which he'd admittedly thought was impossible until meeting Mirio and figuring out his connection to All Might. A quirk is just another tool in the toolbox. I know, Izuku laughs. It was just a dream I had before I got my new one. Which is to be a hero that can bring people like me hope. I know we're doing hero names before you announce internships, Izuku grins at Zawa. I've decided on my hero name. Good, tell me tomorrow in class. Zawa nods with a smile. Now, tell me what you know about the quirk singularity theory. Okay, Izuku takes a deep breath. The quirk singularity theory, in its simplest terms, theorizes on whether or not quirks will ever stop evolving, if they'll reach the point where humans can no longer withstand their powers, which would cause society to unravel at its core, especially with how heavily everyone relies on their quirks. That's pretty much it, Zawa agrees. The real debate is about whether or not you think it's true. I do, Izuku says immediately. Why? Well, other than the fact that I've studied quirks for years because I thought it was fun? Obviously. Bakugu. Expand. His quirk is powerful. It's a mutation of his parents' quirks and he's honed it almost to perfection already. There's honestly not much I'd be able to suggest to him to improve other than pushing his physical limits. But that's the thing, his quirk is detrimental to his health. Izuku pauses to breathe when Zawa taps his leg. Thanks. Anytime. I'm sure you know this from his file, but Bakugu is probably going to go deaf, at least partially, by the time he's 25. His body isn't able to fully handle his quirk. Not to mention the pain he must go through. Every time he pushes past his limits, Izuku looks at his own hands where thin scars lay, ones from his childhood of Bakugu not knowing how to control his quirk in his excitement and childish anger. Back before the anger became real and control wasn't about not exploding but how big their explosions were. Sure, the body could adapt and his kids might have the ability to withstand large explosions to a degree, but eventually the quirk is going to get too volatile for any one person to control. That's just one example. What about a mutation quirk? Tsu-chan is probably the best example of this. Her quirk is called Frog, which pretty much explains her mutations, but mutations occur that aren't related to quirks at all. Her hair is green, which is frog-like and potentially related to her quirk, but mine's green too and I don't have a quirk. I actually hesitate to say that mutations are the same thing as an emitter quirk like yours. Izuku glares at his hands that are fiddling with his sweats. Not that I can. Wait, what? Aizawa interrupts him. What do you mean by that? Well, mutations occur all the time that aren't related to quirks. Usually they're present at birth, but quirks aren't like that, right? They start to develop at the age of 3, and there are many theories on why that is, but if a mutation happens before birth, can it really be considered a quirk by definition? Izuku forgets to breathe in his excitement. This is the kind of thing he loves to talk about. My mom's parents don't have green hair. It actually doesn't show up in the rest of our family. But our hair is just a mutation, it's not a quirk. And then there's Ojiro's tail. He wasn't born with it. I asked. He started getting severe back pain when he was 3, and when his moms brought him in they found his tail growing in. Ojiro was adopted when he was 3 months old, and his moms don't know who his birth parents are at all. Would you say Azui has a quirk, then? Oh yeah. She's developed the abilities of a frog, like minor camouflage and her incredible jumping abilities at the age of 4. But her physical mutations aren't because of her quirk, I'd say it's the other way around. She got the quirk she did because of her physical mutations. So, just to reiterate, you think the quirk singularity theory is true? Yes. And that most mutation quirks aren't actually quirks? Yes, Izuku nods. In fact, I can send you an article about a quirkless woman born in Indonesia with mutations that didn't count as a quirk because they just weren't enough. She's not the only one I know of, but I think this case study will defend my point more clearly. Zawa runs his hand over his face and sighs tiredly. When I said I'd mentor you, I wasn't expecting for you to completely change my worldview, problem child. Sorry. Don't apologize for that, Zawa reprimands gently. Never apologize for that. I am not so conceited to think that there is nothing left for me to learn. Okay. Good. Zawa leans back into his beanbag with a tired sigh. I think it's time for a nap. Izuku smiles. All the stress he's been feeling seems to have melted away, even if it's only for one afternoon. He's grateful for it. Tomorrow, he'll go back to school and stress and trying to solve a case that seems older and bigger than any one of the people working on it. For now though, he's going to take a nap. Notes. If quirks were real, I honestly think I'd be a quirk researcher cause it's fascinating. On another note, I hope this made sense. Let me know if anything confuses you so I can go back and clarify it in the story. Or explain my thoughts in a comment if they just don't fit narratively. Chapter 60. Nim. Notes. Discord. Shoyuta feels some kind of emotion as he reveals the list of internship offers. He thinks a little bit of it is pride, but most of what he feels is glee as he watches the chaos unfold. Just like he'd known it would when his Hell class inevitably saw that Izuku had received 11 official offers despite not participating in the sports festival, 12 if you counted Nedzu, but his technically wasn't an official offer. Midori! Uraraka exclaims with astonished pride, jumping from her seat, only to sit back down when Shoyuta glares at her. She doesn't need to know that her reaction brings Shoyuta a childish glee. It takes a moment for his class to settle, but when they do, Shoyuta continues like nothing is wrong, purposely keeping them occupied until the bell rings. Those of you who didn't receive an offer will be choosing from a list of 40 which I have here. Midoriya holds up a stack of papers that he hands off to Ida to pass out. Now we have a special lesson for heroics today. You'll be choosing codenames today. With me. Namuri shouts, entering the room with enough dramatics to distract his class from Izuku. Though he can see how pleased his kid is with the chaos they created today. Choose carefully or you might just regret it. With that, Shoyuta slips into his sleeping bag, keeping one ear on his class. He does have final veto powers after all, but otherwise catching up on the rest he's been sorely lacking since he was born probably. I know it's not something I talk about often, but I am quirkless. I've gone through all the stages of grief over this at least 5 times in my life, and there's been a lot to figure out. When I was younger it used to be variations of all might be, but I quickly realized I would never be a hero like him. That's besides the point. I know the kind of hero I'm going to be. Back when Bakugo was still Kaken and Izuku had hope of developing a quirk, he wanted to be a hero like All Might. One who inspires everyone as he saves them with a smile, able to fell villains in a single punch. Now, he wants to bring hope to people like him. He wants to be the hero he needed when he was a kid. He wants a 7-year-old quirkless kid to look up quirkless hero and find Izuku's picture there. He wants that kid to run into their living room, shouting to their parents, Look, look. I can be a hero. He doesn't want another quirkless kid crying in their room because when you look up quirkless hero, the first link is an itemized list of why quirkless people aren't even human and thus can never be heroes. I've taken a name given to me in anger and made it my own, changed the meaning and gave myself the hope I needed to keep moving forward when it felt like every door was slamming in my face. I am the hero of hope, Deku. Chat title, Class 1 Weiyai. Cheat sheepin. Tired, Aizawa Shoyuda. Deku, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugu Katsuki. Conspiracy Theorist, Todoroki Shuto. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR, Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Minsu, Ojiro Mashireo. Chargebolt, Kaminari Denki. Froppy, Azuitsu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Red Riot, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikage. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Earphone Jack, Jirokyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisigirl, Hagakure Turu. Tape, Siro Hanta. Chargebolt, the chat name offends me. Earphone Jack, good. Ventriloquist, this isn't even my hero name, Aizu? Deku, insert shrug Kamaji here. Ventriloquist, I hate you. Deku, I love you too. Arm Guy, you too confuse me. Ventriloquist, good. Uravity Girl, Midori. Your hero name is so cool. Boom Boy, no it's not. Deku, shut up Kakin. Boom Boy, WTFTOUBSTRD? Chargebolt, 2. Boom Boy, intersection. Deku, thanks Yuriken. Conspiracy Theorist. Are you related to the analyst Deku that my father hates? Deku, that miha. Conspiracy Theorist. I thought he was some 60-year-old retired pro? Goddess, who are you talking about, Todoroki? Conspiracy Theorist. This analyst that has been solving crimes and helping catch minor villains for the last year that my father complains about for doing a hero's job without a valid license. Conspiracy Theorist. Called him an old but vigilante. Deku, can't be a vigilante without a quirk degree. Fight Minzu, what? Deku, yeah, BC of old laws I could go fight crime without a license and as long as I didn't use an illegal weapon or throw the first punch I wouldn't be a vigilante. Tired, problem child. Deku, what? It's true and it isn't my fault that people look down on the quirkless like we're incapable of committing crimes. Revelry, sometimes I forget how dark our society is and then Midoriya comes out of nowhere to remind us that the eternal void is closer than we think. Ventriloquist. First, that's a mood. Ventriloquist. Second, Aizu, WTF? Deku, Deku, sometimes it just be like that. Red Riot. Wait, is that why you had 11 offers without even participating in the sports festival? Red Riot. That's so manly Midobro. Deku, 12 offers. Red Riot, 12? Yeah. Chargebolt. Sometimes I forget how scary Midori can be when he's super vague. Deku, that's the goal. Chargebolt. Fear. Chapter 61. Yet another meeting. Notes. Discord. Chat title. Trigger Red. Gremlin. Deku. Sleepless in Muzudafu. Eraserhead. Ex-nudist. Lemillion. Turbo. Ingenium. Psychic. Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0. Ms. Joke. Loud. Present Mike. Blood. Vlad King. Ghost. Ectoplasm. Big Guy. Fat Gum. Eokias Hawks. All Might. Perel Polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Gremlin. Can someone do my homework for me so I can take a nap before the meeting? Sleepless in Muzudafu. Which class is it for? Gremlin. Loud. Sleepless in Muzudafu. He's going to give you an extension. Take a nap. Gremlin. Thank. Loud. Honestly, don't even bother with the essay, Deku. I know you understand the book we read and I'm willing to give you a pass on 3 essays a semester. Gremlin. You to BST. Loud. Hear that show? I win. Gremlin. Ma Dad win. You shush. Loud. Straight face. Fine. Izuku might have too much on his plate. If his post-nap exhaustion is anything to go by, then he should maybe think about cutting back on something, but between classes, physical therapy, the trigger case, and whatever random hero he contacted with a tip for a case or advice he didn't know, oh wait. He could stop giving unsolicited tips and advice. He probably should have stopped doing that a while ago, if he's being honest. He's pretty sure he's had that conversation with both Zawa and his mom on more than one occasion. Apparently being a professional analyst means having people come to you, not going to them. Especially considering he's already built a commendable network, according to Zawa, that is. Izuku has nothing to compare it to. Izuku! He hears his mom call from the kitchen. Dinner! Izuku grunts as he shifts into a sitting position and quickly transfers himself to his chair. His life has gotten so much easier since he was able to start doing the transitions himself. He's grateful for every bit of independence he gets back, as slow-going and painful as it is to incrementally gain feeling back into his lower body. Thank whatever deity exists for quirks. Otherwise Izuku would have to figure out how to become the first quirkless disabled hero. He knows several heroes with disabilities: ectoplasm, ingenium, now, even All Might. But unfortunately he doesn't think he'll be seeing a disabled hero without a quirk anytime soon. Thanks, Mom, Izuku says when he's seated at the table with a plate of yakitori over rice in front of him. When do you get off work tomorrow? I'll be working late the next few nights, but Shoyuta says he'll make sure you get where you need to go. You still have next Saturday off, right? Izuku asks between bites. Yes, you still want to do a spa night? Please. Izuku gushes. I'm trying to take things easy, but there's so much going on that every time I turn around there's something else I need to get done. It's times like these that I wish I had a multitasking or cloning quirk so I could do everything. I think even ectoplasm has his limits, honey, his mom comments with a chuckle. I noticed you took a nap today. Physical therapy took a lot out of me after school, Izuku frowns. It's getting easier to bear weight with the bar, but I've still got some time before they'll let me out of the chair for a couple hours a day with crutches. I'm proud of you, Izuku, Inko says suddenly, looking every bit as serious as Izuku has ever seen her. I want you to know that. You're doing so much good for the world and I'm excited to see what you accomplish. He doesn't know what to say to that. So instead Izuku falls back on his patented Midoriya jeans and floods the apartment with tears. Why do you look like you haven't slept in weeks? Mirio asks him as soon as Izuku enters the meeting room with Zawa right behind him. 'Cause I haven't slept in weeks, Izuku deadpans his response. But I'm going to do better or Zawa is going to ban me from the beanbag room and I refuse to be on the same level as Zashi. Oi! Zashi protests loud enough for Zawa to activate his quirk. Sorry. You better be, Zawa growls tiredly, taking a seat next to his friend anyways. Ectoplasm waves at Izuku before turning back to his conversation with Tensei, who is enthusiastically showing the other hero something on his phone. Sir Night Eye is the only one not present yet, but that's typical for these meetings because the hero is running multiple investigations right now. Thought Izuku thinks at least two of them are related and has an analysis packet prepared for the hero after the meeting. Izuku talks with Mirio about a new idea for his quirk while they wait for Sir to arrive. Zashi is starting to get loud enough to stop their conversation in his own excitement over something when the hero strides into the room, intense as always. Apologies for my tardiness, Sir says, bowing his head slightly as he takes his seat at the head of the table, Mirio on his left and Izuku next to the intern. I had a meeting with my sidekicks that ran over. It's no problem, Izuku is quick to assure him. It's not like we could see it coming. Sir stares at him incredulously for a second before snorting. That was terrible, Deku. Thanks. Anyways, Sir continues, shaking his head. This meeting should take long, since most of you have most of the details, but it looks like we've come up on another wrench in this case. And what is that, exactly? Ectoplasm asks. You know how the League of Villains was behind the break-in at UA and the subsequent USJ, right? Izuku says. Everyone nods. Well, we think there's a leak at UA. We're just not sure if it's a member of staff or a student. Since All Might started teaching at UA, it became an even bigger target and there aren't any other new teachers, so we're pretty sure it's not a member of the staff unless they're accidentally a mole. But I doubt that would be the case, and anyways, they had to get the schedule to know when All Might was supposed to be at the USJ, so clearly they're not a teacher and… Breath kid. Whoops, Izuku huffs, taking a deep breath. As I was saying, there's a mole. I've spoken with Nedzu about it. For now we're going to be pulling Mirio, Zashi, and Ectoplasm off the main force. Why me? Mirio asks, clearly unaware of this. As one of the big three and All Might's protege, you have a lot of connections within the school. Nedzu wants you to profile as many of the students as you can. I'll be doing the same during heroics since I have free time then for the next few weeks. But why pull us off this case? Not permanently, Izuku reminds them. We need to figure out who the mole is before we can really pursue the trigger case. Especially if my hunch that the League is going to get involved with it soon is true. Zashi curses, abnormally quietly. Why is this like some convoluted manga plot? Because whatever deity there may or may not be wants to F with us. Language, Zawa chides like he doesn't curse in front of Izuku's class every day. Is there anything else? Ectoplasm asks. Izuku glances at Zawa, who gives him an encouraging nod. Yeah. So I'm not pulling from the main force, but until further notice I won't be working on any other cases. I took on too much and it's starting to impede my physical progress. That's fair. Mirio says with a smile. Now you'll have time to relax and maybe we could hang out sometime. I'd like that, Izuku agrees easily. He considers Mirio a good friend, but they haven't had the chance to hang out except for the brief time they have before or after a trigger meeting. Wait, but why us and not Vlad? Zashi asks suddenly. Because Nedzu has Vlad working on something else, Zawa explains. The likes of which I do not know and do not care to know. Fair. The last thing I have for the night, Sir says, getting everyone's attention, is an updated list of what we know about the trigger case and everyone's assignments if they're still on the main force. I'll be emailing it out to those that aren't here. Thanks, sir, Izuku says with a smile. Wait, we get to stay in the group chat, right? Zashi asks, turning his head wildly between Izuku and Sir Night-Eye. Yes, Sir sighs. You get to stay in the group chat. Sleepless in Muzutafu's name has been set to Bagheera. Loud, I just witnessed the most dad act Shoyuta has ever committed. Bagheera, say anything and you lose cat privileges. Loud, never mind. Gremlin, how many privileges has Loud gotten revoked? Bagheera, most of them. Bagheera, he's lucky he has the right to breathe most days. Gremlin, I can see why you two are friends. Bagheera, pure shitty luck. Loud, rude. Gremlin, you want to lose toe privileges next? Loud, nah, I'm good. Have a wonderful night. I'm going to go not here and keep my toes where they are, thank you very much. Gremlin, that's what I thought. Chapter 62, Doubt. Izuku has doubted many things in his life. He doubted his preschool teacher when she told him it was okay that he didn't have a strong quirk. This was before he was officially diagnosed as quirkless and she had started ignoring him. He doubted the kids in his classes in elementary school when they pretended to be his friend. Experience taught him they were only doing to gain his trust and then break it. For the longest time he had doubted his ability to be a hero, then he stopped going to school and realized he is capable of so much more than anyone thought he would be. It's easy to forget, sometimes, that it was pre-quirked people that invented air travel, first set foot on the moon, and developed ways to turn sunlight into renewable energy. He is not less capable because he is quirkless. He just has to fill his toolbox up with something different than everyone else. Right now, though, Izuku doubts Ida when he tells Izuku he's fine on the platform before leaving for his internship with the normal hero, Manuel. For one, Manuel operates in Hosu, the same city that Ida's brother, one of Izuku's favorite people, was attacked by the hero killer Stain. For another, Ida is a terrible liar and Izuku would have known he was lying even if he hadn't been trained extensively to know when people are lying. What's wrong? Zawa asks when the last of his class, Siro, has left for their internship. Hitoshi is interning with Zawa, but they're not meeting until later since Zawa has to finish up some paperwork to send off to Night Eye before that evening. I feel like Ida is going to try something stupid, Izuku tells him as they make their way back to you. Like monumentally stupider than I was to grab onto All Might's leg before he did a superpowered jump into the air. You what? Have I not told you the full story of when I met All Might? I'm pretty sure I mentioned this before. Why are you so shocked? Izuku asks, stopping so he can look up at Zawa in wonder without running over anyone's toes, accidentally this time. He'll do it on purpose if he thinks the person deserves it. Apparently it never really processed that you're capable of being a reckless idiot. Well, I was reckless and All Might is the idiot who tried to get me to let go mid-jump. Izuku waves it off, because honestly, he'd rather not think about All Might, thank you very much. Anyways, Ida has been withdrawn since Tensei got hurt and he coincidentally took an internship in Hosu where the hero killer likely still is if he's stupid enough to follow all previous patterns with a hero that in all honesty has nothing to offer him for his quirk or fighting style. He's gonna do something stupid and I'm surprised his internship was approved. We can't deny it on conjecture. That's bull, you've expelled kids for making one too many your mama jokes, Zawa, Izuku says. It's early enough in the year that it makes sense no one noticed his change in patterns. I didn't really realize until he blatantly lied to me. About being alright when I asked. We can't change it now, but you can make sure someone else is in Hosu in case he's being stupid, can't you? Are you suggesting that I take Hitoshi to Hosu for his internship, where the hero killer is most definitely still located, are you? You could talk to Nedzu and set up a rotation with other heroes, I guess. I heard from Todoroki that he and his dad are going to be in Hosu this week, so I could let him know to keep an eye out for Ida. I also have a profile of Stain and… You have what? A villain profile? I have them for all major villains in the last 2 years so far. Nedzu says that profiling villains will help me get better at my analysis and planning skills. Have you shown it to anyone? Not yet. The assignment isn't due till next Thursday? Zawa sighs. It's not one he can easily identify, which tells Izuku that he's done something wrong and can feel the panic rise, even if it's just his dad and he doesn't want to disappoint Zawa. You really are a problem child, Zawa says, though his tone is noticeably fond and that helps alleviate some of the sudden anxiety. The hand on his shoulder reminding him that he's not alone, that Zawa isn't going to leave him like so many others have. Let's go to Nedzu and go over this profile of yours. If it checks out, we might not have to worry about Ida after all. Chapter 63, Hero Killer Stain. Notes. TW for the hero killer. Also, canon typical violence. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Kaizome, if nothing else, is always prepared. He operates in the back streets and alleys where people don't dare to tread. He clings to the shadows and is very careful to avoid detection before, during, and after a job is complete. When he is out of his working costume, his only distinct feature is his nose, or lack thereof. He removed it on purpose. He had needed to when a hero had shattered it and the wound had become infected. It had been that or he died. Kaizome had too much to get done to die. That had been what made him cross the line, all those months ago. His nose had healed and he had gone out and called the hero that had already proven he was willing to go too far. That he wasn't a true hero. Kaizome hadn't even been operating as Stendhal, his vigilante persona, when he had been injured. He had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now he has a mission. To rid Hero Society of its stains. He had thought the stains had been villains before, but he was wrong. The stains were the heroes who were only in it for the fame and power that the profession got them. The ones who took it too far or did it for the wrong reasons. The ones who would never live up to the paragon that is All Might. So far, he has gotten 16 heroes, 3 dead in each city he has been to and 1 alive to carry on his message and let the heroes know that they aren't safe anymore. That he is coming. That the hero killer Stain is prepared to cull anyone who gets in his way. The League of Villains is going to be a problem. Kaizome already knows it, even as he's deposited safely back in Hosu as he requested. Their leader is unhinged, without a real cause, and quite frankly an annoying little sheet. They are going to have to be a problem for another night, though, after Kaizome has carried out his mission. They can wait, even if they plan on attacking Hosu tonight as well. He has been profiling a hero who let his emotions get the better of him too many times while fighting villains. A hero who is quick to anger is quick to die, in his opinion. The hero tends to avoid the more crowded areas, which simply makes it easier for Kaizome to attack. It is a matter of seconds before he has his victim paralyzed, pushed against the wall of an alley with no way to defend himself or call for help. He loves this part. Watching the moment the hero realizes they are done for, that everything in their life has been leading them to this moment, the one where Stain ends it. Where they die because they are nothing more than a flaw in the society that Stain is working to create. Stain is just about to bring down the knife, to end the life of another false hero, when he is interrupted by the rush of wind created by a gray cloth. Immediately Native slumps to the ground, no longer held up by Stain or his quirk. Amend that kid for being right. He knows that voice. He has worked with that hero twice, back when he was Stendhal and not crossing a line he knew he could never go back on. Eraserhead is a true hero, but Stain is not going to let him get in the way. So you stopped my quirk, huh? Stainis. It is a weird feeling but not one that he has not felt before. I don't need that to call you for getting in my way. What about me? Another voice asks. It sounds like a voice Stain should know. One he should. You should be dead. Nothing. He feels nothing. Sees nothing. Nothing. Kaizome is not in control of his body anymore. He is pretty sure he is still standing, but it is hard to tell, especially as he floats in and out of consciousness. Longer I can control him, an unfamiliar voice says from somewhere behind him. Kaizome is tied up now, his weapons are no longer on his body and it leaves him feeling naked. He is pretty sure they even got the one that is inside his boot. A wiggle of his toes confirms it. That's fine, kid, Eraserhead says, his voice as bland as ever. You were supposed to stay back though. Not when you were at risk, the kid protests. It was quicker this way. He's awake now. Kaizome does not pout. He has killed nearly 100 people. He is a 35-year-old with the ability to control another person's body. He definitely does not pout when the conversation ends abruptly. He wants to know who the kid is. He sounds like the kind of hero Kaizome would not need to kill. There is a commotion at the head of the alley as an ambulance and several police cars arrive. Several more heroes have arrived as well, but Kaizome pays them no mind, focused only on the one that has captured him. And the student that helped. Maybe Hero Society was not as hopeless as Kaizome had thought it was. Kaizome is about to be loaded into the back of a police car when a roar is heard above him. There are several cries to duck and then the kid, the one that Kaizome finds he wants to see succeed, is being lifted into the air. Eraserhead tries to do something but Kaizome is still wrapped up in his scarf. The villain scowls. If he still had his knife boot, he could cut out of the scarf and do something. But no. Eraserhead has to be a good FANG hero. The creature A Nomu, if the rumors he has heard are correct, is flying away and no one present can do anything about it. What's going on? Kaizome knows that voice. He hates that voice. Get the FING kid, Endeavor, Eraserhead demands. Endeavor immediately shoots out flames at a child. One that Kaizome respects. He's aiming at the Nomu but still. Kaizome is 99% sure the kid is going to have burns, on top of at least some broken ribs and a punctured lung. The Nomu goes crashing to the ground and Eraserhead is already sprinting over, gathering the kid into his arms with a care that Kaizome wasn't sure the hero was capable of. Endeavor, Kaizome growls, letting his bloodlust out because he wants to see heads roll right now. He wishes he was just a little bit less encased in a near-indestructible fabric. He can't even move his arms right now. It is the likes of you which I aim to purge from this world. False heroes that have overrun society and the criminals like you who aim to win and not to save, just for a power as fake as you are. I kill for the sake of a better society. You hunt villains for sport. He is still captured, he is still going to jail, but Kaizome knows that this is better. He knows his words will have the impact that his actions so far have not. He just hopes the kid will be okay. Notes. Discord. Chapter 64, Aftermath, Part 1. Chat title, Class 1 Weiyai. Chichipin. Tired. Aizawa Shoyuta. Deku, Midoriya Izuku. Boom Boy, Bakugu Katsuki. Conspiracy Theorist. Todoroki Shuto. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Arm Guy, Shuji Mizo. Turbo JR. Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Minsu, Ojiro Mashireo. Chargebolt, Kaminari Denki. Froppy, Azuityu. Sparkles, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Red Riot, Kirishima Iger. Revelry, Tokoyami Fumikage. Glucose Guy, Sata Rikidu. Snow White, Koda Koji. Earphone Jack, Jirikyoka. Goddess, Yayoro Zumomo. Invisigirl, Hagakure Turu. Tape, Siro Hanta. Deku. In case some of you have not heard, Hitoshi was involved in the capture of the hero killer Stain last night alongside Zawa and a few other pro-heroes. He was not hurt in the initial capture and was instrumental in preventing bloodshed. However, there was also another League of Villain attack in Hosu that was likely spontaneous due to the fact that only Nomu were involved and Shigaraki was spotted on a roof by a news camera. Anyways, Hitoshi was nearly captured by a flying Nomu when Endeavor stepped in and brought the Nomu down. Unfortunately, Endeavor is actually the number POO hero because he gave me best friend's second-degree burns on his legs and arms. Fortunately, Recovery Girl is a saint and hit Endeavor on the head. She also healed Hitoshi and he will be in class on Monday to continue being the bane of my existence. Invisigirl, holy shit, that was Shinsu? I saw that on the news. WF? Ventriloquist, I'm being released from the hospital in the morning. I would rather leave tonight, but apparently that's against protocol when a Nomu's talon pierces your lung. Froppy, I am glad you're okay, Karo. Uravity Girl, Toshi. I am so glad you are okay. Arm Guy, let us know if you need anything. I've got a few hands free. Deku, that was terrible, Mexican. You're banned from puns for 2 days. Arm Guy, worth it. Red Riot, glad you're okay, man. Tape, you helped take down the hero killer? Alien Queen, you were interning with Sensei? Ventriloquist, thanks guys. And yeah, Ashido. He's an underground hero and that's what I want to be. It was only logical. Deku, I swear it's like staring at a mini Aizawa. Uravity Girl. Arm Guy. Froppy. Chargebolt. Conspiracy Theorist. Goddess. Revelry. Alien Queen. Glucose Guy. Sparkles. Fight Mijinsu. Boom Boy. Snow White. Deku, even you coulda? Earphone Jack. Ventriloquist. Invisigirl. Red Riot. Tape. Tired. Deku, okay? I get it. Deku, Nwaitabis. Deku, did y'all know that Shoyuta likes to wear pink joggers when he trains? Tired. I will fight you. Deku, I am still in a wheelchair, Father Sensei. Tired. That will not stop me. Ventriloquist, it's what he deserves. That right. You know what? I regret helping you. Ventriloquist, no you don't. Deku, I hate that you're right. Private message between Shinso Hitoshi and Todoroki Shuto. Todoroki Shuto, I apologize for the actions of my father. Shinso Hitoshi, you have nothing to apologize for, to do. I know your father is an a-hole and I don't blame you for his actions. Despite the burns, he did save me from being kidnapped by the League of Villains. It was honestly the preferred result at that point. Shinso Hitoshi, I will be asking Aizu to run over his toes. Todoroki Shuto, again. Shinso Hitoshi, again. Private message between Midoriya Izuku and Ida Tenya. Green, Ida, please be honest with me, how are you holding up? Blue, I've been better. I don't know how to feel about you calling my brother about this, but I suppose I'm grateful that you didn't let me make such a grievous mistake as trying to attack the hero killer. Blue, I am glad that he's behind bars, though. A man like him is even more than physically dangerous. Have you seen the videos? Green, yes. Green, we'll talk more in person, but I just want you to know that I respect you a lot, Ida, and I know you'd regret going after Stain, which is why I got Tensei involved. We're kids and still learning and we're going to make mistakes. I just knew this one would cost more than I was willing to risk you giving. Just a warning though, Nedzu and Zawa will both be wanting to speak with you on Monday. You didn't actually do anything so you're not in trouble, but I just thought a heads up might be nice. Blue. Thank you. I'll see you Monday. Green. Let me know if you need anything. Chapter 65. Aftermath. Part 2. Notes. TW. Mention of panic attack. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chat title. Trigger Red. Gremlin. Deku. Biga. Eraserhead. Ex-nudist. Lemillion. Turbo. Ingenium. Psychic. Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0. Ms. Joke. Loud. Present Mike. Blood. Vlad King. Ghost. Ectoplasm. Big Guy. Fat Gum. Eokis Hawks. All Might. Perel Polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Big Guy. Who's the kid, Eraser? I thought Deku was your only kid. Ex-nudist. Pretty sure that kid is Aizawa-sensei's biological son and Deku is adopted. John Mulaney 2.0. I believe it. Loud. Lil listener is okay, right? IRL polygraph detector. Yeah, he's alright. Recovery girl healed him. Eraserhead is giving his statement to Chief Tsuragames so he's not looking at the messages. Gremlin. That's my best friend, y'all. Like Mr. Lie Detector said, he's been healed. He still has to stay in the hospital cause the Nomu punctured his FING lung. Gremlin. I'm 99% sure that the League tried to recruit Stain and he said no, which is why the Nomu attacked Hoso last night. I'm with Toshi RN, BTW. Gremlin. He can be crossed off the traitor checklist, BTW. As can Tenya and Shudo. Blood. You have your friends on the checklist? Gremlin. I had myself on the checklist, Vlad. There's a chance, however small, that the traitor is doing so either unwillingly or unknowingly, and it's important that we keep this in mind as we vet each person. Gremlin. Speaking of vetting, how's the go-through of Gen Ed kids, Zashi? Loud, boring. There's a couple kids I need to take another look at, but so far no one's really stuck out. Gremlin. Okay, keep it psychic and at RatGod posted. Loud. How the F did you tag him in this chat? He's not in the chat WF Deku? Gremlin. That's for me to know and you to never question again. Loud at Bagheera, your son needs to stop spending time with Nedzu. Bagheera. I know. Believe me, I know. Gremlin. He's my mentor for work study, so joke's on y'all. Y'all, you rang? Gremlin. No. Y'all's nickname has been set to blocked. Blocked? Gremlin. Did someone hear anything? Blocked. What did I do to you? Gremlin. Do you not remember? Blocked. I mean, I remember saving you from the slime villain. Blocked. But honestly, some of your reactions fell a bit undeserved. Gremlin. I knew the number one hero wasn't the best teacher. Gremlin. But I didn't think he was an idiot. Beggar, kid not on here. Gremlin. Then where? Dadzawa. I'm coming back. Hand your phone to Shinso. Izukid. This is Shinso. Dadzawa. Have you helped? Izuku through a panic attack before? Izukid. I have no. Dadzawa. Okay, put your hand on his shoulder or knee. Tell him you're gonna touch him but don't ask for permission. He trusts you but he'll panic more if you ask. Izukid. Done. Dadzawa. Now lead him through a April 7th 11 breathing exercise. Izukid. April 7th 11. Dadzawa. In 4, hold 7, out 11. Izukid. Okay. Dadzawa. I'll be there in a moment. Izukid. Fax. Gremlin. Sorry about that, folks. I'm fine now. All Might, I'm not in a space where I can talk about this right now, but I'm sorry for being so short with you on this chat. It was undeserved and unprofessional of me. I promise we can talk later. Blocked. S nickname has been set to all right. All right. Thank you, young Deku. I understand that you're worried for your friend and that there are some things I might have missed when I first joined the investigation. Mamadoriya. Zuku, you okay? Shoyuta texted me. Zuku, not really? Zuku, I kinda snapped at All Might for something that happened over a year ago that I thought I was over. Mamadoriya. Oh, I'm sure it's going to be okay. If you need to call your therapist, then go ahead, she'll understand. Zuku, I'll call tomorrow when I'm home. Zuku, could use a hug. Mamadoriya, you're at Hosu General with Hitoshi-kun, right? Zukuji. Mamadoriya, okay, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Zuku, oh my I love you mom. Thank you. Mamadoriya, love you too Zuku. Be there soon. Drive safe love. Notes. This ended up angstier than I thought it would, but I hope y'all still enjoyed it. I cannot believe we have made it past 6.5k kudos on this. I also just checked and there are more than 3k subscribers. Thank y'all so much. I'm crying real tears are in. Chapter 66, Mowgli, Laughing Face. It's Kempo Tuemo again. We have a question for you. Have you heard about the shadow villain that can steal quirks and transfer them to other people? Or the villain factory? We have reason to believe that there is a tie between either of these and the trigger case. Though the shadow villain is more of an urban legend, for years there were villains showing up with mutated quirks and little to no brain power. They didn't survive long after being captured, and the existence of these villains was kept from mass media because of the panic they would cause. Kempo Tuemo. The kids in elementary school would joke that the shadow villain stole my quirk because I was a bad person. I used to believe them before I realized that I would know if the shadow villain stole my quirk. Now I just think they're a bunch of assholes. Yes, I have heard of the shadow villain. We're actually fairly certain the shadow villain is real and involved in this case. We're not sure how he's connected to Hanada and Lars though. There's something we're missing about those cases and I'm eager to find out what it is. Eraserhead is looking into the villain factory still. He was involved in the initial case. If you have any further information about it, please email him directly and CC myself and Sir Night Eye. I'm not actually allowed to get involved in that part of the case since I'm, a child. More so it's because I don't have my provisional license and it's a lot of groundwork which I have been expressly forbidden from participating in, but it's whatever at this point. It's morbidly comforting to know that we're all on the same track with the involvement of the shadow villain and villain factory. Mom is wondering if you'd like to visit sometime this summer? I have a training camp in the second week, but sometime after that? It's been years since she's seen you guys. I am not sure why she's using me to ask considering she has your email too. Sincerely, the private chat between Izukid and Dadzawa. Izukid, sometimes I forget that I'm still technically a vigilante. Izukid, except also not cause the laws kinda SCK. Dadzawa, the laws about vigilantism were written back when quirks were just starting to appear and people without quirks were much more common. It made sense that you'd need a quirk to be a vigilante. Izukid, basically, if you never use a quirk and never throw the first punch you can't be a vigilante. Dadzawa, don't do it. Izukid, I wasn't planning on it Dad. Izukid, we've already established that I was going to do every aspect of vigilantism except the fighting. We'll message her, no need to keep you as the middleman. We just heard about your friend. We hope he's okay, we can't imagine facing a serial killer even now, and we've been in the field for 20-odd years. We're looking into the leads more. We still haven't figured out the connection between Lars and Hanada, though. There's no reason for them to be connected, let alone working together and, most likely, smuggling drags. It's bizarre. We're glad your team is keeping you safe. You need at least 2 more years of training before you start doing field work like this. You're a strong kid, but there are some things you just need to be older for. Kempo Tuemo. Shinso is doing better. Thank you for asking about him. It's weird that you can't find the connection between Lars and Hanada further than there being the connection in the first place. It's not like they're the same person. My team is working to annoy me, that's for sure. I care for them all, but I will fight any of them without prompting 99% of the time. Sincerely, oh our God. FING hell. Hanada and Lars are the same FNG person. We cannot believe we didn't figure this out. We're done, we quit. We're moving to Korea and we're going to work at a bar and sell flowers on the weekend. Clearly we're not cut out for this job anymore. Well, now that you figured that out for us, this might actually be a lot easier than we anticipated. Analysis is attached as always. Kempo Tuemo. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Mowgli, Dead. Bigra, Eraserhead. Ex-nudist, Lemillion. Turbo. Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Loud, Present Mike. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big guy. Fat gum. Eokis hawks. All Might. Pearl polygraph. Detective Tsukachi. Mowgli. So just to update everyone, the connection between Hanada, from the first I was involved in with Eraserhead, and Lars, the leader of Aesir, the Norwegian mafia, is actually that they're the same person. Mowgli, who'd have seen it coming, huh? Mowgli, Kempotomo is still trying to figure out how exactly he connects to the rest of the case, but we, them, Sir Night-Eye, Dad and I, feel better about this lead and we're hoping to have more for you in the next couple weeks. Mowgli, also, I would like to publicly let everyone know that I have a picture of a Yeehaw, KS, crying over chicken nuggets. Yeehaw KS how? Yeehaw, KS also it is for him. Why are you awake? Mowgli, trauma. Mowgli, actually, it's because of insomnia but undersir. Yeehaw KS also. How do you know Kempotomo? They are one of the most cryptid heroes and that's including Eraserhead. Mowgli, they went to college with me mum. Yeehaw KS neat. Bagheera, problem child. Mowgli, ah frick. My dad caught me. Bagheera, you literally tagged everyone. Mowgli, ah frick my dad caught me. Bagheera, Mowgli, pick me up mom meme. Bagheera, expelled. Bagheera, if you don't sleep then you're expelled. Mowgli, fine. But only because I know you'll just tell mom if I don't sleep. Yeehaw, KS are you Eraserhead's actual child? Mowgli, Bagheera, no. Mowgli, Bagheera, yes. Mowgli, laughing face. Chapter 67. Christmas tree sad face under. Chat name the plants. Cheat sheet pinned. Midoriya Izuku deciduous tree bush. Shuji Mizo, cactus cactus. Shinso Hitoshi, twig. Uraraka Ochako, boulder. Todoroki Shudo, Christmas tree. Deciduous tree, did y'all know that Ida's mom is the coolest? She has met me once and gave me a notebook with signatures from several pro heroes. I'd have never gotten them from myself. Christmas tree, neat. That's pretty cool Mito. Iza's mom drove 30 minutes just to give him a hug. She also gave me a hug and I appreciate her very much. Did y'all know she's a scary but lawyer? She threatened the chief of police in Hosu for trying to not give me credit for my part in Stain's arrest. Deciduous tree, I love my mom very much. Deciduous tree, and their reasoning was stupid. Zawa very deliberately gave you permission to use your quirk. Deciduous tree, there was zero reason to not give you due credit. Deciduous tree, anyways laws are dumb. Cactus, you're becoming a hero to uphold the law though. Deciduous tree, I'm becoming a hero to save people and out of spite. Deciduous tree, the law barely matters here. Stick it to the man. Christmas tree, my father is getting credit for the takedown of 2 of the 3 Nomu. Deciduous tree, I ran over his toes once and I am not afraid to do it again. Deciduous tree, speaking of toes, I can wiggle mine now. Hell yeah Mito. That's awesome bush. Cactus, can't wait until you're kicking butt again. Cactus, not that you can't kick but in a wheelchair. Christmas tree, glad to hear it. Deciduous tree, I'm gonna punch Shigaraki in the duck next time I see him. Duck. Cactus. Duck. Duck. Christmas tree, poos. Deciduous tree, enst bajix sp I nank to do. Christmas tree set this under. Meticulous. My internship was, unfortunately, cut short. I did, however, get to witness an argument between Aizawa and Izuku about which cat cafe they were going to take me to. It was quite the sight. I'm surprised Tadu hadn't talked more about how Izuku is clearly Aizawa's secret love child. Christmas tree, I asked him once. Christmas tree, he didn't even deny it. Deciduous tree, he my dad person shrugging medium light skin and what's there to deny? Nice. Chapter 68. What if? Izuku is, and always has been, an optimistic pessimist. Some might call him a realist, but he spent most of his life both wanting to be the #1 hero despite not having a quirk, while simultaneously believing he'd never even get into a hero school and would spend the rest of his life in his childhood bedroom never making a single friend. Now, however, he's on track to be the first ever quirkless hero while also attending the top hero school in Japan, though not the world. Statistically speaking, the top hero school is in China. He's more realistic about his goals now. He plans to be an underground hero and is working with Present Mike to raise awareness about quirk discrimination through the hero's already established radio show. Izuku has also accepted that he's, probably, going to retire young due to a debilitating injury. He barely made it 3 weeks into the school year without nearly dying in a villain attack. To be fair, most first years, most second years don't face villains in the way that Class 1A did. Usually, a hero in training will be involved in small-time villain attacks. The unplanned ones like a robbery or mugging. Often, these heroes in training will have their mentor with them calling the shots. Sometimes, things will go wrong and a hero in training will decide to leave the course because heroics isn't what they thought it would be. Maybe they're injured, or they see someone else get grievously injured. Maybe someone dies. They're lucky no one died at the USJ attack. The attack was devastating and traumatizing for every one of the hero students. To face death so early in their journey was not something easy to grapple with. It had been a close thing for both Izuku and his mentor. They would both be living with physical reminders of the attack for the rest of their lives. Even if Izuku was going to walk again, even if he could still be a hero, the scars would always be there. Zawa had the scar under his eye too. Proof of how close he'd come to never being able to use his quirk again, all because he had used it that last time before passing out to save Izuku's life. Izuku has been going to therapy and it helps, being able to talk about it with an objective and uninvolved party. But sometimes he gets hung up on the what-ifs. The recent arrest of Stain and Hitoshi's involvement have only made it worse. Not that he's blaming his friend, considering the outcome of that event could have been much worse. But now Izuku's thinking about the what-ifs of before he met Zawa. Before he finally reached the starting point everyone else had reached when they turned 4. He can't help but think of the slime villain incident as the catalyst for the rest of his life. It had been the single most humiliating experience, even if it had also been the kick in the butt he'd needed to actually do something instead of resting on his laurels like the chance to be a hero was going to just fall into his lap. What if he'd stayed home that day? He wouldn't have been attacked by the slime villain, a man by the name of Sawamura Astahito who was wanted for the deaths of 5 people. He wouldn't have been saved by All Might. He wouldn't have made the harebrained decision to attach himself to the hero's leg as he made a super-powered jump into the city. Never mind that the hero had completely foregone all post-saving protocols. Izuku hadn't realized it at the time, but it still gets to him. It doesn't matter that the number 1 hero was running out of time. He could have at least called for another hero to check in with Izuku. He wouldn't have asked that deming question and had his hopes crushed. He wouldn't have been left on a rooftop in a part of town he rarely frequented. He was never going to do anything, even if the thought very briefly crossed his mind. Izuku would have never come across the sludge villain attacking KAC Bakugo. Bakugo likely would have died because the heroes were doing nothing. They didn't have the right quirks. Well, then because neither did he. Izuku had been bullied for being quirkless relentlessly. He'd been left for dead, only to be saved by his biggest tormentor. He'd been branded useless for longer than he'd been anything else. Izuku had every reason to be a villain. And yet he'd been the only one to do anything. The only one to rush in and do something. It was only then, when he was throwing his backpack and clawing at slime with tears in his eyes and thoughts of death in his head, that Izuku realized being quirkless was an advantage. He didn't have to worry about not having the right quirk. He could adapt. He could analyze and attack. He wasn't really useless. But then the heroes had stepped in, finally doing their jobs and berating Izuku for saving a life. If Izuku hadn't gone out that day, he never would have sent that first email, an analysis of that incident and everything those heroes could have done before Izuku had even arrived on scene. He wouldn't have been saved by All Might a second time. He wouldn't have stopped in a park to have a panic attack behind some bushes because he'd lived through 2 villain attacks. He wouldn't have emailed Zawa, his dad. He wouldn't have made it into UA. He wouldn't have met his friends. He wouldn't be, ever so slowly, building something that might one day resemble an actual friendship with Bakugo, who he still admires despite the treatment he received in elementary school. Izuku, despite the pain and the dreams that All Might tried to crush, is glad he went out that day. Chapter 69, Walking with Assistance. Izukid, I am walking. Izukid, using crutches and not well at all. Izukid, But I'm walking. Izukid, attachment, video of Izuku walking with crutches. He's crying but looks so proud of himself. Inko can be seen in frame with tears running down her face. Dadzuwa, proud of you kid. Izukid, thanks dad. I honestly don't think I could have done this without you and mom. Izukid, and like everyone else but mostly the two of you. I already have to climb a mountain to achieve what my peers can on a hill just because I don't have a quirk. Izukid, I'm just glad I don't have to consider what I'd be doing if I couldn't be a hero anymore. Dadzuwa, you'd find a way, problem child. Izukid, yeah. Dadzuwa, I'm coming over for dinner tonight. Izukid, we're making katsudon. Dadzuwa, figures. Izukid, Tensei, Midnight, and Zashi when they realize they've barely gotten away with you not beating the crap out of them for being stupid. Dadzuwa, true and you should say it. Izukid, I cannot believe you have 97% of people convinced you don't know what a meme is. Dadzuwa, that's the goal. Izukid, fair. I have to go now, we're home. See you for dinner, Zawa. Dadzuwa, see you soon. Chapter 70, Deku, Essay Dealer Extraordinaire. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Mowgli, that. Bigra, Eraserhead. Ex-Nudist, Lemillion. Turbo, Ingenium. Psychic, Sir Knighted. John Mulaney 2.0, Ms. Joke. Blue, Present My. Blood, Vlad King. Ghost, Ectoplasm. Big Guy, Fat Gum. Eokias Hawks. Him, All Might. IRL Polygraph, Detective Tsukachi. IRL Polygraph, Deku, the interviews have been completed. Psychic, do we have confirmation? IRL Polygraph, yes. The villain factory is still operational. Mowgli, I was hoping that wasn't the case. Even though I knew that was the case. Baloo, that's not good. Bagheera, I would just like to know how we got to the point where this is even a possibility. Bagheera, an international smuggling ring that's potentially tied with one of the oldest villains on Earth who has potentially been around since the start of quirks. Mowgli, I could give you the link to an essay on the rise of villains and the shift of drag dealers to be quirk-focused. Bagheera, I would like that link. Mowgli, all right, I'll PM it to you. Bagheera, thanks. Ex-Nudist, is Cabbage just an essay dealer? Do you just go around offering relevant essays to people? Mowgli, yes? Yes. I grew up reading a lot and would usually spiral down a rabbit hole when I got interested in a topic and quirks came up a lot. Mowgli, so now if Somoine asks for information I can provide, even as a joke, I offer an essay on the topic. Ex-Nudist, you are strange. Mowgli, I know. Mowgli, on note of the villain factory, do y'all think that the League of Villains Nomu was what they were trying to create? If so, do you think they're going to create ones with intelligence and not just the ability to follow directions given to them by a single person? Psychic, in all honesty, yes. I think they're still working on it and we are working on finding their current base of operations. Psychic at Ex-Nudist at Baloo, what's the progress report on your UAT search? Ex-Nudist, nothing conclusive but I have a list of potential candidates that I gave to Nedzu yesterday to look at. Baloo, inconclusive so far. I've finished Gen Ed and am working on the business course now. Mowgli, I'm helping Lemon with the support course since 90% of those students are likely to try and con him into testing equipment, whereas only 2% will try with me after Hatsum May staked her claim, nothing conclusive there either. Nedzu has my list of likely culprits though. Psychic at Blood, how's your search going? Blood, better than theirs. I've given Nedzu my list of villains that the League will likely try to recruit for him to track down. Mowgli, Stain's little clip has not been helping us. I dislike that he was associated, even vaguely and incorrectly, with the League cause now his followers are likely to join them with their leader out of commission. Bagheera, we'll worry about that, problem child. You focus on your duties and getting back on your feet. Mowgli, yes dad. Baloo, this is the wholesome content that we need to get through the monotony of life. Bagheera, overdramatic a-hole. Bagheera, true. Chapter 71, The Plan. The class, as predicted, goes wild when Shoyuda announces that anyone who fails the exam will not be attending the quirk training camp. There are a few students who will need extra training for the physical portion and a few more than that who will need extra help for the written portion. But, as he watches the class plan 3 different study groups, he thinks they're going to be fine. Midoriya, Shoyuta says when the talking starts to wind down. Nedzu wants to see you. Okay, Izuku agrees easily. The excited gleam in his eyes sets Shoyuta on edge a little. He regrets letting those two meet even if he knows it was inevitable. Seeing Izuku gain confidence, going from that scared, shy boy who he'd met at the cat cafe over a year ago, to a hero in training with several rescues already under his belt, even if Izuku hadn't been involved with the actual rescuing and heroics bit. He'd done the brain work that many pro heroes wouldn't be able to do. And all of it without leaving his room, though Aizawa does have to admit that his protege had to hack to solve several of the cases that he did. Which, while technically illegal, Shoyuta can't fault him for it because he has saved hundreds of lives already and will save hundreds more. Izuku isn't going to be another All Might, they'll leave that up to Togata, but he's going to be important in a way that someone with a quirk can't be. Izuku will be the best of them all. Aizawa-sensei? Carol. Shoyuta probably shouldn't get distracted while he's still around. His problem class. There are 5 of them standing in front of him now and he'd only barely registered them walking up to his desk after the bell rang. We've been talking about it and we were wondering if there was something we could do for Mito-chan? Azui says, cutting right to the chase as is characteristic of the hero to be. He's done a lot for our class and we've noticed that he's been stressed lately. Okay, he says, hoping it's enough to prompt them to explain why they're telling him this. We want it to be a surprise and you're best suited to make sure he shows up without knowing what's going on. What are you planning? Just a class trip to a cat cafe, Azui assures. The rest of the group nods. Nothing strenuous or anything. And we know he likes cats. When? We're hoping for tomorrow after school if he has nothing planned for then, Tsukuyami answers. We do today but he mentioned physical therapy. He's free tomorrow. Which cafe? Cats, Shinso responds. The one on 3rd and 45th. I know the one, Shoyuta interjects because if he's going to spend time with the Hell class outside of school tomorrow he needs them gone now so he can mentally prepare. He'll do it. 'Cause the kids are right, Izuku has been stressed recently and getting the chance to unwind is the absolute least his son deserves after everything he's been through. We'll be there, Shoyuta says when none of them move. Now off to lunch. They say their goodbyes and Shoyuta is left to drag himself and his sleeping bag to the teacher's lounge where he plans to curl up on the couch and not open his eyes until it's time for him to teach ethics to the 3rd years. Chapter 72, Pomeranian v Border Collie, the prequel. Chat title, Class 1 Weiyai. Chichipin. Tired, Aizawa Shoyuta. Wired, Midoriya Izuku. Explode, Bakugu Katsuki. Thermostat, Todoroki Shudo. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Fast, Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mito, Ojiro Mashireo. Muted, Kaminari Denki. Kermit, Azuitsu. Glitter, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Bro Number 1, Kirishima Iger. Edgar, Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush, Sata Rikido. Rapunzel, Koda Koji. AirPod, Jaira Kyoka. Queen, Yayoro Momo. Violet, Hagakure Turu. Fanta, Siro Hanta. Wired, I think I'm having a midlife crisis. Thermostat, you're 15. Wired, I could die at 30. Wired, understandable. Wired, back to my crisis. Wired, I was going to the support building to talk with Majima about my chair and a potential upgrade to my crutches. Edgar, only you would want to upgrade crutches. Wired, yes. Wired, but then I was waylaid by Hatsum, who found out I am quirkless because the first-year support students have access to our quirks now that they're starting to design for us. Wired, and she demanded that I only go to her for my support items. Wired, which is wild like, I thought I'd have to beg people to get them to work with me. Ventriloquist, oh that's a mood. Fanta, who hurt you? Wired, physically or? Edgar, I would fight the forces of darkness at night for you, Mito. Wired, You don't have to do that, Toko. Wired. Can I call you Toko? Edgar. Yes. Wired. Neat. Ventriloquist. Sometimes Midoriya actively scares me and then he goes and says things like, neat, and I am reminded that he is actually just a huge nerd in the body of a 10-year-old. Wired. Rude. True but rude. Kermit. Mito, you mentioned at one point that you're an analyst already. How does that work, Karo? Wired. So basically I was looking at the news one day after being involved in a villain attack, twice LOL, and having my dreams crushed, and I saw the Hanada case, the guy blowing up children's hospitals and orphanages, and noticed that it was indeed one person with a manipulation quirk. I email Aizawa cause his school email is publicly accessible and I knew he was working on the case. I saw him at the Muzutafu location, and after that I just kept emailing heroes and agencies when I noticed something about a case they were probably working on. I didn't realize that people actually get paid to do that sort of thing, though, so I wasn't paid until like 3 months in. Whoops. Bro number 1, you accidentally became a professional analyst? That's so manly. Wired. Thanks. Wired. A lot of what I end up working on is confidential, so I can't really talk a lot about it, but feel free to ask questions and I'll try to answer. Explode. What do you mean twice? Wired. Explode. You said you were involved in a villain attack twice? Wired. Oh shit. Let me DM you. Private message between Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki's name has been set to Pomeranian. Midoriya Izuku's name has been set to Border Collie. Pomeranian. I dislike that this is accurate. Border Collie? No. Pomeranian. What did you mean twice? Border Collie? Well, before you were attacked by the slime villain, I was also attacked by the slime villain. Border Collie, and saved by All Might. Border Collie, and then All Might told me I couldn't be a hero and left me on a roof. Border Collie, and somehow during that the slime villain escaped. Border Collie, and as I was walking home I heard the explosions and that's when I found you being attacked by the slime villain. Border Collie, and all those heroes standing around like it was a fireworks show and not a hostage situation. Border Collie, which is why I moved without thinking. Border Collie, because you may have been a sheet when we were kids but I wasn't about to let their negligence get you killed. Pomeranian, sheet. Pomeranian, can we even talk? In person? Border Collie. Sure. Chapter 73. Apologies. Izuku is pretty sure that he's not nervous. He passed nervous 25 minutes ago and now he's anxious with a side of panic. Yes, he agreed to talk to Bakugo in person. Yes, he's ready to hear his once-a-friend out. No, that's not going to stop him from freaking out. Izuku is waiting for Bakugo in the park they used to frequent as children. It's a neutral space, really, where they should be able to have a decent conversation without either of their moms overhearing. And hopefully without it delving into a shouting match. They don't need any more complaints from parents for that. Deku. Izuku looks behind him and finds Bakugo with his hands in his pockets, a slouched posture, and a scowl already present on his face. He looks tired, not like he hasn't been sleeping. Bakugo has always had a very strict sleep schedule, but like he's finally come to realize that he shouldn't be proud of himself for his actions towards Izuku. To be fair to Bakugo, though, he wasn't done any favors by their elementary school. And he did save Izuku's life when that hero had just left him in a burning building. But he had also bullied Izuku for nearly 8 years. Made Izuku's life hell and had driven everyone who had thought to be kind to the quirkless kid away. He'd made Izuku friendless and powerless and had never apologized for it. Bakugo. The other teen continues to stand there, hands still in his pockets. Izuku would gesture for him to sit, but he's pretty sure Bakugo would just ignore him. He's pleasantly surprised when Bakugo sits on his own. Don't look shocked, nerd. I'm not gonna make you look up the whole time. Thanks. The silence is uncomfortable but not as bad as it could have been. Bakugo is glaring at the ground at least, and not at Izuku. Which he does appreciate. I was shitty, Bakugo starts, more subdued than Izuku has ever heard him. And no one but you told me I was being shitty. I thought it was normal until we got to Aldra and they told that FANG hero to leave you there. I'm sorry, Izuku. I should have known better. I'm going to do better. You should have. Izuku says, not bitingly, but he still catches the way that Bakugo flinches. I've been in therapy for a while, Bakugo. It took Mom 7 months to find someone that would accept a quirkless patient after it got approved by her insurance plan. I still struggle with things that are so easy for other people. I still have nightmares. Deku. I appreciate your apology and I do forgive you. It makes me happy that why you're trying. I don't think we will be BF friends again like when we were younger, but I think we could be friendly at least. How the F are you so nice? I'd be a VV villain if I wasn't. Izuku says it as a joke, with a smile and everything, but he can tell that Bakugo knows he's serious. If it weren't for Eraserhead, his dad. If it weren't for his support, Izuku probably wouldn't have gotten into UA and he would have gone down a much darker path. The conversation tapers off there. The two of them are still so awkward, there's still a lot of hurt between them that Izuku just doesn't have the tools to navigate yet. Izuku fidgets idly with the joystick controller for his chair. When do you get to start training again? Bakugo asks, surprising Izuku. He'd almost thought it would remain silent and uncomfortable between them even after the apology. My physical therapist says that I should be on crutches by next week. I thought Recovery Girl was your doctor? She is. I just have an outside team helping me as well. Oh. This sheet, Bakugo curses. I'm FNG outta here. See you at school, shitty nerd. With that, the tension is gone and Izuku is once again alone in the park. As far as apologies from Bakugo go, this one was actually pretty nice. Chapter 74. Coping Mechanisms. Notes. I meant to say this on the last chapter, but thank you so much for all the comments and kudos. I've been really busy, drained at work and unable to reply to all of them, but I read every comment and love them all much. That being said, I'm currently in the process of moving and starting a new job, and so posts might continue to be infrequent as I settle in, laughing face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Anastasia, Deku. Nicholas, Eraserhead. Dimitri, Lemillion. Puka, Ingenium. Dowager Empress Marie Fyodorovna, Sir Nightai. Maria, Ms. Joke. Alexandra, Present Mike. Zosie, Vlad King. Tatiana, Ectoplasm. Olga, Fat Gum. Alexei, Hawks. Sophie, All Might. Vladimir, Detective Tsukachi. Anastasia, I am going through a crisis and watching 20th century movies to cope, so please check the cheat sheet for everyone's new names, laughing face. Nicholas, why? Anastasia, childhood bully apologized to me today. Dimitri, did you fight him? Anastasia, no, but I will. Zosie, who the hell is Zosie? Anastasia, Bartok's best friend. Zosie, the henchman? Anastasia, yes. Zosie, Anastasia, he's a FRUI grizzly bear, okay. Zosie, acceptable. Puka, that movie is a classic. Puka, I still haven't gotten Tenya to watch it. Anastasia, Ida, Tenya has not seen Anastasia? Sophie, neither have I. Anastasia, see, I'm not mad, just disappointed. Anastasia, I see her every time. Nicholas, everything makes you cry. Anastasia, not the point, Dad. Olga, isn't Olga dead? Anastasia, Olga is Anastasia's big sister and well. Puka, and I get the dog? Anastasia, her companion and best friend throughout her formative years? Anastasia, of course you get the dog. Alexandra, Nicholas and Alexandra were married. Anastasia, listen, I know the fates of all these characters. Anastasia, I'm going with their vibes. Dowager Empress Marie Fyodorovna, Anastasia is indeed a classic. Dowager Empress Marie Fyodorovna. However, we've come across a lead in a case that may be related to Trigger that needs the attention of the main force. Dowager Empress Marie Fyodorovna. If possible, please convene at Night Eye Agency in 3 hours. Anastasia, Nicholas, can you give me a ride? Nicholas, yeah kid. I'll be there soon. Anastasia, thanks Dad. Notes. Anastasia is such an underrated movie. Please watch it if you haven't already. I posted in my Discord server that I wanted to read an Anastasia AU and then this chapter just kinda happened. Chapter 75. Yet another meeting, PT2. Notes. Finally, an update. This is definitely the longest I've going without an update since I started posting last year. I took a couple weeks off because I moved, yay, and started a new job, yay. And now that I've settled in a bit I feel like I can give these fix. I haven't forgotten the other ones, don't worry, the attention they deserve. I hope you enjoy. The meeting room at Night Eye Agency is a familiar sight to Izuku. He spent many hours after school here working with Night Eye on the various cases that might have something to do with the trigger ring they're attempting to find and dismantle. Of course, this only happens on the days that Izuku doesn't have to go to physical therapy or regular therapy. So maybe twice a week. 3 times if he's lucky. He could do this work at home or UA, if he really needed to. But after their third meeting, Izuku figures that it's easier to just be in the same building as Night Eye so that he can pass information along or ask questions in person. Izuku loves emails, don't get him wrong, he loves avoiding the anxiety that comes with having to have a response immediately. He enjoys seeing the way that people write, especially when they don't know that he's a 16-year-old quirkless kid with only half an idea what he's doing with his life. There's something fascinating about seeing the different styles and analyzing the personalities behind them. But with Night Eye it's different. The hero has helped 17 orphans get away from a human trafficking ring. He helped Inko adopt Sarai, officially as of 2 nights ago. And because of that, Izuku doesn't feel intimidated by him anymore. He's able to talk to Night Eye without stuttering. Izuku hadn't been joking when he'd said that Night Eye was his uncle. The hero had done so much for him and his mom that at this point it would be heresy to say that Night Eye wasn't family. He's pretty sure his mom had roped Night Eye into her weekly trips to the cat cafe with Zawa. Distracted as he is by his thoughts, Izuku doesn't pay attention to the people filing into the meeting room until someone speaks to him. Cabbage, a familiar voice greets and Izuku nearly jumps out of his chair before his mind catches up with his body and he remembers why that's a bad idea. He's getting there. Soon he'll be able to stand up on his own and he won't have to worry about falling to the floor because his legs don't know how to support his body. Soon. I didn't know you'd be here. Izuku cries, watching Tensei guide his chair to Izuku. I thought you were still in rehab? Tensei laughs. I got out last week, thought I'd surprise everyone. I'm so glad to see you, Turbo, Izuku says, feeling the telltale burn of tears. Tensei laughs and it prompts the tears to fall. I am so happy why you're doing be better. Tensei leans over his chair and gives Izuku a side hug that feels more healing than it probably should. Izuku hadn't realized how much he was worried about Tensei, even though his friend was alive and that's all that truly mattered, until now. They talk a little more but soon enough Night Eye walks in with Tsukachi following him looking like he hasn't slept in a week. He actually thinks that Tsukachi's eyebags could rival Zawa's at this point and he feels bad for the detective. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. Night Eye greets them once everyone has settled. There are a few nods of acknowledgement. Everyone here is used to meetings happening on short notice. They are heroes, and Izuku, after all. We've recently come across evidence of a gang producing quirk-erasing bullets. Chapter 76. Rapunzel, Laughing Face. Chat title, Class 1 Weiyai. Chichipen. Tired, Aizawa Shoyuda. Wired, Midoriya Izuku. Explode, Bakugu Katsuki. Thermostat, Todoroki Shudo. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Fast, Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mido, Ojiro Mashireo. Muted, Kaminari Denki. Kermit, Azuitsu. Glitter, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Bro Number 1, Kirishima Iger. Edgar, Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush, Sata Rikido. Rapunzel, Koda Koji. AirPod, Jairu Kyoka. Queen, Yayorosa Momo. Violet, Hagakure Turu. Fanta, Siro Hanta. Wired, hey guys, I just want to give a fair warning that I will be missing classes periodically over the next few weeks. I've talked with Yamamo and she will be taking on more of my responsibilities as class president during that time. All I can really tell you is that it's for that analysis thing I've mentioned a couple times. Even though I won't be physically present as much, I am available via text if you ever need anything from me. I will still be on campus for the most part, so I'll see you guys at lunches if I'm not in class. Violet, thanks for letting us know. I hope everything is going well with your recovery, Mito. Wyatt, it is. I actually should be able to start on crutches this weekend. Uravity girl, congrats. Bro number 1, that's so manly. You're doing amazing, Mito. Muted, thumbs up emoji. AirPod, did you just type that? Muted, yes. Muted, too lazy to look it up and I'm on my laptop. Alien Queen, this is why you're muted? Muted, fair. Fast. I appreciate you informing us of your absence, Midoriya-kun. I hope all is going well in your endeavors to solve whatever it is that you are working on. My brother has asked me to pass along his regards and he says, and this is a quote but he won't let me paraphrase it. Fast. Puka and Anastasia are going to Paris to become the royalty they've always known they were and steal toes together. Wired. Wipes tear, I've never heard anything more beautiful. Fast. Beautiful. Fast. I do not know why he asked me to repeat your error, Midoriya. My sincerest apologies. Wyatt, it's fine, Blue. Edgar, we shall mourn your empty desk as you work to rid the world of darkness. Fu, no one's gonna judge you for saying we'll miss him. Uravity girl, we all know that everyone but Blasty is going to miss him. Explode, you're not wrong, round cheeks. Ventriloquist, wow. It's like you're entirely predictable. Explode. Huff. Fast. Language. Explode. Japanese. Explode. I can curse in 17 FANG languages. Don't test me, Sonic. Wired. It's true and his mom taught him every single one of them. Kermit. This is not surprising, Caro. Fight Memedo. Do you need someone to take notes for you? Uravity girl. The Azukru will be taking notes. Wired. This the what? Uravity girl. We voted on the name without you last night and there will be no discussion of it. Wired. I was in a meeting. Uravity girl. That sounds like a you problem. Wired. See, you know what? Koda is my only friend now. He'd never do me dirty like this. Rapunzel, laughing face. Chapter 77, Bones. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Lime, Death. Mothman, Eraserhead. Lemon, Lemillion. Sonic, Ingenium. Psyduck, Cernita. Emotional support comedian, Ms. Joke. Michael, Present Mike. Dracula, Vlad King. Danny Phantom, Ectoplasm. Veronica, Fat Gum. Burbucks. Apple Pie, All Might. Exhausted, Detective Tsukachi. Lime, Crisis over, Names have changed. Lime, did y'all know that I have extra bones? Lemon, you what? Lime, yeah, so I was talking with my friends and apparently none of them lost any teeth growing up. Dracula, you lost teeth? Mothman, you have all your teeth? Lime, yeah, so my teeth kinda grew back after I lost them. Michael, WTF. Lime, see, that was my reaction when I found out 80% of the world only has one set of teeth. Lime, do you know how traumatized I was when I lost my first tooth? And to learn that no one else has experienced that? Lemon, do you know how traumatized I am hearing about this? Exhausted, that is quite frankly horrifying, Deku. Lime, yeah, I also have extra toe bones but we knew that. And an extra organ. Veronica, I do not like this conversation. Same. I did research and apparently my extra organ serves no purpose. In fact, it could literally spontaneously explode at any moment and I am terrified of my own body now. Apple pie. Appendicitis is not fun. Private message between Midoriya Izuku and Yagi Tashinori. Midoriya Izuku's name has been set to Green Bean. Yagi Tashinori's name has been set to Corn. Green Bean, were you corkless? Corn, sheet. Corn, I was fifth. Green Bean, what the F dash? This? What? Green Bean, I know you have a quirk now and like, sheet was different for you growing up but? The number one hero was? Quirkles. Green bean. Do you know how hard it is to find positive quirkless role models? Corn. Not really? It's been too long since I've even thought about it, to be honest. Green bean. It's impossible. When you look up quirkless people, all you get are suicide statistics and hate groups. Corn. What the F dash? Corn sheet? Why is it so much worse? Green bean. I have written essays about this sheet. All might you don't understand. Green bean. But knowing that you were quirkless, even if you aren't now, actually means so much to me? Corn. I know that I have made many mistakes with you, young Midoriya, but I do truly wish for your success. Lime. All Might's actually p cool, y'all. Mothman. Who corrupted you? Lime. It's the trauma. Mothman. Valid. Notes. I spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about all the ways Izuku's body could be different from the body of someone with a quirk, and how All Might probably experienced the same things when he was younger, like losing his teeth. Chapter 78. Surprise. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. What are you doing? Shoyuta feels like he shouldn't be surprised anymore. He'd known from the start that Izuku was going to be a problem child. He just didn't think that Izuku would be the problem child. He definitely never thought that he'd find Todoroki Shudo, one of the least expressive children he's ever met, holding his pseudo-son with a panicked expression while said son laughed his head off. I don't actually know, sir. Todoroki responds like it's a question. He just kinda jumped at me? He what? Shoyuta repeats, processing what he's being told before looking at Izuku, who's smirking proudly. You what? I yelled, trust jump, and jumped into Sho's arms. Izuku explains, still grinning. I can jump now. That's very nice, Shoyuta says, his voice blank to hide the pride he feels at the progress Izuku has made. Todoroki, put Izuku back in his chair. But Dad. Izuku whines in protest, flexing his arm not around Todoroki's shoulder as if to prove his point. He's strong. You're an absolute menace, Shoyuta growls before stalking over and grabbing Izuku from Todoroki's arms. You have class in 2 minutes, Todoroki. Go. Todoroki nods and leaves quickly, not wanting to be late to class. Shoyuta looks around and realizes that Izuku's chair is nowhere in sight. It's in the cafeteria, Izuku explains. So you can jump now? Shoyuta asks. While he's accompanied Izuku to his physical therapy sessions, he hasn't gone in with him since Izuku was able to support himself in and out of his chair. His son had wanted to have his progress be a surprise. More than that, Izuku beams. Shuta's pretty sure the kid's smile could rival All Might's, or the sun itself if he's being honest. I can walk. The kid is quick to elaborate, his arms swinging wildly and causing Shoyuta to have to shift his grip so he doesn't drop him. Not for long and not without a cane yet, but I did it, Dad. His kid is crying now. They're tears of joy, but still. Shoyuta does not do tears. I'm walking. Okay, maybe for this kid he'll cope. Notes. I have been waiting for this chapter since January when Z showed me her art on my Discord. Chapter 79. Muted. Wait, finals? Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chat title, Class 1 Weiyai. Chichipinned. Tired. Aizawa Shoyuta. Wired. Midoriya Izuku. Explode. Bakugu Katsuki. Thermostat. Todoroki Shudo. Uravity Girl. Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu. Shuji Mizo. Fast. Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist. Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mido. Ojiro Mashireo. Muted. Kaminari Denki. Kermit. Azuitsu. Glitter. Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen. Ashido Mina. Bro Number 1. Kirishima Iger. Edgar. Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush. Sata Rikido. Rapunzel. Koda Koji. AirPod. Jaira Kyoka. Queen. Yayoro Momo. Violet. Hagakure Turu. Fanta. Siro Hanta. Wired. Theory. All heroes have eye bags and Zawa is the only one who doesn't bother covering them up. Wired. Proof. I just saw Mike out of costume and his eye bags are clearly designer. Wired. Discuss. Cthulhu. Can confirm, I was with Aizu when he saw this and it was strange, to say the least. The man needs sleep. Ventriloquist. Not much to discuss when it's fact. Wired, and know what? Wired, fair. Glitter, where were you that you saw Mike out of costume? Wired, the park by my house. Wired, Mez was helping me with homework. Muted, Shuji was? Wired, yeah? He's really smart and works hard and is good at explaining things. Wired, and we have finals coming up, so I wanted to get caught up on the things I missed because of PT. Muted, makes sense. Muted, wait, finals? Alien Queen, sheet. Wired, we can do a study group if y'all need it. Queen, excellent idea. Queen, I have space for everyone who wants to join in at my place. AirPod, this is why you're queen. Queen, Kyoka flushed face. Kermit, she's not wrong, Momo. Uravity girl, true. Alien Queen, true. Violet, true. Wired, true. Rapunzel's true. Quink guys? Violet, alright. Subject change to keep Momo from dying of embarrassment. Queen, thank you. Violet, how's your case thing going, Mito? It's strange not having you in class all the time. Wired, as well as can be expected. I'll be in class more frequently until the end of the semester though. Which will be nice, I miss seeing you guys all the time too. Glitter, what will you be doing for your practical since you haven't been able to participate in heroics, Mon Amy? Wired, Nedzu has made me a separate exam. That is all I know. Cthulhu, R.I.P. Aizu. Ventriloquist, more like R.I.P. us. There's no way Aizu's exam won't impact us in some way. Cthulhu, oh no. Cthulhu, R.I.P. us. Violet, it's not going to be that bad. Thermostat, Aizu was trained by Aizawa. Violet, oh no. Violet, R.I.P. us. Wired. And Nedzu, though that wasn't until more recently. Tired, rip, Wired. Thanks Dad. Tired, welcome, son. Thermostat, I knew it. Wired, I remember explicitly telling you that I saw Zawa as a father figure, Shudo. Thermostat, sure. Thermostat, but I wasn't sure if he saw you as a son. Wired, the man is listed as my second guardian on all my paperwork now. Wired, he best see me as son, he's not getting out of this. Wired, speaking of guardians. Zaw, Mom wants you at dinner tonight. Tired, I'll be there. Fight me Mito, you sure gave up on hiding that quick. Wired, it was never my intention to hide it. I just didn't say anything at the start because I didn't want anyone to think I'd gotten in because Zawa is my mentor. I got in on my own strength, I just had to work harder to get to the starting line than most. Ventriloquist, I think one look at your training schedule would have proved that Aizawa doesn't show his favoritism. Wired, it's not that bad. Ventriloquist, your warm-up was a 10-mile run. Wired, I told you he added a mile every month. It's perfectly logical. Bro number 1, that's hella manly. Wired, thanks Kirishima. Tired, every one of you should be able to do this as a warm-up. We'll be adding an extra mile to your warm-ups each month from now on. Muted, frick. Tired, don't make me make it 2 miles every month. Muted, please no sir. I'm sorry sir. Wired. You were doing that anyways? Tired, don't spill my secrets, problem child. Wired. Sorry Dad. Tired, that's what I thought. Notes. Y'all didn't think I was going to skip arcs, did ya? Chapter 80. Copy this. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku understands that Aizawa, Nedzu, and his mom want him to have a normal high school experience. Or as normal as he can get. He gets that most of the search for a traitor requires actually being in school. He knows that, and yet he's still a little bit bitter about having to go to school when he knows that they're close to a breakthrough on the case. It feels like there are better things he can be doing with his time. Especially since he actually has to go to heroics now, even though he still can't participate. Aizawa joked about learning through osmosis, but Izuku's 100% sure that's not how osmosis works. Before they get to heroics, though, they have to get through lunch and Izuku finds himself hesitating in the hall outside the cafeteria. It's not like he's never been in UA's cafeteria before. He just hasn't been there in a while. He went a couple times with Oken and Shudo after the USJ, but all the stares he received had discouraged Izuku from going back. Not to mention he had to leave during the lunch PRD for his PT appointments, but those are down to once a week, since Izuku can do most of the exercises on his own now. He takes a deep breath and slowly pushes forward on his chair's joystick. That is, until he feels a presence beside him, not a ghost but a student from Class 1B. Izuku hadn't had much of a chance to get to know the students of 1B with his schedule, but he was at least familiar with their names and their quirks because of his search for the UA traitor. What are you waiting for, 1A? Are you too scared to enter the cafeteria? Izuku is very familiar with teasing words like this. Words that are meant to hurt him, to belittle him, or to humiliate him. Usually a combination of the three. Yes. Monoma seems surprised by this response. Clearly not expecting Izuku to be honest with him. But Izuku couldn't deny that he was afraid. He knew that realistically nothing was going to happen, but that wasn't going to stop his brain from coming up with a multitude of scenarios. Everything from villains invading UA, to Izuku somehow forgetting to wear his pants. I haven't actually been in the cafeteria in over a month, Izuku admits. Too many people staring at me and whispering about how I shouldn't be in the hero course anymore. Why shouldn't you be in the hero course anymore? Monoma asks, like he's genuinely confused. It's a far cry from his almost scathing tone of before. Because I was injured at the USJ attack, and also due to the fact that I'm quirkless, many people think I should have never been able to even apply to the hero course. That's just bullshit. There's no policy saying that someone without a quirk can't apply to UA. Izuku nods, hiding his surprise as best he can. Clearly it's not good enough. I may be an a-hole, Midoriya, but I'm not a quirkist a-hole, Monoma says with a wry tone. Without other people, I'm as good as quirkless. Your quirk is so powerful though. Izuku gushes. He's been wanting to gush about Monoma's quirk since he saw it at the sports festival. The knowledge you must have about quirks and the practice you must have done to be able to use any quirk immediately is already mind-boggling. Not to mention the fact that you have to be able to fight quirkless too. Honestly, if you hadn't been facing Bakugo in the sports festival, I think you could have easily won it. Yeah. Your quirk is so cool, Monoma-kun. Izuku tells him, ignoring the way the other first-year blushes at the praise. What kind of training do you even do for it? Izuku doesn't even realize they're in the cafeteria until he suddenly doesn't have to look up at Monoma to talk to him because the blonde is sitting at a table now. He blinks and looks around. They're sitting at the table full of Izuku's friends and he has a plate of katsudon in front of him. He notes the looks of confusion from his friends. Monoma is, after all, historically hostile towards Class 1A. But he seems content to just sit there and eat his own lunch. Izuku wonders if he even knows that they're sitting with kids from 1A. No one actually says anything about it, though. They must have noticed how excited Izuku was to have another person to talk quirks with. Monoma, much like Izuku, grew up documenting quirks, how to use them, and their weaknesses. He considers himself lucky that he was even able to make it into the hero course. Izuku relates to that. You're cooler than I thought you'd be, Monoma remarks towards the end of lunch. I wouldn't really call myself cool, Izuku replies. I'm more lukewarm than anything. You're actually pretty hot, Hitoshi interjects from where he sits next to Monoma. The others had, up until this point, given Izuku and Monoma space to hyperfixate on quirks. Toshi! Izuku protests, feeling his cheeks heat up in embarrassment. Izuku does not like his friends. He's more adorable than anything really, Oken teases. Izuku attempts to hide his face behind his arms but ends up almost contorting them around his head instead. Like a green bunny, Sho adds. The fact that there's no inflection in his tone makes it worse. Huh, Monoma says, and for a second Izuku thinks his new friend might actually be his savior. I can see that. Never mind, Izuku has no friends anymore. It's only when all of his friends start laughing that Izuku realizes he said that out loud. Notes. Monoma is such an interesting character to me and I'm super excited to have him finally join the storyline. I have many plans for this dude and I hope y'all enjoy them as much as I am. Chapter 81. Progress. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Parents, like all humans, are flawed. Some are flawed more than others. Take Todoroki Enji for example. Izuku can't even list the man's flaws without his hands cramping, which is a feat in itself since Izuku can write for a long time before his hand starts to cramp at this point. The man is flawed to his core and there is very little that can be done to fix that. Some parents, like his mom, needed outside help to see their flaws. Izuku knows that his mom has always tried her best. When he was younger and she'd apologized after they'd been told he'd be quirkless forever, Izuku knew it was because she'd seen the darkest that humanity has to offer. After meeting Zawa and talking with the man about it, Izuku had been able to tell his mom how those words had made him feel. How each guilty look had cut when he'd talked about becoming a hero. How all he'd needed was a little support, not dreams about what could have been, were he born with a quirk. It was never, I want to be a hero, for Izuku, it was always, I'm going to be a hero, and knowing his mom doubted his ability had made him withdraw from her. Not much, and not for long, but he'd stopped talking about becoming a hero for a few years at home. He never let that dream go, though, even when it felt like everything was telling him it was impossible. Now, though, seeing the pride in his mom's eyes when he walks out of his physical therapy appointment makes everything better. There are tears, as there always are with the two of them. They hugs and sob and they don't even think about leaving until Zawa clears his throat because it's been 30 minutes and he does still have to patrol tonight. You're walking again, his mom breathes. Oh baby. He still has a few weeks before he can do anything strenuous, but the worst of it is behind us, Aizawa informs her. Having been in the appointment with Izuku, he'd wanted to surprise his mom after, if he'd gotten the all clear to leave his chair behind, which he clearly had. Aizawa had been there to get all the information they'd need for the rest of Izuku's recovery. As long as he doesn't get hurt again, he won't need the chair anymore. I will miss the thing, Izuku remarks with a small smile, one filled to the brim with exultation at his process. No more toe stealing for me. I'm sure you'll manage, Inko says with a laugh. You've always been resourceful. Izuku envelopes his mom in a side hug, careful not to whack her with his cane. He's relying on it less and less every day, but he'll need it for at least a month even after he adds the more strenuous activities back into his schedule. Do you think Hatsum could? No. Zawa protests immediately. But Dad, Izuku whines petulantly. He only wants to add a taser to the cane. It's not even that bad. She's not allowed to work on anything for you anymore until you're able to participate in practical heroics again. DMN. That's what you get for letting her add lasers to your chair. But lasers? Izuku defends. He can't help but grin when he hears his mom stifle a snort next to him. Why don't we go out for Katsudon to celebrate? Yes, please. Izuku cheers. Zawa hums, I suppose that's only logical. Naturally, Inko agrees indulgently. We are clearly the most logical group of people there is. They're leaving the restaurant when Izuku's phone rings. Not his personal one, but the one Zawa had gotten for his work as Deku when he'd complained about running out of space on his personal phone. This is Deku. Izuku answers hesitantly. Not many of his contacts had this number yet. Usually Izuku keeps to emails for the people outside the main task force for the trigger case, though they all had his personal number anyways. Hello Deku, the person on the other end answers. Izuku doesn't recognize the voice, but he's not really surprised by that. I need your help. What seems to be the problem? Izuku asks, suddenly more alert than he was before as his hand itches to write down what the person, a higher-pitched voice, but he's not going to assume anything about them, tells him about their situation. A trigger dealer had been caught at the Ayukawa port and had been killed in his holding cell with no proof of who had done it, but clear signs that it had been an outside job. Okay, Izuku says when they finish. He takes a deep breath and looks over to Zawa, who looks on edge. Okay, I need to talk to my mentor about this. I'll see what we can do. Please keep me updated on the situation and don't hesitate to call if you find anything else out. Can I get your name before you go? So I know who to ask for if I need to. Ketsuraku Kazu. Thank you, Ketsuraku-san, Izuku says before hanging up. He sighs as he pockets his phone. What's wrong? Zawa asks. They're in Inko's car now, though she hasn't started it yet. Izuku glances at his mom but tells Zawa what he's been told anyways. Inko simply frowns, clearly worried but not wanting to interrupt his work. Izuku appreciates it. How'd they get your number? She asks with a frown. Izuku pauses. I don't know, he admits after a moment of muttering. I can check in with a few people, but this does present another problem if random people are getting my number, considering I don't hand it out willy-nilly and I've had this phone for a few days. We can figure that out later, Zawa says with a frown of his own. In the meantime, we need to get this information to Night Eye. I'm emailing him now. Notes. I just want to reiterate how much I love and appreciate all of you. I really never expected this FIC to get the love it has received since I first started posting. We've officially passed 10K kudos and that is just awesome. Thank you for your continued support and I hope y'all keep enjoying this story as much as I enjoy writing it. Chapter 82, Takasensia. Notes. I just want to let y'all know that I really and truly appreciate the love you give this FIC. I honestly never expected so many people to enjoy it and I'm so glad I can bring y'all something to look forward to. Don't forget that I have other fics and y'all can also follow me on Twitter. This is a link to a Twitter FIC I'm working on, laughing face. You can also join the Discord server I started for this FIC and other fics I write. Izuku wonders if there's a word for when something starts moving so fast that it feels like everything else is going slow. Or if he can find something more succinct than frustrated when asked to explain how he's handling working on the case he's on and first semester finals. He can't figure out how to explain it, so he just tells his therapist about the first feeling with a frown. There are so many things happening with the case now, and yet Izuku is still preparing to take his practical exam tomorrow. They've made it through the written tests, but Izuku was never really concerned about those, considering he's been studying with his friends in what free time he has. It doesn't really help that Izuku doesn't actually know what his practical exam is going to be. It's not like he can fight with his classmates. He's able to walk now, and boy did his classmates love to overreact to any progress he makes. He has cried several times just thinking about how much support they had given him when he'd walked into class 3 days ago, but he can't do much more than that yet. He's pretty sure it's going to have something to do with analysis, considering that's a lot of what Izuku has been covering with Nedzu during their weekly lessons, which are more conversations over chess than anything. But with a school like UA, literally anything is possible. Can you believe it's already the practical exam? Oken asks in her usually bubbly voice as they line up outside ground beta, waiting for the teachers to come out. It feel like the term started yesterday, Izuku says, leaning heavily against his cane. But then, it also feels like this semester started a lifetime ago. A lot has happened in the last 3 months, Tokoyami interjects, and Izuku's friend group nods their heads in agreement. It took me 3 months to get adopted by several heroes. Only 3 months? Tsuchan asks. I thought you started as an analyst a year ago? It was a year ago, but I didn't start working with a lot of the pro heroes until the start of the term. And now you have a father, several uncles, and an aunt. Yes, Todokuin, but none of them are related to me by blood or legally, so your conspiracy theories don't count. Izuku jokes with a laugh. It's strange though, how much acceptance I've gained in the last year that I didn't have before. All right you Hellions, Zawa says, gathering everyone's attention. It's time to get started. All his classmates immediately tune into what Zawa is saying, despite their previous conversations. It's a far cry from the time it took them to settle down on the first day of school. Zawa almost looks proud. Today we're going to do your practical exam. Don't fail. Such encouragement, Izuku chuckles. Your test will be fighting us. Nedzu cheers gleefully, popping out from his place in Zawa's scarf, startling most of Izuku's peers. I thought it was supposed to be robots. Mina cries in dismay. How are we supposed to pass this test? Kaminari frets. Maybe if you knuckleheads listened, you'd find out, Bakugo snaps, glaring at 2 of the people in his friend group who wouldn't have anything to worry about if they just had a bit more confidence in their own abilities. I hate to say this, but Bakugo is correct, Zawa says, ignoring Bakugo's grumble. The teachers will have handicaps. He holds up a set of body weights that Izuku's pretty sure he saw Mei helping Powerloader make. He really hopes they don't spontaneously combust. Though, that would mean an automatic win for the pair against the teacher it happened to, right? What about Midoriya? Kaminari asks, barely remembering to raise his hand before blurting out his questions. He turns to Izuku with a sheepish smile. No offense, dude, but you're not really ready to be fighting teachers. None taken, Izuku replies with a shrug. He knows he's not ready to be fighting anyone yet. Izuku will be given a different assignment, Netsu says with a manic grin that has half the students taking a step back. Izuku smiles back, just as excited for his exam as he is nervous. He's going to be planning your training camp regime. I don't like that he called it a regime, Sato murmurs somewhere behind Izuku. But that Izuku could do. Chapter 83, Let's Go to the Mall. Notes. This chapter wanted to fight me at Denny's at 2 in the morning. The exam goes well for most of Izuku's class. There are only a few of them who fail the practical portion, and no one fails the written exam, so Izuku isn't surprised when Aizawa announces that everyone will be attending the summer training camp. While he technically has until training camp to finish his own final, Izuku decides to get it out of the way as soon as possible. He spends 3 days in the warehouse working on his test before Zoa physically drags him out for the afternoon. Your class is going shopping and they asked me to make sure you were there, Zoa informs. Izuku looks at his mentor with wide eyes. Ooh, you're actually doing it? He's confused. Izuku knows that Zoa is a softie, underneath the rigid sense of responsibility and the need to train his students to not only be competent heroes, but to survive as competent heroes. I need to pick up a few things from the store and your mom and I agree that you shouldn't be out for too long without an adult present. Zawa seems to see his skeptical look and rolls his eyes. I'm not going to babysit you, Izuku. I'll just be there so you don't have to walk to and from the train station. Thanks, Dad, Izuku says, throwing his arms around Zawa's waist. They ignore the clatter of Izuku's cane, though Zawa does swoop down to pick it up before guiding Izuku to the car. Plus, you need to spend time with your friends. They're driving me crazy. How? Do you even check the group chat that you forced me to be in? I asked and you said, and I quote, sure, can't be worse than the one with Mike and Namuri, end quote. Irrelevant. I didn't think he'd actually bring you. Oken cheers when Izuku walks up, Zawa trailing behind him with his hands stuffed into his pockets, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Izuku kind of agrees. He loves his friends, don't get him wrong, he's just not a huge fan of malls. There are too many people and the number of violent crimes taking place in malls has been skyrocketing in recent years. He shakes it off, he's here to get a few things he needs for the training camp and to spend time with his class. Just like his dad said. He kidnapped me, Izuku pouts good-naturedly. It's what you deserved, Hitoshi immediately responds. Izuku admires how quick the team can think of comebacks. It really is, Shochan agrees, his face blank. Izuku blinks at Shudo. Usually he'd use their days off to go visit his mom, a relationship he only started to work on fixing after the sports festival. I'm going to see her after, Shochan explains, correctly interpreting Izuku's look. Izuku just nods. What exactly does everyone need? Izuku asks, surveying the group, which is their entire class, even Bakugo, to Izuku's surprise. This seems like an impractically large group to walk around the mall with. We should break into smaller groups. An excellent idea, Yamamo agrees easily. It's quick work to make the groups. They all agree to meet back at the food court for lunch in an hour before heading their separate ways. Izuku's group has Oken, Shochan, Hitoshi, Ji-chan and himself. None of them really need a lot, so once they have what they need, they decide to wander around the stores for a while. I have to pee, Izuku says suddenly, louder than he intended, if the looks he's receiving from strangers is anything to go by. I'll go with you, Hitoshi says, bored with the store that the others are looking at. The two of them break off, looking for the bathrooms. When Izuku's done, he waits at a nearby bench for Hitoshi to come out, taking the chance to rest before he has to start walking around the mall again. Izuku's not sure exactly how it happens. One moment, he's sitting alone on the bench. The next, there's a hand wrapped around his neck and a chill running down his spine. Well, don't you look familiar? This is the voice that has haunted Izuku's dreams for months. The voice of the man who almost ruined his hero career before it even had a chance to begin. Izuku freezes, there's nothing he can do when faced with a man who can kill him with a single touch. He's never felt less capable than he does now. I didn't come here expecting to find anyone. Make any trouble. But I guess plans can change at the drop of a hat. There are 4 fingers hovering right above his neck. He can feel Shigaraki's breath on his cheek. It makes him want to throw up. I have a couple questions for you, Shigaraki says genially, like he's not threatening Izuku's life in the middle of a crowded mall. Why hasn't anyone noticed? What makes them think this is a friendly encounter? Where is Hitoshi? Okay, Izuku breathes because he has no other choice. Not if he wants to live. Oh, are you Izuku's friend? Never has Izuku been more grateful to hear Hitoshi's voice. Especially when Shigaraki immediately responds. No, just an aqua. Hitoshi's quirk immediately takes hold. Izuku is careful not to jostle the villain as he moves out of his grip. When Izuku is finally brave enough to look around him, he sees Zawa standing next to Hitoshi and jumps into his dad's arms. I really don't like malls, Izuku informs them wetly as tears begin to roll down his cheeks. He can feel Zawa's hand running through his messy curls. The soft timbre of his voice as he murmurs, Yorokuzu, I've got you. And for a moment, he can think that maybe this whole thing is a dream. But no. Hitoshi's grunted, I can't hold him much longer, pulls Izuku back into the moment. Keeping close to Zawa, Izuku turns to glare at Shigaraki, who is still under Hitoshi's hold. A police officer has the villain in quirk-canceling cuffs just as Hitoshi's control breaks and the teen lilts to the side. Zawa manages to catch Hitoshi before he falls to the ground. Izuku reaches out to put a hand on his friend's shoulder. He's going to be grateful for forever that Hitoshi was nearby. What now? Izuku asks when Shigaraki is hauled off by 3 officers and 2 heroes, ones that Izuku vaguely recognizes and will probably gush about when his brain is fully functioning. He feels like his head is full of cotton candy. Now, we go find the rest of your class and make sure everyone gets home okay. Chapter 84. Emotionally exhausted. Notes. It's been a while since I've done a double update, laughing face. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Lime, Death. Mothman, Eraserhead. Lemon, Lemillion. Sonic, Ingenium. Psyduck, Cernita. Emotional support comedian, Ms. Joke. Michael, Present Mike. Dracula, Vlad King. Danny Phantom, Ectoplasm. Veronica, Fat Gum. Burbooks. Apple Pie, All Might. Exhausted, Detective Tsukachi. Apple Pie, Eraserhead is. Everyone in your class all right? Mothman, physically this. Emotionally, unsure. Lime, emotionally, exhausted. Lime, glad that a-hole is in jail though. Lemon, gasp. You're not allowed to curse. Better. Lime, just imagine me flipping you off right now. Better yet. Lime, image of Izuku flipping off the camera. Burb, wait, who's in jail? Lime, Shigaraki. Lemon, Shigaraki. Mothman, Shigaraki. Michael, Shigaraki. Psyduck, Shigaraki. Emotional support comedian, Shigaraki. Dracula, Shigaraki. Apple Pie, Shigaraki. Exhausted, Shigaraki. Burb, I think I got it. Veronica, Shigaraki. Veronica, boo, you ruined it. Burb, sorry? Lime, you should be. Lime, anyway. Lime, sir is currently interrogating Shigaraki about the workings of the League of Villains and the Trigger case. Hopefully we can confirm the League is actually involved. Lime, and he will keep us updated. Until then, everyone knows their roles. Nothing else is changing. Lime, roles. Dash. Lemon, gasped Dad. He's cursing again. Apple Pie, young Deku. Mothman, Deku, what has your mother said about cursing? Lime, to only do it where no cameras can pick it up? Lemon, what? Lime, shrugs, curses are only words. They can't actually hurt you. Lemon, sticks and stones may break my bones. Michael, but chains and whips excite me. Lime, dead meme alert. Also gross. You're like my uncle. This should be illegal. Mothman, apologize to my son. Michael, sorry. Mothman, thud. Lanyo. I wish you could see it right now, but Dad is glaring at Mike so hard right now and Mike looks like he's going to cry. Lime, this man is a pro hero, y'all. Dracula. To be fair, Eraserhead can be scary. Lime. Imagine if he was a villain. Apple pie. No thanks. Lime to. Chapter 85. Pool Party. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chat title, Class 1 Weiyai. Chichipen. Tired, Aizawa Shoyuda. Wired, Midoriya Izuku. Explode, Bakugu Katsuki. Thermostat, Todoroki Shudo. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Fast, Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mido, Ojiro Mashireo. Muted, Kaminari Denki. Kermit, Azuitsu. Glitter, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Bro Number 1, Kirishima Iger. Edgar, Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush, Sata Rikido. Rapunzel, Koda Koji. AirPod, Jairu Kyoka. Queen, Yayuro Momo. Violet, Hagakure Turu. Fanta, Siro Hanta. Wired, if we are doing another meetup it will be on campus with Dad and Mike present. I will accept nothing less. Wired, I am sick and tired of villains. Thermostat, valid. Muted, what should we do then? Alien Queen, pool party? Kermit, a pool party sounds nice, Carol. Glitter, alas, I shan't make it. My moms are in town and require my assistance with their work until the day before we leave for camp. Bro Number 1, a pool party sounds manly. Fight Me Mido. It feels almost anticlimactic now that Shigaraki is in jail. Fast. While I do agree with your statement, Ojiro, it's better to not let our guard down. Fast. I do agree that a pool party would be nice. Fanta, let's do it. AirPod, agreed. Wyatt, Dad? Tired, alright. 5 p.m. on Saturday. Explode, gross. Wyatt, what? Afraid of a little water? Ventriloquist, I will never get tired of Aizu roasting Bakugu. Explode, I can swim better than all of you. Wyatt, Tsuchun. Explode, I can swim better than most of you. Muted, LMAO. Cthulhu, Aizu, are you sure you don't have a swimming quirk? Fast. You do swim rather fast. Wired, I don't. A lot of my physical therapy was swimming after I started being able to move my legs again. Explode. The nerd has always been weirdly good at swimming. Wired, thanks. Explode, Wired, no thanks. Explode, fine. Wired, laughing face. Explode, see. Muted, what is happening? Wired, this is just how Baka and I communicate. Wired, sorry, meant Baku. Ventriloquist, fitting though. Explode, I'll fight you troll doll. Don't think I won't. Ventriloquist, I'd win. Ventriloquist, I took down Shigaraki without even lifting a finger. Explode, you have a god-med mental quirk, a-hole. Ventriloquist, doesn't change the fact that I took down Shigaraki without even lifting a finger. Wired, my hero swoons. Explode, GGS. Bro Number 1, Baku actually just almost threw up. Muted, it was DISGUSTING. Notes. Was gonna post this yesterday but I got no sleep Monday night and crashed as soon as I got home from work though. Chapter 86, Developments. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku stares down at his phone, a frown slowly forming as he reads his email. They had a lead. Something, almost, tangible that could help Izuku and the rest of his team figure out who was behind the trigger drag, potentially even take them down. That was good. The bad part was that the lead was a little girl, approximately 6 years of age, with bandaged arms and fear-filled eyes. I see you've gotten the email, Deku. I have, Izuku replies easily, turning to meet Naitai's gaze. It's not much to go on as it is, though. You think it'll be enough? I'll make it be enough, Izuku responds hotly with confidence that some might have thought to be the naive arrogance of a 16-year-old boy. It wasn't, though. There was a girl somewhere who needed to be saved and Izuku was going to save her. Chat title, Trigger Red. Lime, Theft. Mothman, Eraserhead. Lemon, Lemillion. Sonic, Ingenium. Psyduck, Cernita. Emotional support comedian, Ms. Joke. Michael, Present Mike. Dracula, Vlad King. Danny Phantom, Ectoplasm. Veronica, Fat Gum. Burbooks. Apple Pie, All Might. Exhausted, Detective Tsukachi. Exhausted, Shigaraki Tamura is officially in custody. Lime, as he deserves. Psyduck, any news on the rest of the league? Lime, if I see them I will fight them. That's the news. Mothman, you will do no such thing. Lime, I have just been informed that I will do no such thing. Danny Phantom at Psyduck, I will be at your office in 15 minutes. Psyduck, thanks for the heads up. Did you get a lead, Ecto? Danny Phantom, yes. Sweet. Dad, I know I got home from there like 10 minutes ago, but can I get a ride to Uncle's office? Lime at Exhausted if you can meet us there? Mothman, yeah, I'll be there in 5. Exhausted, I'll be there. Thanks. Mothman. Lime. Tatswanda. Lemon, are you crying? Lime, you REA Krinig. Lime, update for y'all not present. Lime, we're about 93% sure we know who the mole is. Lime, but we are not going to do anything but monitor for now. With Shigaraki out of the picture, we're just waiting for the mole to make a move or run for the hills. Lime, those of you in the mole group please carefully stop trying to find the mole. We'll update you as soon as we can. Lemon, how are you typing? Lemon, y'all, he's not even holding his phone. He's working out in Night Eye's gym. He's bench pressing with like 116 kilograms? Lime, I have toes. Lemon, WTF. Burb, have I mentioned how much I love Deku's chaotic energy? Lime, I Shiafia thanks best Burb. I strive to please. Mothman, Deku. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Please start your cooldown. Mothman, also. He was using speech to text. Lime, why do you have to ruin my fun? C. Mothman, you stole my sleeping bag. Lime, you deserved it. Mothman, Lime, C. Mothman, I'm here. Michael, I just want to let everyone know that Eraserhead took about a bazillion photos of Deku when he stole his sleeping bag. He's not mad, just petty. Emotional support comedian, LMAO. Notes. This chapter tried to end me, I swear it. I took a break, BC work was driving me crazy, but then when work calmed down this chapter was like, haha, you can't write anymore, laughing face. Chapter 87. Aizawa is #1 dad. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chat title, Class 1 Weiyai. Cheat sheet pinned. Tired, Aizawa Shoyuda. Wired, Midoriya Izuku. Explode, Bakugu Katsuki. Thermostat, Todoroki Shudo. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Fast, Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mido, Ojiro Mashireo. Muted, Kaminari Denki. Kermit, Azuitsu. Glitter, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Bro #1, Kirishima Iger. Edgar, Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush, Sata Rikido. Rapunzel, Koda Koji. AirPod, Jaira Kyoka. Queen, Yayorosa Momo. Violet, Hagakure Turu. Fanta, Siro Hanta. Ventriloquist, I know that Aizu and I pretend not to like each other all the time. Ventriloquist, but if another Gen Ed student comes up to me asking if I brainwashed the staff to get him into the hero course. Ventriloquist, I will sick Baku-chan on them. Explode, call me that again. I dare you. Ventriloquist, Baku-chan. Bro #1, Shinbro, why would you taunt him like that? Ventriloquist, Baku-chan doesn't scare me. Have you listened to Aizu when he rants? Bro #1, fair. Explode, fucker is quirkless for a reason. Imagine the nerd with a quirk on top of all that dumbass chaotic energy he already has. Wired, that's the next thing you've ever said to me. Tired at Ventriloquist, give me names. Ventriloquist, sent. Tired, thanks. Wired, Dad no. Tired, Dad yes. Wired, not worth it. See. Tired, yes it is. Not only are they accusing Shinso of something illegal, but they're implying that you don't deserve to be here even though you have more heroic qualities in your pinky toe than they do in their whole bodies. Tired. I've said it before and I'll say it until you believe it. You are already a hero. Wired. Wow, this invisible onion I'm chopping is making me cry. Thermostat. Aizawa is #1 dad. Wired. It's true. Wired. He's got a mug to prove it. Chat name. The plants. Cheat sheet pinned. Midoriya Izuku deciduous tree bush. Shuji Mizo cactus cactus. Shinso Hitoshi twig. Uraraka Ochako boulder. Todoroki Shudo Christmas tree. Deciduous tree. Y'all ready for the training camp? Cactus. No. Christmas tree. No. Deciduous tree. Well, be ready. Nedzu and Dad have officially approved my training schedules. Laughing face. I fear no villains. Only Midoriya Izuku. Deciduous tree. Sarai, Mom, and a few of the Sibs will be making cookies for everyone. We'll be having them on the last day, so y'all better do your best. Oh shit. Yeah. I'll do it for their cookies. Christmas tree. Suddenly I am ready for the training camp. Cactus. I am suddenly looking forward to the training camp. Deciduous tree. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Notes. I just wanted to write fluff. Chapter 88. Present mic appreciation. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chat title. Trigger Ed. Lime. Dead. Mothman. Eraserhead. Lemon. Lemillion. Sonic. Ingenium. Psyduck. Cernita. Emotional support comedian. Ms. Joke. Michael. Present mic. Dracula. Vlad King. Danny Phantom. Ectoplasm. Veronica. Fat Gum. Burbooks. Apple Pie. All Might. Exhausted. Detective Tsukachi. Lime. Friendly reminder that Michael is actually a genius and I will fight anyone who tries to say otherwise, even the man himself. Dracula. What happened? Lime. It was self-doubt hours for Mike, but I refuse to let the man continue this way. Michael. I'm sobbing. How are you so pure and yet so terrifying? Lime. It's the trauma. Mothman. Deku. When we stop at the rest area, stay by me. You are not cleared for this activity. Lime. I hate when you use proper grammar because that means I have to listen _. Dracula. If you're on the bus, how do you know Mock was doubting himself? Lime. Bold of you to assume I don't know everything always. Dracula. I don't like that response. Lime. JK. I'm in a group chat with Mike and Eraser Dad and joke for reasons. Dracula. What reasons? Lime. Good ones. Mothman. Bad ones. Lime. Mostly we share really old internet memes, but sometimes they give me advice. Lime. Oh shit. Dad really just said yeet as my entire class was launched over a cliff. Burb. I am suddenly very glad I never went to you. Lime. Redacted. Lime. I can't talk about that here either. Burb. Lime. Don't worry about it. Burb. That just makes me even more worried. Laughing face. Notes. Not me realizing that I stopped formatting chat chapters the same whoops L. Chapter 89. Tired. No. Chat title. Class 1 Weiyai. Cheat sheet pinned. Tired. Aizawa Shoyuda. Wired. Midoriya Izuku. Explode. Bakugu Katsuki. Thermostat. Todoroki Shudo. Uravity Girl. Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu. Shuji Mizo. Fast. Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist. Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mido. Ojiro Mashireo. Muted. Kaminari Denki. Kermit. Azuitsu. Glitter. Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen. Ashido Mina. Bro number 1. Kirishima Iger. Edgar. Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush. Sata Rikido. Rapunzel. Koda Koji. AirPod. Jaira Kyoka. Queen. Yayoro Momo. Violet. Hagakure Turu. Fanta. Siro Hanta. Fight Me Mido. Midoriya Izuku. Wired. I gotta admit that this part was not my idea. Wired. Blame Pixie Bob for that one. Wired. All I did was give a few suggestions. Fight Me Mido. I cannot wait to fight you D. Wired. That is fair. Fanta. I have never been so sore in my life. Explode. Maybe you should run more. Fanta. Maybe you should fight me. Explode. Yeah. Fanta. No, I changed my mind. Fanta. I like life. Ventriloquist. Imagine liking life. Tired, though. Wired. Not mood. Ventriloquist. Muted. What did you even do in the hours that took us? Wired. Helped make your dinner. Wired. Also PT stuff as well as weapons training. Wired. If I keep up with my schedule, I should be able to rejoin heroics at the start of the semester. Gravity girl? Hell yeah. I am so excited, Mito. Wired. Laughing face. Explode. Explode. You cooked? Wired. Rude. Wired. I helped prep. Wired. And I was supervised. Tired. I learned the hard way. Wired. Also rude. Wired. I can make rice. Tired. You forget about it half the time. Wired. I get distracted easily. It's literally not my fault. Tired. Which is why you're not allowed in the kitchen unsupervised. Wired. See. Ventriloquist. I love hearing that there are things that Mito is not naturally good at. Wired. I'm not good at having a quirk. Ventriloquist. But you are really good at not having a quirk. Wired. Thanks? Sugar rush. Why is this miso so salty? Wired. Firstly. Wired. BRB, let me get the replacement we made. Try see. Chapter 90. Morning. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Shoyuta hates mornings. Especially mornings where he has to see his hell class before he's had the chance to drink his usual unhealthy amount of coffee. Even though he's running the training camp, his other hero duties have not ended. Shoyuta and Izuku had been up half the night on a video call with Night Eye and Hawks. Dealing with the bird hero had been exhausting. Coffee, Shuta's favorite student ever says, presenting the teacher with a cup of the life-saving drink. No one would perish this morning thanks to Izuku. The wait for the rest of 1A to join them in the brisk air of dawn is peaceful. Izuku leans into Shuta's side. The kid's cane is leaning against a stump, but he's been losing it less and less, and that's thrilling to see. He's so damn proud of this kid. 1A slowly trickles out from the complex, joining Izuku and Shoyuta on the lawn. They all look as tired as Shoyuta feels, and it's a small comfort to know that they probably won't have the energy to give him a headache this morning. Eventually, Izuku moves over to join his friends, conversing with them quietly as they wait for the 5 o'clock hour to start their training for the day. At 4:59, Shoyuta uses his quirk to silence the class. All of them except Izuku, who is still talking about something inane, immediately stop talking and give Shoyuta their attention. They steal nervous glances at his kid, but no one says anything. Shoyuta has conditioned them well on this. It's really not Izuku's fault that he's entirely oblivious. Though the kid should have noticed that everyone else had stopped talking already. Problem child. Oh, Izuku squeaks, his shoulders hunching as he turns around with a blush forming on his cheeks. I'm in trouble. How'd you not know he was waiting for you to stop talking? Kaminari asks, glancing quickly between Shoyuta and Izuku, who is futilely trying to hide his blush. He didn't say anything. Izuku stutters, embarrassment bringing back the stutter he'd worked so hard to get rid of around his peers. He was using his quirk. Izuku blinks, finally looking at his classmate with confusion before turning his attention to Shoyuta. It takes a moment for Izuku to look back at Kaminari with understanding. I'm quirkless. Yeah. Eraser Dad's quirk doesn't do anything to me. What? You call him Eraser Dad? Mina interrupts the frankly exhausting conversation. Shoyuta clears his throat and everyone snaps to attention, though Izuku keeps stealing incredulous glances at Kaminari, who really should have connected those dots already. Now that you're all ready, Shoyuta starts pointedly. We'll start today with a 5-mile warm-up. He doesn't even bother to hide his smirk at the anguished cries coming from half his class. The Hellions deserve it. Notes. Happy Labor Day to my US readers. I hope your day was relaxing and that you get some time off this week if you still had to work today. Chapter 91. Ruro. Notes. Pleading face, victory hand, light skin tone. See the end of the chapter for more notes. That was hell. Toshi groans as he collapses dramatically onto the bench where Izuku is sitting. Shaochin nudges the boy over, watching imperviously as Toshi manages to sit up with a wince. Why would you do this to us? You'll be fine, Ji-chan says as he joins them, carrying everyone's plates in his multiple hands. Izuku takes his food with a grateful smile. While the others had been doing their first day training, Izuku had been going through his PT exercises with a weighted vest on. He was sore. "The training you came up with is brutal, Zuku," Toshi says between bites. "What the hell is up with that? Between all the villain attacks this year, you guys haven't really had the chance to work on your quirks?" Izuku explains between bites of his food, which probably only tastes as good as it does because he's starving. "And I've spent the entire semester studying your quirks, so coming up with ways to make them stronger wasn't that difficult. I sat in a bathtub full of water all morning," Xiaochen deadpans. "You survived," Izuku says with a shrug. "I liked you better when you didn't sass me," Xiaochen grumbles. "Liar," Izuku responds with a chuckle. "Remember when he used to stutter when he greeted us?" Aken reminisces as she takes the seat on Izuku's right. "You say that like it wasn't yesterday," Toshi snorts. "The kid's got anxiety." "You're only 2 weeks older than me," Izuku pouts. "Not going to deny the anxiety?" Xiaochen AKS. "I'm not a liar." Chat title, Trigger Ed. Featuring Lime, Death, Mothman, Eraserhead, Lemon, Lemillion, Sonic, Ingenium, Psyduck, Cernita, Emotional Support Comedian, Ms. Joke, Michael, Present Mike, Dracula, Vlad King, Danny Phantom, Ectoplasm, Veronica, Fat Gum, Burbooks, Apple Pie, All Might, Exhausted, Detective Tsukachi. Exhausted at Lime, have you had the chance to check your email? Lime, oh sheet no, what's up? Exhausted at Mothman. Exhausted, exhausted at everyone. Exhausted, Shigaraki has escaped. Mothman, explain. Exhausted, Kurogyri. Lime at Psyduck, what are the risks of us remaining at camp versus cutting camp short and leaving tomorrow morning? Psyduck, let me consult Nedzu. Lime, okay. Lime at Mothman. Mothman, on my way. Mothman, that was autocorrect. Be there soon. Lime, victory hand light skin tone pleading face. Notes. Hey there y'all, just want to say thanks for all the comments and kudos and everything. I may not reply to all the comments, but I do read them when I can. That being said, I am in grad school, again a different program than last year, now and also working full-time, and I will not be posting anywhere near as frequently as I was in like December last year. Also, I started writing sincerely, over a year ago, and honestly, this FIC has changed my life for the better, and I appreciate y'all more than I can say. Thanks for sticking with me. Chapter 92, Truce. Notes. Holy shit y'all. Grad school is brutal, and I accidentally became the assistant director of the childcare that I work, and there has been a crap ton on my plate, and it's like one of those really cheap paper plates from the dollar store that rip as soon as you put food on them. Sincerely, is officially a year old now, and my life has changed so much since I've started writing this FIC. A lot of it because I started writing this FIC. I am still so entirely in awe that people enjoy this FIC as much as I have enjoyed writing it. I have met so many cool people on the SD Discord and all the other servers I'm on, and I'm just so happy. This time last year I was still unemployed, living with my mom, and in an entirely different grad program. Now I'm living on my own again, employed, and studying the thing that I actually want to study. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chat title. Class, is no one going to mention that Mido is a feral gremlin? Chichipin. Tired, Aizawa Shoyuda. Wired, Midoriya Izuku. Explode, Bakugu Katsuki. Thermostat, Todoroki Shudo. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu. Shujimizo. Fast, Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mido, Ojiro Mashireo. Muted, Kaminari Denki. Kermit, Azuitsu. Glitter, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Bro Number 1, Kirishima Iger. Edgar, Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush, Sata Rikido. Rapunzel, Koda Koji. AirPod, Jairu Kyoka. Queen, Yayorosa Momo. Violet, Hagakure Turu. Fanta, Siro Hanta. Explode, Why the f are we here? Wired. Why are you texting instead of just like asking us? Wired. With your voice? Explode. Too tired. Don't wanna. What? Food. Fast. Aizawa-sensei has arrived. I suggest you put your phones away. Wired. No you. Wired. I can't believe he just explode, so. What's he saying? Wired. Shigaraki escaped, so we're heading home early. Wired. Wear your hearing aids. Explode. Too tired. Don't wanna. Wired. Why are you such an a-hole but also like, relatable? I hate that about you. Explode. It's 'cause you're an a-hole too but you hide it better. Wired. I mean true but like, I was never as bad as you. Explode. Also true. Explode. I guess we're both messed up. Wired. Dad just glared at us. Explode. It's 'cause you laughed a-hole. Wired. No you. Explode. STF you nerd. Wired. No you. Explode. No you. Wired. If off. Explode. No you. Tired. Both of you get off your phones or you're grounded. Wired. You're not my real father. Tired. No but I have your real mother on speed dial. Wired. Bye. Explode. Hingy. Explode. I don't have my hearing aids, sensei. They got packed in my bag that's already on the bus. Tired. Okay. I won't ground you then. Just get on the bus. Explode has changed their name to Bakugan. Bakugan, Bakubai. Tired. Why do I bother? Bro number one, when did those two start like? Getting along? Wired. Eneo we have a truce. Bakugan. A very effing fragile truce. Wired. I cannot wait to fight Bakugu. Y'all have no idea how long I've been waiting for the chance to just go ape sheet on that a-hole. Thermostat. Mito. Wired. Todoroni. Thermostat has changed their name to Todoroni. Todoroni, half cheese half pepperoni. One whole Todoroni. Tired. I cannot believe that this class is part of the next generation of heroes. Wired. We're literally your fault. Tired. Notes. Reminder. Bakugo in this FIC is not canon Bakugo. He is still an a-hole and was a bully but he never told anyone to kill themselves. His redemption arc is going to look different than canon. There is a lot I could say about canon Bakugo but this ain't the place or the time. Join my Discord server if you want to hear more about my thoughts. Please rest assured that he will has faced consequences and we will see more of that in the FIC but it's not the time yet. Also Hobakugu is my fave Bakuga headcanon and you cannot take that from me. Chapter 93, Jump Scare. Notes. To those on my Discord, option B was angst have fun, laughing face. Izuku has not had many experiences on school buses. In fact, he can count the number of times he has been on one with a peace sign. His experience with buses has not necessarily been bad, but it has also not been good. He's pretty sure that there should be a rule about the number of times someone can be on a bus and have an incident happen before they're no longer allowed on buses. Why'd we stop? Kaminari shouts when it becomes clear that they weren't just stopping because of a stop sign. It must be a flat tire, bro, Kirishima says, glancing around like someone is going to magically have the answer. Izuku looks out the window, hoping to get some clue as to what's happening and jumps back when he comes face to face with some type of creature. He almost thought it was a Nomo but it didn't look like the on that had been at the USJ. This one was smaller, without a beak, and looked like it was rabid, with twigs sticking out of its hair. It wasn't that weird purple-blue color either. It just had the vibe of a Nomu. What is that? Is that a kid? Kaminari shouts, pointing out the window at the Nomu. Stay here, Zawa orders, already leaving the bus. Izuku doesn't listen. He pushes past the rest of his class and jumps off the bus and crouches behind Aizawa, ready to defend his dad. The Nomu thing is a little girl, Izuku realizes as he observes her. He can't figure out the color of her hair or her age but the dress is a giveaway if nothing else. Judging by her height, she can't be more than 6 years old. Red eyes stare at Izuku and he feels stuck, trapped by the fear that he can see. He doesn't know how Nomu work, but he can tell that this one is different. Maybe it's her age? Maybe the fact that she's a girl. He doesn't know. All he knows is that he needs to save her. Don't hurt her, Izuku orders as Zawa pulls on his scarf, getting ready to attack. His mentor hesitates. Neither of them move, waiting to see if the girl will do anything. Of course not, Zawa agrees gruffly. He takes half a step forward and the girl takes a step back before sprinting into the tree line. Izuku tries to run after her, but Zawa grabs his arm before he has the chance. Let me go! Izuku snaps, trying to tug his arm away. He hates this. For a moment, he hates Aizawa, but that moment passes fast when his dad pulls him into a hug. It's clearly a trap, kid, Aizawa says gently, glaring into the tree line. He feels protected in Zawa's arms, but that's not what he needs right now. Izuku pulls back and Zawa lets him. I'm going to call Night Eye. You call the wild pussycats to let them know that we've stopped. Why exactly did Mandalay and the others stay behind? They're the only heroes in the area right now and they needed to make sure the towns nearby were safe. Language, Midoriya. Ida's voice comes from behind him. Izuku glances over his shoulder to see that the rest of his class has left the bus. He sighs, feeling suddenly a lot older than he is. Maybe he'll buy his dad some coffee when they make it home if this is how he feels around this hell class. Where'd the girl go? Ochako asks with a frown. She looks ready to run into the woods and Izuku can relate to that. Back on the bus, Izuku orders, like the hypocrite that he is considering that he has no plans on joining them. Only if you get on first, Hikken replies with a shrug. Izuku glares at him and doesn't move, so no one else does either. Izuku groans but lets it go so that he can call Night Eye and inform the hero of the development. He feels a little bit like he's going to throw up and has to lean against the bus, which reminds him that the bus had randomly stopped in the middle of a mountain road before the girl had appeared. He walks around the front of the bus to see that Kirishima was right. The bus had a flat tire. Chapter 94. An agent of chaos has joined the chat. Notes. I'm on TikTok now at Bakanohero. Follow me there for random content. I will be sharing FIC ideas that I'm never going to get around to writing. Naomasa is in need of a vacation. Nothing long, he wouldn't be able to get away for long anyways, just something long enough to be able to sleep for more than 10 minutes. What he would like in the meantime is a nap, but he's not going to get one. He doesn't think anyone is going to get a nap as long as Aizawa and Deku are in the same place, which he would begrudge neither of them that connection. He's seen how good it has been for both of them. He would just rather not be in crisis mode half the time. There's a girl in the woods and Class 1A has a flat tire? Tsukachi repeats as he gathers up his coat and hat. And Deku is refusing to leave until we've at least started to look for the girl? Correct, Night Eye responds with a sigh. Unfortunately, I'm following a lead on the trigger case, so I'm not able to join you, but Hawks and Ms. Joke are heading that way as well as the wild pussycats. 1B should be reaching them soon as well so that both classes can at least make it back to UA. Figures. Alright. Sansa and I are on the way. Who else has been contacted? Snipe, Hound Dog and Recovery Girl. Is anyone injured? No, but this does involve Deku, so we're just being prepared. Understood. Tsukachi sighs again. He feels a whole decade older and he hasn't even gotten to the cruiser yet. I'll keep you updated. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Lime, Thet. Mothman, Eraserhead. Lemon, Lemillion. Sonic, Ingenium. Psyduck, Cernita. Emotional support comedian, Ms. Joke. Michael, Present Mike. Dracula, Vlad King. Danny Phantom, Ectoplasm. Veronica, Fat Gum. Burbooks. Lime. Why does UA not include how to change a flat tire in its curriculum? Lime. Related, I am going to go feral in about 5 minutes if I am not able to go after this girl. Psyduck. Tsukachi is on his way. As well as Snipe, Hound Dog, and Recovery Girl. Psyduck. Mike, Fat Gum and I are following a trigger lead. Herb. Yeah, so, I'm on my way too. What? I thought you were on a mission for the commission. Herb. That's been handled. Nedzu asked me to come. Stoat God has been added to the chat. Stoat God. I'm not a stoat. Lime, you are at least part stoat. Lime, but not the point. Lime, how much trouble would I get in if I went rogue? Lime, I'd ask Dad, but he'd probably just tie me up and that's not on the agenda for tonight. Lime, that did not sound the way I wanted it to. Stoat God, 4 on a scale of 5. Lime, Good enough for me. Chapter 95. How to get expelled in 5 minutes flat. Notes. Hello. I am alive. School has been rough and work has been rougher. This chapter and the next were supposed to be one chapter, but I am struggling with it right now and I wanted to get something out before the end of the year. I am on TikTok at b.bakanohero. Also, happy holidays and may you give yourself patience in the next year. 2020-2021 were rough and I know we're all feeling it. You're all rock stars for making it through and I am so proud of you. Shoyuta is going to have to murder a child. He is 76% joking of course, but watching Izuku run into the forest with no backup had taken 5 decades off his life. He doesn't even have that much life to spare. In fact, Shuta's pretty sure his heart stopped and now he's being given a second chance just for the sole purpose of strangling his kid. Deku. Shoyuta hears Bakugo grumble and suddenly he's down 5 kids because apparently Izuku's friends, and whatever Bakugo is to the kid, are just as trigger-happy as the problem child himself. They're all expelled. Every DMN one of them. Sensei. Stay here, Shoyuta commands, his hair floating up as his quirk activates. He's not above using the fact that these students still fear him to his advantage. The students have filed off the bus, which does not surprise Shoyuta at all. Fura, one of UA's prized bus drivers, and Yorozuru are working to organize them into some semblance of order. Yorozuru is his favorite student now. Not that he has favorites, he's not illogical like that. Shoyuta pulls out his phone when it vibrates to indicate a message. There is only one person that he has text notifications on for, and that's simply because every time Shoyuta turns them off, the Rat Bear principal manages to turn them back on. And Shuta's given up caring even if he hates text notifications. Stoat God. Hawks will be there in 15. Tsukachi-san and the rest of the heroes are a little further out. Stoat God. Don't be too harsh on Izuku. Stoat God. He has my permission. Looks like Shoyuta is going to have a conversation with Nedzu about who's actually in charge when situations like this occur. Perhaps it should be the senior hero on site. Not the abnormally intelligent hero who more than likely has 5 different world domination plans drafted at any given time. Stoat God. We'll talk when the situation is handled. Once Vlad has arrived, please give him an update and then go cover the students. Aizawa, I'm not happy with you. Stoat God. Understood. 5 grueling minutes of fielding pointless questions from his obviously stressed students later, the bus for 1B pulls up and Shoyuta waits. Just long enough to update Vlad on the situation before leaving his coworker in charge and sprinting into the forest. He's not going to let his son, who has only just healed from his injuries, run off into a forest without backup if he can help it. Never mind that the rest of the idiot squad had followed Izuku. Shoyuta is the adult here. Shoyuta can see the exact path that the idiot squad took ahead of him and makes a note to focus more on stealth in the near future before remembering that these students are not going to be in his class after this. Never mind that he's actually kind of proud of them. Chapter 96. Problem Child. Notes. Happy New Year. I am so proud of y'all for making it through 2021. Red heart, red heart, red heart. Izuku knows he's being stupid. He's smart enough to realize that much. But he's not going to let this girl slip through his fingers if he can help it. He sees glimpses of white and follows the child deeper into the forest. She reminds him so much of Sarai that he can't bring himself to let her go even though he knows he's likely falling into a trap. It takes everything in him not to stop when he hears his friends shouting behind him. He can't risk losing sight of the girl. He's also going to have a serious talk with them about stealth because any other villains in the forest definitely know their location now. His legs burn and his lungs ache, but Izuku pushes on until he enters a clearing and the girl is standing on the other side. Her hands are moving jerkily and it takes Izuku a moment to comprehend that the girl is making the sign for stop before gesturing to the ground. Fortunately, Izuku hasn't stepped into the clearing. I understand. Izuku signs, he doesn't move from where he is. You don't need to worry anymore. Fing nerd, Bakugo curses, crashing through the underbrush. Izuku barely stops the explosive teen from stepping into the clearing. Careful, Izuku warns when Bakugo pulls away harshly. He points to where there are mounds of dirt in the clearing. It looks like a primitive version of the minefield from the sports festival. How'd she get over there? Bakugo grunts, pointing to the girl, who's wringing her bandaged hands as she watches them. Before Izuku has the chance to respond, Akin, Shochan, Hikken, and Jiken catch up to them. It takes both Bakugo and Izuku to keep them from stepping into this clearing. His friends are lucky Izuku likes them, because they can be real idiots sometimes. I'm not sure, Izuku responds to Bakugo's question once he's pointed out the clearing to the rest of the group. Considering how fast she was running, I imagine she's got quite the jumping ability. Or there's some other villain nearby. Bakugo growls. Why'd you follow her, Izuku? Hearing Bakugo say his name out loud was very weird. She's a kid. She's a Nomu. She's a child, Izuku snaps. And she's scared. Which means we're going to do everything we can to make sure she's safe. What's the plan then, nerd? The planets. To let the pros handle this. Izuku turns with the rest of them to see Zawa glaring at them with his arms crossed and his quirk activated. Unfortunately for the pro hero, Izuku has not magically manifested a quirk in the last 10 minutes, so he isn't affected. They're not gonna get here in time, Izuku says. He glances down at his watch. Hawks might be here in time, but I'm not willing to risk waiting for him. Zawa glares for a moment longer before sighing. Tell me what you know, problem child. Chapter 97, Confirmation. I know that there is a girl over there who is scared. Izuku starts, gesturing over to the girl frantically. His throat feels tight and his hands are shaking. He's not sure what they should do next. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. What does he know? And that the clearing isn't safe. Take a deep breath, Izuku, Aizawa orders, laying a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. Do you need me to take control? Yes, Izuku said, his shoulders minutely relaxing, though he still feels tense. What's the plan, Dad? You and Bakugo are going to scout to the right, Shuji will stay here and everyone else will scout to the left. If you see anyone do not engage, return back here. Hawks is on his way and he'll be the one to engage. Okay, Izuku agrees easily, determination filling his body instead of dread. If you get hurt again, your mom is going to kill me, keep that in mind, problem child. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Lime, Theth. Mothman, Eraserhead. Lemon, Lemillion. Tender, Ingenium. Psyduck, Cernita. Emotional support comedian, Ms. Joke. Michael, Present Mike. Dracula, Vlad King. Danny Phantom, Ectoplasm. Veronica, Fat Gum. Burbooks. Apple Pie, All Might. Exhausted, Detective Tsukachi. Tender at Stoat. Why would you tell a child to do something dangerous? Stoat God. Izuku is a very capable hero in training. Stoat God, and he was going to do it regardless, at least this way I can mitigate the amount of trouble he is going to get into. Stoat God. Not to mention that there is a child in danger. Burb, I am almost there. Tender, I have never felt more frustrated with this injury than I do now. Dracula, the situation at the bus is under control. At Burb, please go straight to Eraserhead's location. Burb the Dracula at Stoat God, we really need to teach these kids practical skills. Dracula, changing attire is a valuable skill that I think all hero students should be learning. Burb, I am going to find Shigaraki and tear him apart limb from limb. Exhausted, what happened? Burb, he turned a child into a Nomo. Lime, her name is Eri and I would destroy the world for her. Lime, and I am going to destroy Shigaraki for her. Chapter 98, The First Quirk War. The First Quirk War. By Anonymous. Until the resolution of the First Quirk War, which lasted from 2091 to 2104, there were no laws regulating quirks. It took nearly 50 years and a war for most countries to ban the use of quirks in public after the appearance of the first known quirk, luminance, in Qingqing City, China. In globally, where only 20% of the population is currently quirkless, only 2% of the population had quirks prior to the First Quirk War. Many people with quirks remained in the shadows, afraid to show their abilities for fear of mobs attacking their homes or places of work. People with quirks were discriminated against just as often as they were revered for their powers. Of the 2% of quirked people, 25% were homeless, 37% couldn't afford a 2-bedroom apartment, and 56% were paid less than their quirkless counterparts. These numbers were worse globally among women, people of color, and the disabled population. Living conditions were notoriously terrible for people with quirks, and many had to turn to crime to survive. In the FQW, an estimated 5,000 quirked people in Japan fought on the side of the government against the quirked individuals who were trying to gain protections that had not previously been afforded to them. It was rumored that these individuals were offered money from the government, but there has been no proof of this found. Cecilia 2116. Claims like these were made of most governments during the war. In Japan, many citizens turned to their quirked neighbors, young and old alike, to protect their towns from quirked forces. These individuals have largely been considered the first heroes of Japan, and their lives are documented in Tales of the First Heroes from Japan by Kiyotaka Hester. Chapter 99. You True. When Izuku was young, he cried all the time. For attention, for food, or because he saw a dog out the window and he wasn't able to pet it since there was glass in the way. Izuku felt a lot of things all the time, and his outlet was through tears. Watching Eri now, seeing the blank look on the girl's face, the way her eyes absorbed the light rather than reflect it, made the same itch build behind his eyes. He doesn't cry. Instead, he shifts closer to where his dad is holding Eri, and places a hand gently on Eri's arm. The girl flinches, her red eyes darting towards Izuku and then back down, her hands in her lap. You don't have to be scared anymore, Izuku tells the girl. We're heroes, we're going to keep you safe. He told me heroes aren't safe, Eri says softly after a moment of hesitation. That you would hurt people like me. People like you? My quirk is bad. It hurts people. Quirks don't hurt people, Zawa grunts. Do you like hurting people? Eri shakes her head vehemently, holding tighter to her tattered shirt. Then you're not bad and neither is your quirk, Zawa assures. Really? Eri asks quietly, her voice muffled by Zawa's shirt. Really, Izuku agrees. Quirks don't make you who you are. People are worth so much more than what they were born with. It's what you do that matters. We'll discuss this more later, Zawa says when Eri yawns. Right now let's worry about getting back to the school. Chat title, Trigger Ed. Cheat sheet. Lime, Thet. Mothman, Eraserhead. Lemon, Lemillion. Tender, Ingenium. Psyduck, Cernita. Emotional support comedian, Ms. Joke. Michael, Present Mike. Dracula, Vlad King. Danny Phantom, Ectoplasm. Veronica, Fat Gum. Burbooks. Apple Pie, All Might. Exhausted, Detective Tsukachi. Stoat God, Nedzu. Lemon, What's Going On? Lime, Found a Child. If Dad doesn't adopt her, then I'm going to. Lime, well, I'm going to convince my mom too. Psyduck, what's your Dracula, 30 minutes. Burb, we'll give an update when we arrive. Burb at Stoat God, am I allowed on site this time? Stoat God, I'll make an exception. Veronica, wait, why aren't you allowed at UA? Stoat God, that's for me to know and you to never find out. Veronica, you true. Veronica, wait. I've just kinda accepted it, but what is my name supposed to mean? Have you never seen Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Veronica, I have. Several times. Veronica, I've never seen a Veronica? Emotional support comedian, LMAO. Emotional support comedian, it's Veruca. Lime. Lime, you're still Veronica. Veronica, okay, valid. Chapter 100, Moving Forward. Notes. 100 chapters. Y'all have no idea how much I appreciate you for reading this story. Whether you've only recently found it or you've been here since 2020 would not be where I am right now without you. Afio Yu-Gi-Oh! Yage never expected this FIC to get the love that it has, and I am so grateful to all of you. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The drive back to the school is uneventful except for when Kaminari almost punches Siro in the face because Mina had decided to scare the electric hero in training awake. Izuka has officially decided that he's never going to ride a bus again. He'll have Bakugu's mom drive him to training camps if he needs to. His luck with buses is just 2. No one was hurt, Izuku hears Dad say. He tunes into the conversation that Aizawa is having with Nedzu on the phone. Zawa turns to give Izuku a pointed look. Though you and I are going to have to talk about giving students permission to go after unknown villains. Izuku gulps and covers his face with both hands, sinking into his seat. He can feel his ears burning with shame, though he doesn't regret what he did. Eri's arms were covered in bandages, her shirt had been torn and her eyes had been filled with so much fear it was nauseating. Izuku was not going to let the consequences of his actions get in his way. Especially not when there was someone in need of saving. He was right though, Izuku shouldn't have gone into the forest without backup and a plan. He'd unknowingly lead his friends into a dangerous situation and it was purely luck that no one had been injured. That whole situation could have gone much worse and that would have been on Izuku's shoulders. Getting the go-ahead from Nezu only made it so that the commission wouldn't be able to accuse Izuku of any vigilantism once they received the report from the incident. They'd taken a harder stance on vigilantes since the incident at Sky Egg nearly a decade ago had almost ruined the confidence that citizens had in the commission as a whole. Izuku had managed to avoid scrutiny so far by not taking any official role in the Trigger case, despite his obvious heavy involvement in the case. There was a reason he used his hero name in the Trigger group chat, especially now that Hawks was there. He trusts Hawks, he just doesn't trust the people that trained the hero. Chat title: Trigger Ed. Lime, Thet. Mothman, Eraserhead. Lemon, Lemillion. Tender, Ingenium. Psyduck, Cernita. Emotional support comedian, Ms. Joke. Michael, Present Mike. Dracula, Vlad King. Danny Phantom, Ectoplasm. Veronica, Fat Gum. Burbooks. Apple Pie, All Might. Exhausted, Detective Tsukachi. Stoat God, Nedzu. Emotional support comedian, I was wrong. It was Violet. Veronica. I am fine with Veronica. I am a disgrace to the PQ movie fandom. See, I can't believe I got the reference wrong twice. Exhausted, the bus should be arriving soon. The rest of the heroes have returned to their duties except for RG, who is riding with Sansa, and I. Lime, who's sitting in the back. Exhausted. Me. Nice. Tender. Wait, so, what's the plan now? Exhausted, as soon as we are back to UA, Recovery Girl is going to take charge of Eri's care. We plan to up security at the school. Nedzu, I am pushing the board to institute dorms. Mothman, you think they'll go for it this time? Nedzu, with Shigaraki having escaped from a maximum security prison, I'm not giving them a choice. Lime, oh nice. Can I help? Nedzu, why don't you help Recovery Girl with Eri? Lime, okay. Notes. Find my socials here, laughing face. Chapter 101, Boys Are Hopeless. Notes. Hello my good people. I am still in grad school and working full-time, and now I have an internship, so updates are going to even more infrequent for the next couple months while I try to balance all of that. I hope you enjoy, and you can find me on TikTok at b.bakanohero if you want to keep up with me. Chat name, The Plants. Cheat sheet pinned. Midoriya Izuku, Deciduous Tree Bush. Shuji Mizo, Cactus. Shinso Hitoshi, Twig. Uraraka Ochako, Boulder. Todoroki Shudo, Christmas Tree. Has anyone heard from Mido? Cactus, not since we got back to school. He went off with Aizawa. Christmas Tree, why do you need Mido? Just worried about him. He's okay. He's helping Recovery Girl right now with Eri. Deciduous Tree, I am here. Deciduous Tree, oh God. Never saying that again. Christmas Tree, I thought you were on good terms with All Might now. Deciduous Tree. Deciduous Tree, doesn't mean I want to be like him. Christmas Tree, valid. How are you and Eri? Deciduous Tree, Eri is asleep. She's doing story. I am being kept here. BC Dad thinks I'm going to go after the League. Deciduous Tree, and he's not wrong. Cactus, I would help. Deciduous Tree, I am, unfortunately, already in trouble, so this is not going to happen. Deciduous Tree, Mom says I'm grounded. Deserved. Deciduous Tree, rude. Is there anything you need? Deciduous Tree, Katsudon. Anything you need that I can actually get for you? Deciduous Tree, do girls like to color? Deciduous Tree, I'm going to be here with Eri for a bit and IDK how kids work. Deciduous Tree, Never mind, midnight is here. I'll ask her. Boys are hopeless. Chapter 102, Grounded. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku doesn't talk about being quirkless very often. It's not that he doesn't think it matters, or that no one cares, it's more that he doesn't want to be everyone's sole source of knowledge on what it's like to be quirkless. He doesn't care much about becoming a pariah either. It wouldn't be anything new, but he refuses to just be known as the quirkless kid. He is worth more than the sum of his parts. Except when, 2 days after returning from the camp at 3 in the morning, Eri brokenly tells him about herself, he finds out about Overhaul. Well, Izuku's disgusted. Quirkless people are strong. Izuku is living proof of that. But that fact does not make quirks evil or dirty. Quirks are tools. People are people. And Izuku is going to murder a man. Maybe. Probably not. But he's very, very tempted, and that's definitely not a good thing. Chat title: Mito is grounded. Chichipen. Tired. Aizawa Shoyuda. Mitochondria. Midoriya Izuku. Bakugan. Bakugu Katsuki. Todoroni. Todoroki Shuto. Uravity Girl. Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu. Shuji Mizo. Fast. Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist. Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mito. Ojiro Mashireo. Muted. Kaminari Denki. Kermit. Azuitsu. Glitter. Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen. Ashido Mina. Bro Number 1. Kirishima Iger. Edgar. Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush. Sata Rikido. Rapunzel. Koda Koji. AirPod. Jairu Kyoka. Queen. Yayoro Momo. Violet. Hagakure Turu. Fanta. Siro Hanta. Tired. Over the next 3 days, All Might and I will be visiting your families to talk about the new dorm system that is being implemented. Tired. While thankfully no one was injured, we are still unsure of the extent of the danger, and there is reason to believe that the LOV is involved. Bakugan. The FNG sheets. Fast. While I agree with the sentiment, the language is unnecessary. Mitochondria. Nah, the language is necessary. Philvi. Bro Number 1. Agreed. Uravity Girl. Can someone please explain to me why Mito was asking if girls like to color even though he has at minimum one sister? Mitochondria. In my defense. Mitochondria. Sarai is very much more mature than I am, and she likes to do things like read and knit, and I'm very sure Eri does not do either of those things yet. Mitochondria. And I didn't want to assume. Uravity Girl. Acceptable. Cthulhu. Wait, aren't you grounded? Mitochondria. I am not forbidden from talking to y'all, however I am very limited in the things that I am able to do right now. Ventriloquist. Karma. Mitochondria. Worth it. Mitochondria. If Dad doesn't adopt Eri, then I am going to. Mitochondria. He is so soft with her. Tired. I am not adopting anyone. Mitochondria. Oh, then I am. Tired. You are not adopting anyone either. Tired. Despite popular belief, you are actually still a child. Mitochondria. C. Tired. C. Mitochondria. Fine. Mitochondria. I'll just ask Mom. Notes. Smiley face. Chapter 103. Lemon. That's rough, buddy. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Mr. De. You were right. The Shy Hisaikai are involved with the LOV. Sir Night Eye. This might make things easier. I have a meeting with Nedzu and Zawa this evening, and one of them will follow up after. Unfortunately, I was grounded, so for the next month I will be helping Recovery Girl in the infirmary after school, which is going to limit my capacity to work on the case. Zawa will be sending along my adjusted hours this evening as well. Please continue to share pertinent information with the understanding that I will not be responsive as usual. I have already informed the team of this change. Sincerely, the chat title. Deku is grounded. Grounded. Dead. Mothman. Eraserhead. Lemon. Lemillion. Tender. Ingenium. Psyduck. Cernita. Emotional support comedian. Ms. Joke. Michael. Present Mike. Dracula. Vlad King. Danny Phantom. Ectoplasm. Veronica. Fat Gum. Burbooks. Apple Pie. All Might. Exhausted. Detective Tsukachi. Stoat God. Nedzu. Grounded. I am grounded. Lemon. That's rough, buddy. Grounded, I appreciate your sympathies Lemillion. Grounded, the reference it great as well. Grounded, anyways. I have to help RG in the infirmary, which means that good OL at Psyduck will be taking over most of my responsibilities, and I will be learning that there are consequences to my actions, and we'll see if the lesson sticks this time. Grounded, you'd think they'd learn by now, but alas. Grounded, I am simply here to do my best. See. Mothman, it is 2 a.m. Mothman, go to bed before I revoke your phone privileges. Ground, aye Captain. Notes. Was going to post this later, but I have no self-control. Chapter 104, Starting Line. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku feels some trepidation stepping into the support course workrooms 2 weeks after he's officially approved to start his hero training again. He'd submitted for adjustments to his hero suit and requested for Hatsum Mei to work on 3 specific pieces: his new leg braces, his gloves, and the headset that would allow him to keep in constant contact with anyone he needed to. It turns out, the trepidation he feels is unfounded, since Mei is in the doubly secure testing room working on Bakugu's new gauntlets. He's able to spend a few minutes looking over the adjusted designs for his gear before Power Loader is able to lure Mei away from her work. Mido! Mei yells, throwing her arms around Izuku's neck before quickly pulling away to tug him towards her workbench. She moves a bundle of fabric into his arms, and Izuku nearly drops it in surprise due to the weight. Go put that on. He comes back 30 minutes later, flustered and proud. The suit had been a little difficult to figure out on his own with all the new pieces, but the outcome is well worth the struggle. Izuku feels like a hero. The new braces on his legs honestly made him feel cool. They had the added bonus of compounding the strength of a kick and allowing him to jump over rooftops without destroying his knees. And the gloves that were designed so that he could climb any surface without falling were the most comfortable gloves her had ever worn. Oh, that color scheme looks better than I thought it would, Mei says, inspecting every inch of Izuku's suit while taking notes on a clipboard. She grabs a pair of glasses that look like they belong in a sci-fi movie and shoves them on his face. You can use the gym for 30 minutes to test the suit out today, but be sure to do the usual trial course at ground beta before you use the suit in combat. Power Loader says when Mei has finished her inspection. Izuku grins and almost skips out of the workshop. He's so excited to test out the new suit. He'd been working on the design since the week he was released from the hospital. When Izuku had been attacked by Shigaraki at the USJ, he'd thought that he was going to die. That everyone who ever told him he couldn't be a hero was right. He'd come so close to giving up so many times, but now here he was, suited up and ready to go. He's finally made it back to the starting line. Deku's new hero suit. Notes. 3 chapters in 1 weekend? Clearly this means that I did not do any of my schoolwork. I hope y'all enjoy Smiling Face with Smiling Eyes. Chapter 105. Betrayal. Notes. Beat at Bakanohero on TikTok and Insta. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chat title. Mido is grounded. Chichipen. Tired. Aizawa Shoyuda. Mitochondria. Midoriya Izuku. Bakugan. Bakugu Katsuki. Todoroni. Todoroki Shuto. Uravity Girl. Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu. Shuji Mizo. Fast. Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist. Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mido. Ojiro Mashireo. Muted. Kaminari Denki. Kermit. Azuitsu. Glitter. Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen. Ashido Mina. Bro Number 1. Kirishima Iger. Edgar. Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush. Sata Rikido. Rapunzel. Koda Koji. AirPod. Jaira Kyoka. Queen. Yayorosa Momo. Violet. Hagakure Turu. Fanta. Siro Hanta. Tired. If any of you are late, it's 5 laps around the school for everyone. Ventriloquist. Tempting. Tired. 10 laps for the person who is late. Ventriloquist. No longer tempting. Queen. Is there something special happening today? Uravity Girl. Miso is 100% approved to rejoin training. Fanta. Miso. Mitochondria's name has been changed to Miso. Miso at Tired, can we give them 10 laps anyways? Tired. Too much work. Miso. Tired. It's the trauma. Miso. Miso. No, I don't like this. Miso, I feel like I've been betrayed. Miso, by my own father. Miso, is this how Luke felt? Miso, was Luke betrayed by his father? Fight Miso. Who is Luke? Kermit, a character in the pre-Quirk movie franchise Star Wars. Miso, I always knew you were a good one. Kermit, thanks, Caro. Miso, but yes, Zo, why are you stealing my jokes? Tired, I was a teenager once. Tired, gallows humor is not something invented by your generation. Miso, your generation, what are you? 80? Tired. Okay, 80 laps for Izuku. Miso, wait no. Miso, please no. Miso, Dad? Miso, it was a joke, Mendefin. Fight me Miso, deserved. Miso, notes. 10 more weeks and then I will have finished grad school. Thanks to y'all that have been with me through this wild year and thanks to everyone just joining. I hope y'all continue to enjoy. Chapter 106, The Rivalry Explained. Chat title, Miso is grounded. Chichipen. Tired, Aizawa Shoyuda. Miso, Midoriya Izuku. Bakugan, Bakugu Katsuki. Todoroni, Todoroki Shuto. Uravity Girl, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Fast, Ida Tenya. Ventriloquist, Shinso Hitoshi. Fight Me Mido, Ojiro Mashireo. Muted, Kaminari Denki. Kermit, Azuitsu. Glitter, Aoyama Yuga. Alien Queen, Ashido Mina. Bro Number 1, Kirishima Idru. Edgar, Tokoyami Fumikage. Sugar Rush, Sata Rikido. Rapunzel, Koda Koji. AirPod, Jairu Kyoka. Queen, Yayoro Momo. Violet, Hagakure Turu. Fanta, Siro Hanta. Fanta, wait so, why does Ojiro want to fight Miso? Fanta, Mido. Fanta, nah Miso. Fight Miso, I have a tail. Muted? And? Fight me Miso, and Miso was in a wheelchair for half the term. Fanta, never mind. You're so valid my dude. Fight me Miso, appreciated. Miso, is this my legacy? Miso, okay, Kaken. Kaken Miso, no. Kaken, what the hell, Deku? Miso, I love that the only thing you capitalized was my name. Kaken, it autocorrected. Miso eyes. Kaken, STFU. Miso, no you. Ventriloquist, to be in a class with my childhood friend who I won't admit is slowly becoming my best friend again. Miso, Hitoshi. Todoroni, Ru-ro. Miso, I'm gonna give you 2 seconds. Ventriloquist, Hoopsie Daisy. Alien Queen, Owo. Alien Queen, what just happened? Cthulhu, Miso is a gremlin but mostly toward Bakugan because that is the only way Bakugan knows how to accept affection. Sometimes towards us too. Fanta, and how do you know this? Valid. Chapter 107, Training and Troubles. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. When Izuku was younger, back before his father had passed away, he'd watch his dad use his quirk simply to make Izuku laugh. Those moments became core memories and that's where Izuku's fascination with quirks really began. He'd watch his dad and wonder about his quirk, and as he grew older he'd watch other people use their quirks, usually televised hero fights, and he'd wonder about how those quirks worked too. That wonder led to research, and the research led to analysis, and that analysis led to Izuku getting his butt kicked by his pseudo-father during after-school training sessions. You need a break, kid? Zawa asks, leaning over Izuku with a raised brow. Izuku scowls at his dad and sits up, taking stock of the sore muscles in his arms and legs. Thankfully it's just the usual training soreness, and that last throw didn't aggravate one of his mostly nearly 100% healed injuries. He should be fine, but Izuku thinks he'll be cautious of his back for the rest of his life. 5 minutes would be nice, Izuku responds as he stretches his arms over his head. No detrimental pain, but I should drink some water and stretch before we go again. 1 more time and we're done for the night, Aizawa says, tossing Izuku his water. You still have 80 laps to run tomorrow after all. You're a demon, Izuku groans, choosing to ignore Aizawa's responding smile, otherwise it'd star in his nightmares and he really doesn't want that. Izuku crashes face first onto his green beanbag chair after they finish their training and he has the chance to shower. He groans into the soft material before rolling over and off the beanbag onto the floor. Aizawa huffs in amusement but Izuku refuses to move, instead vowing to accept his position in life. He stares at the ceiling. Aizawa ignores him. Izuku blinks heavily before he tries to find pattern in the wood beams above him. He holds back a yawn because he doesn't want Aizawa to see just how exhausted he is. You're not getting enough sleep, problem child. I don't know what you're talking about. The bags under your eyes do, Aizawa says pointedly. They're designer, Izuku deadpants. I designed them myself. Yup. Are you doing research that you're not supposed to be doing right now? No. Izuku. Dad. Aizawa sighs and Izuku feels it settle in his chest like a heavy weight. It sounds like frustration and Izuku doesn't like it when his people are frustrated with him. He sits up so that he doesn't have to look at the vast ceiling as he lets out the breath that he wasn't consciously holding. It doesn't help that he's been frustrated in general. He's been off the case for nearly a month now. They're back at school from summer break soon and will be moving into the new dorms. There's a lot of change happening in Izuku's life and he's not sure how to manage it. I'm sorry, Izuku says, covering his head with his arms. Kid, Aizawa says, sounding hesitant. Why are you sorry? I know that I'm being given a lot of trust and responsibility with the trigger case that wouldn't have usually been given to someone like me. Someone like you? Quirkless. Whatever. Izuku glares at the floor. No, not whatever. What's going on in that head of yours? Izuku doesn't answer for a moment, kicking his heels against the floor as he tries to find the words to express the thoughts swirling in his head. Stuck, I guess. Izuku pauses with a sigh. I understand why you wanted me off the case. I was getting too caught up in it and it was affecting my judgment of situations. Not that I regret going after Eri, I just could have handled that much better. Yes, you could have. Anyways, Izuku huffs, glaring at Zawa. His voice starts to wobble as he tries to hold back tears. He doesn't want to cry. This is supposed to be a serious conversation. I understand why, but that doesn't mean I like it. It feels like if I don't keep making constant progress, then I'm going to get left behind and forgotten. Izuku doesn't even see Zawa move before he's being lifted off the ground like he weighs nothing and engulfed in a hug. It feels warm and safe and Izuku melts into it. Have you been going to therapy? Way to ruin a moment, Dad, Izuku whines. Izuku. No, Izuku says with a sigh. I should probably start going again, huh? Probably, Zawa agrees. And we'll talk with your mom and Nedzu tomorrow about putting you back on the case. Thanks, Dad, Izuku says, squeezing Zawa's waist tighter before letting go. Anytime, son. Notes. I finished grad school and now I live on the other side of the US and have a new job. I get to write more, smiley face. Chapter 108, Professional's Trademark. Chat title, We're a bunch of professionals trademark. Lime, Mothman, Eraserhead. Lemon, Lemillion. Tender, Ingenium. Psyduck, Cernita. Emotional support comedian, Ms. Joke. Michael, Present Mike. Dracula, Vlad King. Danny Phantom, Ectoplasm. Veronica, Fat Gum. Burbooks. Apple Pie, All Might. Exhausted, Detective Tsukachi. Stoat God, Nedzu. Dracula. It's official, Eraserhead's class is cursed. Lime, we're not that bad. Lime. He whoops grimacing face. Lime. Wait, is there anyone here who doesn't know my super secret identity? Lime. No? Burb. I don't know it. Lime. Well, you live under a rock so that's understandable. Burb. And also not true. Veronica. Wait, what did Eraserhead's class do this time? Lime. It wasn't anything bad. Lime. Dracula is just jealous. Michael. That tracks. Dracula. Rude. Veronica. Why are y'all always so vague? Lime. It adds to the mystery. Lime. No, but we beat his class in a combined training session and he's but heard about it because we managed to do it despite having 5 students sit out due to various reasons. Lime. So it was 15 against 20 and we still won. Dracula. Those 5 students were injured. Lime. Various injuries. Veronica. I am very glad I never became a teacher. Mothman. Must be nice. Lime. Anyways, have y'all read the latest email? Lime. If you haven't, I am going to find you. Lime. I even went out of my way to mark it as priority, and let me tell you, that was not an easy feat. The app is confusing. Psyduck. Kempodomo is going to be in town soon to help with the case. Lime. Yes, they are. They'll mostly be assisting at Veronica and at Burb on the villain factory, but their insight is very helpful and they have valuable connections with heroes in other countries. Lime. Additionally, Eri was able to confirm a connection between the Shai Hisakai and the League, though we're not sure what entirely that connection is. Exhausted. Splendid. Lime. That's one incorrect word for it. Chapter 109. It's 2 a.m. and I should really be sleeping. I hope this email finds you well. I wanted to respond sooner, but I was pulled into a case here in the States that had me going no contact for a month. I've heard about you from Nedzu and I'm excited to finally get the chance to connect with you. In regard to your inquiries, I have not found any evidence of such activity in New York, but that's not to say that it's not happening elsewhere. I'll reach out to a few people here and get back to you if I do find anything. There is something that I think you should be aware of, but I'm not sure email is the best way to tell you. Perhaps we can do a voice chat sometime soon? With your mentor present, of course. I know that he's very protective of you, as are all the heroes who have come into contact with you. Cynthia Bate. Cynthia? Well, I'm glad you found no connections to our case so far. No news is good news, right? I completely understand having to go no contact. The world of heroes is a messy one. Lurgi Hoghaug Nedzu talks about me? To you? I mean, obviously he talks to you since you've worked on so many incidents together and your sister is the #1 hero in America and you're like, super smart and... Please ignore that. It's 2 a.m. and I should really be sleeping and not writing this email, but I am too tired to look it over again. Anyways, we can set up a chat soon. I'll have to check in with Eraserhead, since I've had to add training back into my schedule now that I'm healed enough. It should be sometime soon though, considering the urgency of this case and any type of information you might have. Sincerely, I have told my boss that this takes priority, so just let me know what time works for you and I'll be there. I regularly pull all-nighters, so don't worry about my sleep schedule. I fed that up enough myself in college. Cynthia Bate. Cynthia? How about 7 p.m. your time on Friday? Sincerely, Izuku tries not to groan as his test is handed back to him. He thought he'd been keeping up with his grades in all his class, but it turns out that art history is not actually something that he can pretend to study while working on his other activities. It's not the worst grade he's ever gotten, but if he doesn't get his act together soon, then his mom is going to have words with him. And she's scary when she has words with him. Izuku does not want to disappoint his mom ever. It's nearly time for him to meet with Nedzu and Dadzawa anyways, so instead of staying to talk with his friends about his dismal grades, Izuku packs up his things and sidles out of the room, ignoring the blatant staring of his classmates. He takes his time walking to the principal's office, knowing that he has a few minutes before he really needs to be there and wanting to use that time to gather his thoughts. There hasn't been any leads on the case that have actually led anywhere, which has been extremely frustrating for everyone involved. At this point, it felt like they were running around like chickens with their heads cut off, and that's a feeling that Izuku doesn't like. He likes being able to put information together and have it fit seamlessly like puzzle made just for him. Right now it feels like he's missing pieces. Like someone came in and scooped them out of the box while he wasn't looking. What he does know is that this case is somehow connected to a villain that not even All Might could defeat, and if he's being honest, and he tries to be an honest person, that scares the shit out of him. How is he, a quirkless 16-year-old, supposed to go toe-to-toe with a supervillain? Especially when that supervillain has allies that they can't even track down. That they only think exist because of a gut feeling? A voice that sounds suspiciously like Dadzawa tells him that he will not be going toe-to-toe with any supervillains, and while he knows that's true, he's still going to be on All for One's radar if he isn't already, and he would have to be stupid to not be nervous about that. Are you going to go in? A gruff voice sounds behind him, and it takes everything in Izuku not to jump at the sound of it. Maybe. Izuku squeaks, covering his face with his arms in an attempt to hide from Zawa. Yeah. I am. Zawa doesn't roll his eyes because he's too mature for that, but he does narrow them at Izuku in a way that conveys his annoyance loud and clear. Izuku skitters into the room as the doors open, courtesy of the rat god himself. He refuses to look at anything but the floor as he claims his usual seat on the chair by a cozy fireplace that only appears when Nedzu's with guests that he really likes, so Izuku, Zawa, and sometimes Mike if he's lucky. Cynthia is ready when we are, Nedzu says, skipping the pleasantries that none of them even like. Now's good, Izuku says, immediately shifting into work mode. He's got information to get and maybe hopefully this will be the breakthrough that they need. Chapter 110, Knowledge. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. On a well-traveled street in Tokyo there sits a man in clothes that have seen better days and hair so greasy it looks like a mop. He's a well-known figure amongst the underground, sought out by many but his work doesn't come cheap. He has to make a living somehow and he might as well put his quirk to good use, or bad use, it all depends on the day. This man is used to being approached by people that he doesn't know. From sleazy husbands looking to hide a sordid affair to corrupt heroes looking for ways to rise in the ranks. This is the first time in all his many decades on the street that he has been approached by a child. The kid can't be any older than 15 with a baseball cap shielding his eyes from sight. He looks like he could be a street rat, his clothes are cheap and dirty enough, except what hair the man can see looks freshly washed. Chishiki, the kid greets, bowing his head in an unexpected show of respect. That depends who's asking. Eraserhead said you'd be here. What's Eraserhead doing sending a kid like you here? Especially at this time of night? The kid shrugs. I've been worse places for less important reasons. They lapse into silence. The kid doesn't say why he's there and Chishiki doesn't ask. Instead, they both watch as the last of the late-night crowd stumble home. In the distance, the horizon turns from blue to gray to pink and still nothing is said. All right, Chishiki relents. What is it you need? A name, the kid says. Actually like 3 names but only one of them is like end of the world as we know it important. Dramatic much? It's not dramatic if it's true, the kid retorts with a shrug. You know Eraser wouldn't have sent me personally if it wasn't important. And who are you? Most people know me as Deku. Chishiki nods, digesting this new information. He's been traded a life for this information. He knows enough about Deku now that he's seen him to send any number of villains after him, and yet here he stands even knowing what Chishiki's quirk is. What name do you need? I need to know who's running Humorize. Notes. Hi guys. Meant to add this to last chapter but I hope y'all are doing well and happy holidays. I just want to say that I'm happy y'all are still following me on this journey, whether you're just joining or you've been here the last 2 years. I'm grateful to y'all and I hope you continue to enjoy. Hope you'll have a good day. Chapter 111, Nap Time. Shoyuta does not have many regrets in his life, he rarely cares about something enough to regret it. He does, however, regret letting Bakugo Katsuki stay in his class. Don't get him wrong, the kid is going to make a good hero someday, maybe even a great one with a little bit more therapy. He's just loud. Obnoxiously loud in ways that don't allow Shoyuta to sleep through homeroom like he'd planned after staying up all night going over the intel they had received from Cynthia. Bakugo, Shoyuta says, getting the entire class attention. One more explosion and you get to feel what defenestration is like. Don't threaten my friends, Dad, Izuku grumbles, barely lifting his head from where he placed it on his desk before class even began. I'm not your friend, Bakugo snaps, turning to glare at Izuku only to step when the kid barely reacts to it. And I'm not quirkless, Izuku huffs. There's no need to lie to protect your dignity, we all know you're a softie on the inside. The entire class reacts to that with shouting and laughter and Shoyuta sighs, grabbing his noise-canceling headphones from deep inside one of his sleeping bag's secret pockets. He slides them into place and then covers his head with the sleeping bag, immediately falling back asleep. Did you even sleep last night? Denki asks sitting on Izuku's desk after class has ended. No, Izuku responds, blinking up at the blonde. Denki usually spends his breaks with Jairu, not sitting on Izuku's desk. Not that he doesn't like Denki or anything. It's just different. Oh man, that explains it. Explains what? The reason why you're being so bold today. What? Well, usually you're like, soft-spoken and kind in person and only sassy in the group chat. Today you're just sassy. Izuku leans forward, re-stein his head on Denki's side. Sassy sleepy. Exactly. Yup. Why don't you just go sleep in the staff lounge? Hitoshi asks, leaning forward to poke Izuku on the cheek. It's not like any of the teachers would stop you. Class, Izuku mumbles, barely coherent. School. Yeah, no, Hitoshi sighs as he stands from his desk. He shifts Izuku easily and him into a fireman's carry. You're going to take a nap. K. Shochan, tell Mike I'll be back. Hitoshi grins at their friend before walking out of the classroom. How'd he do that? Izuku barely hears as they leave the room. Izuku is like all muscle? Chat title, Why Life Gotta Do Us Like This. Chichipin. Kate Pillar, Aizawa Shoyuta. Saka 2.0, Midoriya Izuku. Bakuste, Bakugu Katsuki. Zuko 2.0, Todoroki Shudo. Bubbles, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Chopper, Ida Tenya. Jaded, Shinso Hitoshi. Karate Kid, Ojiro Mashireo. Pikachu, Kaminari Denki. Buttercup, Azuitsu. Prince Charming, Aoyama Yuga. Blossom, Ashido Mina. Ruby, Kirishima Iger. Batman, Tokoyami Fumikage. Ramsey, Sada Rikido. Eliza, Koda Koji. Gem, Jarkyoka. 3D Printer, Yayarosa Momo. Vanisher, Hagakure Turu. Gift Wrapped, Siro Hanta. Bubbles, the fact that Aizu was in the staff lounge sleeping for 5 hours today and still managed to give us all an analysis of our quirks in preparation for the preliminary licensing? Bubbles, terrifying. Bubbles, oh, Mina, I love the new names. Blossom, smiley face. Buttercup, it is very accurate, Caro. Ruby, bro, I like this name. Mina, thanks, bro. Ruby, smiley face. Jaded, Aizu wants everyone to know that he actually wrote those over the weekend. Jaded, most of them at least. Thulu, where are you guys? Jaded, Cat Cafe. Thulu, the usual? Jaded, yeah. Thulu, I'm on my way. Thulu, I want to give the bush a hug. Jaded, he says hugs would be appreciated. Saka 2.0, okay, the pile of cats dispersed. Saka 2.0, I hope all the analysis is helpful. The exam is still a few weeks away, but since we're all taking it earlier than past years, I wanted to help y'all. Pikachu, Mito for class president. Saka 2.0, oh boy do I have good news for you. Saka 2.0, oh, speaking of class president business. Momo, did you want to tell them now or? 3D printer, no time like the present. Jaded, I hate when you're Voj. 3D printer, we don't mean to be. Jaded, not you, you're an angel who can do no wrong. Jaded, the gremlin on the other hand? Jaded, he scares me. Saka 2.0, Dad, can I tell them? Caterpillar, yes, I've talked to all their parents now. Saka 2.0, the dorms are done. Saka 2.0, over the next 2 weeks we will all be moving in and any assignments missed due to your move-in times will be excused. There will be no tests for the next 2 weeks as well. Saka 2.0, dorm tours will be tomorrow afternoon, laughing face. Pikachu, hell yeah. Ramsey, are there kitchens? Saka 2.0, yes, laughing face. Saka 2.0, and I've already blackmailed. Kakin to make dinner for our first night, laughing face. Jaded, terrifying. Bakuste, it's going to be the effing spiciest food I'm legally allowed to make. Saka 2.0, D. Bakuste, smiley face shouldn't have tried to blackmail me, loser. Caterpillar, Izuku, what have we talked about? Saka 2.0, only blackmail when it's worth it? Saka 2.0, but like, Kakin makes the best katsudon. See. Saka 2.0, which I personally think it worth blackmailing Susu. Caterpillar, the longest sigh ever. Caterpillar, I cannot believe I am going to say this. Caterpillar, Bakugu, if you don't make the Katsudon he won't. Stuff. Caterpillar, please save us all. Saka 2.0, see. Saka 2.0, I have best dad. Chapter 112, Deals. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The scene starts like this. It's a quiet Sunday morning in a relatively quiet city. Surprisingly quiet considering the number of people who live there. At least half of the town's inhabitants are still asleep, choosing to spend the early hours cuddled warm in their beds. They don't have jobs to get to yet, their kids haven't woken them up, and they're privileged in that. The other residents have early starts to their days, or late ends to their nights, and are out and about. Some are on their way home, some are heading to work. No one really speaks to each other, just the quiet, "Thank you," murmured to a barista as a businessman waits for his coffee. Here and there one can hear a car horn in the distance, but it's not something that breaks the peace, it feeds it. It reminds people that this is indeed a city, and where there is a city there is crime. Today just happens to be a day for quiet crime. There's no need for attention-grabbing, adrenaline-pumping, hero-fight level crime on a morning like this. Really, it's not even technically crime. It's just 2 criminals or, well, 10 criminals, but there's no need to get technical meeting in a warehouse in the part of this quiet city where people don't generally meet. Not people who are up to any good anyways. One of these men scratches at his neck impatiently as he waits for a response to a question. It's a question that could quite literally change the course of society. It could lead to the destruction of this quiet city with its quiet peace, and every city like it. That is the goal of the man, after all. The destruction of everything that hero society is built on. The society that cast him to the side and left him to fester like an open wound on the side of the street. But destruction like that needs money, and that's something Shigaraki doesn't have. Sensei, despite his decades upon decades of life, does not have money either. He used to, Shigaraki remembers, back before All Might swooped in and made everything so much worse. Like he always does, because he is not the paragon of hero society that everyone likes to think that he is. Shigaraki used to live in a nice house and have nice things. And now he has nothing. Not even his gaming computer anymore. That had been lost to him just like everything else. Yes, the masked criminal says. A man that Shigaraki doesn't like but will tolerate for his goals. But believe this will be beneficial for both of us. I would like to see what is mine returned to me. As the meeting ends and the criminals fade back in with the dregs of society, the city continues to wake up, unaware of the deal that has just put them all in danger like they've never known before. Notes. Thanks for all your comments. I may not respond to them, but I do read them all. I've been experiencing the worst writer's block of my decade plus of writing, but I'm working on routines that will hopefully help me get back in a groove. In the meantime, I hope y'all enjoy what I'm able to get out without burning out. Smiley face. Chapter 113, Spar. Notes. I'm alive. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chat title, Why Life Gotta Do Us Like This. Chichipinned. Kate Pillar, Aizawa Shoyuta. Saka 2.0, Midoriya Izuku. Bakuste, Bakugu Katsuki. Zuko 2.0, Todoroki Shudo. Bubbles, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Chopper, Ida Tenya. Jaded, Shinso Hitoshi. Karate Kid, Ojiro Mashireo. Pikachu, Kaminari Denki. Buttercup, Ashuitsu. Prince Charming, Aoyama Yuga. Blossom, Ashido Mina. Ruby, Kirishima Iger. Batman, Tokoyami Fumikage. Ramsey, Sada Rikido. Eliza, Koda Koji. Gem, Jarkyoka. 3D Printer, Yayoro Momo. Vanisher, Hagakure Turu. Gift Wrapped, Siro Hanta. Gift Wrapped, Can I Move Out Yet? Buttercup, What Happened? Gift Wrapped, Izuku Happened. Buttercup, Akero. Bubbles, How is he somehow adorable and terrifying in the morning? Bubbles, I thought we'd seen everything but no. Saka 2.0, Haha sorry. Karate Kid, and you all wondered why I wanted to fight him. Karate Kid, sure it was about the tail, but it's also an instinctual thing. Karate Kid, the only way to survive is to strike first, before he finds out your weaknesses. Saka 2.0, too late. Karate Kid, C. Saka 2.0, laughing face. Jam. No, but why is Bakugo less terrifying in the morning? Jam. I stumbled across him this morning. Jam, and it was shocking. Jam, like they swapped personalities or something. Bakuste, you take that back. Jam. Bakuste, Bakuste, fine. Jam? Jam, holy afoihoif. Saka 2.0, Joriag Jorgial. Saka 2.0, Kakin Just. Saka 2.0, Rip It Jam. Saka 2.0, they will be missed. Saka 2.0. I said that you'll be missed, C. Jim, and yet, I don't like your tone. Saka 2.0, I'm typing. Jam, C. Saka 2.0, I don't get paid enough for this. Kate Pillar, same. Kate Pillar, that's not how caterpillar is spelled. Saka 2.0, it's not? Saka 2.0. Bakuste, yo nerd. Saka 2.0, yes? Bakuste, fight me. Saka 2.0, bet. Standing in the middle of a gym, facing Kakin, with sweat dripping into his eyes and ragged breaths tearing through his chest is exactly what Izuku used to picture when he thought about being a hero all those years ago. Of course, he'd always imagined that he'd have a quirk, some combination of his mom and dad's. That he'd be on equal footing with everyone, not sprinting to catch up. Okay, that's enough for today, Aizawa grumbles from where he's monitoring the spar. Bakugo, stop holding back against him. I'm not. You are, Dad says, coming to stand with them. It's not much, but it's noticeable and we'll need to work on it. Izuku frowns, poking his tender side in fascination, absent-mindedly lifting his shirt to observe the bruising from a poorly dodged punch. And Izuku, Zawa says, turning to face Izuku with a frown. No more sparing without protective gear. You may not get the option outside of UA, but while you are here you need to do what you can to mitigate damage to your body. You've been cleared to fight, but Recovery Girl says you're still susceptible to further and permanent damage if you're not careful. Yes, sir, Dad, sir, Izuku says with a cheeky salute. Izuku looks over at Bakugo, who is still grumbling as he stares at his hand. Izuku barely has time to duck before Bakugo is aiming right at his chest and letting off a small blast that probably wouldn't have hurt Izuku all that much, but it wouldn't have felt great either. Why? How am I holding back? Your blasts aren't as strong against me as they are when you spar Kirishima or Kaminari. It's not much of a difference, but it is noticeable, Izuku responds immediately. You also broadcast your moves more, so it's easier for me to dodge. It wouldn't be such a big deal, except if I can dodge you at full power, then I'm more likely to be safe when dodging most villains, since you have one of the most powerful quirks I've ever seen. Oh. We'll work on it. Demen right, we will. Notes. Life sure hit me hard this year, but I'm still here and I'm still thinking about it a lot. Thank you for all your comments. I love reading them even though I very rarely respond. Whether you've been on this journey with me for years or are just joining, I hope you enjoy. It's been over 3 years since I started writing a ST, which is just mind-boggling. At that time, I was posting 3 to 5 chapters a week. Now I'm lucky to get 3 a year, I guess. Anyways, hopefully it's less than 4 months before the next chapter is out. Chapter 114, Linear. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. If healing were linear, Izuku would already be completely and totally recovered. He wouldn't have aches in the morning if he forgot to stretch at night. He wouldn't have a stabbing pain in his left hip if he walked barefoot for too long. He wouldn't have to continue going to physical therapy for fear to all the progress he has made might regress. He wouldn't be so tired so much of the time. Since healing is not linear, there are nights that Izuku can't sleep because the memories of USJ are playing on repeat. He conjures the what-ifs, like movies, to watch over and over as he struggles to keep his breathing under control. He has to remind himself that the people he loves are still here with him and he didn't fail anyone. The mornings are almost harder, because Izuku has to get out of bed and go to class and see his friends, and while he doesn't have to pretend like everything is okay, he doesn't want his struggles to become a burden. So he puts on a smile and he tries to convince himself and everyone else that every day is a good day even when it's not. What Izuku fails to notice, through the fog of fatigue and the challenges of healing, is that his family sees him as he is, not as Izuku wants them to. They see Izuku as a young man, nearing adulthood but not quiet there, who has been through so much in so little time. They see him as a hero, a fighter, a person who needs love and affection and support just the same as every other person on Earth. They see the days where Izuku has to push harder, sweat dripping from his hair, to finish sets that he breezes through other days in the gym. They see him studying and learning and helping others at the same time. So on those days that prove healing isn't linear, Izuku's family steps in and they remind Izuku that he's not actually some all-powerful superhuman and he can, in fact, take breaks. And Izuku loves them very much for it. Notes. It hasn't even been a year since I last posted Sweats nervously. Thanks for your patience with this story, y'all. I have tried to write this chapter so many times in honesty. I went from writing maybe 10 to 15k words a month to barely 5,000 over the course of the last 2 years, and it's really kind of essy. I'm trying not to force it and I hope y'all will continue to show this story love as I find my way back to it. Smiley face. I will say, I started my own training montage in January after some health things happened and I can see why it's such a common thing in anime. I'm in my running era now. Smiley face. Chapter 115. Waiting. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chat title. We're a bunch of professionals trademark. Lime. That. Mothman. Eraserhead. Lemon. Lemillion. Tender. Ingenium. Psyduck. Cernita. Emotional support comedian. Ms. Joke. Michael. Present Mike. Dracula. Vlad King. Danny Phantom. Ectoplasm. Veronica. Fat Gum. Burbooks. Apple Pie. All Might. Exhausted. Detective Tsukachi. Stoat God. Nedzu. Lime. I hate waiting. Lamp-like? Why can't villains work on my schedule? Lime. Why do I have to wait for them to slip up so I have proof before I can get them arrested like they deserve? Mothman. What a mod. Mothman. Lime. See fine. Burb. Imagine having a speed quirk and having to wait for villains to slip up. Lime. I have. Burb. Surprised face. Lime. Haha, no really. I used to imagine I had all kinds of quirks. It's kind of how the whole analysis thing started. I'd pretend to have a quirk and my dad would ask all kinds of questions about how I'd use the quirk and then I'd be the hero saving my mom from the evil villain. Lime. Of course I would win every time. Mothman. I'm going to find you. What did I do? Lime. Io fuio Yu-Gi-Oh. Lime. This is why he is Eraser Dad. Lime. I am crying. Lime at Stoat God we will need fans in 1A dorms. Lime. I am currently flooding it. Emotional. Support comedian. What happened? Lime. He kidnapped me from the dorm only to wrap me in a blanket, give me hot cocoa, and a hug as we talked about my dad. Apple Pie. But he is your dad? Lime. My birth dad. Lime. He died when I was young. But Lime. I miss him but I'm also so grateful to have my Eraser Dad. Dracula. Why am I crying? Michael, a listener. Can I come join y'all? Lime. Yes. Mothman. Lime. See. Mothman. Notes. Smiley face. It hasn't even been a whole month since the last chapter. Chapter 116. Commit a crime. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku likes to think that he's a level-headed person. He can keep his calm in many situations some of the time. He gets mad a lot but he doesn't really show it most of the time. But this? He said. He's sitting in Nedza's office with Night Eye, All Might, Dad, and Tsukachi and they're going over everything they've gotten from Eri and Izuku is fairly certain he's not the only one preparing to commit a crime. A murder. A homicide. The Shai Hasaikai. Izuku can think of at least 8 ways to take them down. Up to and including murder. In fact, 7.5 out of 8 ways will end in murder. Izuku. The voice pierces through the fog in Izuku's head and he blinks his eyes to focus on his dad who is kneeling in front of him, squeezing his hands. Ah, there you are, Dad says with a small smile, the kind that is mostly in his eyes. You can plot murder once we have all the details. I don't need details to plot murder, Izuku counters, but he does focus back on the conversation, thinking over the snippets he still heard while he was disassociating. Have we found his base? Tsukachi asks, looking up from his own set of papers. Not yet, Nedzu chirps in that cheerfully scary way of his that Izuku does everything possible to emulate. But we should be able to soon. I've got a hero associate of mine from Denmark helping since I don't want anyone to change their patrol routes. Oh, who is it? Izuku asks, waving his hand like a madman. He still feels the urge to burn something, but he's glad to be distracted by learning about a new hero. Vinder, Nedzu tells the hero in training. Oh, he's the underground hero who worked with you 15 years ago to find the kidnapped prince of Denmark. Izuku says, pounding his fist into his palm. I'm not even going to ask how you know about that, Tsukachi says with the air of a man who has been disappointed too many times. You'll find, kind sir, that I know too much about too many things, Izuku says with a grin that he knows matches his dad's perfectly. He relishes in the way it makes All Might shudder. Notes. Sincerely, Det. Is over 4 years old. I still remember talking to a friend in 2020 asking if I should post this silly little FIC I'd started writing. She said I should, and now here I am. Here we are. 4 years later and I've gotten a master's degree, moved across the country and back home, in 1 year. I've met some amazing people because of this FIC and I'm so grateful for each and every one of you, love. I'm hoping the writer's block I've had since December 2022 is fading, but we'll see if this holds out, smiley face. Chapter 117. Interlude. Notes. Sometimes we need to see the happy, smiley face. It's a very short one, but it's all I got right now. I fixed the emojis back in like chapter 50 and beyond. Please give me peace. I know they were not working. Back when I wrote those chapters, the log and rock emoji didn't show up for 90% of people, so I had to use images and then Discord changed its terms so the images broke. Chat title, Why Life Gotta Do Us Like This. Cheat sheet pinned. Kate Pillar, Aizawa Shoyuta. Saka 2.0, Midoriya Izuku. Bakuste, Bakugu Katsuki. Zuko 2.0, Todoroki Shudo. Bubbles, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Chopper, Ida Tenya. Jaded, Shinso Hitoshi. Karate Kid, Ojiro Mashireo. Pikachu, Kaminari Denki. Buttercup, Azuitu. Prince Charming, Aoyama Yuga. Blossom, Ashido Mina. Ruby, Kirishima Iger. Batman, Tokoyami Fumikage. Ramsey, Sada Rikido. Eliza, Koda Koji. Gem, Jarkyoka. 3D Printer, Yayoro Momo. Vanisher, Hagakure Turu. Gift Wrapped, Siro Hanta. Pikachu, if you were a plant, what plant would you be? Saka 2.0, Bush. Jaded, Twig. Phulocactus. Zuko 2.0, Christmas Tree. Bubbles, Boulder. Pikachu, that was so fast? Chopper, a boulder is not a plant. Bubbles, BD. Bubbles, sounds like something a non-believer would say. Bakuste, Hogweed. Pikachu, Bakuste, look it up loser. Pikachu, Pikachu, oh sheet. Pikachu, I'd be a stinging nettle. Eliza, I'd be a buttercup. Saka 2.0, pure. Saka 2.0, I would live for you Koda. Ruby, isn't it usually I would die for you? Saka 2.0, I've been banned from saying that. Kate Pillar, Kate Pillar, I am proud of you. Saka 2.0, look at that character development happening right before our very eyes. Chat between Aizawa Shoyuta and Midoriya Izuku. Izukid, I love you, love. Eraser Dad, I love you too, kid love. Izukid. Chapter 118, What Comes Next? Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chat name the plants. Cheat sheet pinned. Midoriya Izuku, deciduous tree bush. Shuji Mizo, cactus cactus. Shinso Hitoshi, twig. Uraraka Ochako, boulder. Todoroki Shudo, Christmas tree Christmas tree. If I can't fight Ida, then what's the point? Cactus. All he said is that a boulder is not a plant. Shun the non-believer. Cactus. He's not wrong. Shun. Deciduous tree, shun. Christmas tree, shun. Cactus, upside down face, slightly smiling face, up down arrow, pensive face, fearful face, sad but relieved face, frowning face with open mouth, I'm disowning y'all. Deciduous tree, denied. Next time we have 1v1 Ima fight Ida, and the only one who can stop me is Aizawa sensei. Deciduous tree, you are so valid for that. Mido. Deciduous tree, ye? What are you doing? Deciduous tree, existing? No like? Why are you hanging from the ceiling? How? Deciduous tree, oh, I'm using my scarf. Deciduous tree, honestly it helps relieve the back pain I still get sometimes, and the ceiling is the only place I can really hang. Deciduous tree, sometimes I'll hang from a tree branch or monkey bars, but shrug emoji ceilings work too. Did you type shrug emoji? Deciduous tree, shrug. Emoji. Chat title, we're a bunch of professionals trademark. Luigi, that. Bowser, Eraserhead. Daisy, Lemillion. Hammerbro, Ingenium. Koopa Troopa, Sir Night Eye. Waluigu, Ms. Joke. Yoshi, Present. Shy Guy, Vlad King. Dry Bones, Ectoplasm. Money Mole, Fat Gum. Peach Hooks. Donkey Kong, All Might. Rosalina, Detective Tsukachi. Mario, Netsu. Luigi, I will not be taking criticism or questions at this time. Bowser, what did you do? Luigi, I said I will not be taking questions at this time. Bowser, that. Yoshi, I love it. Daisy, beautiful, stellar, one of a kind. Luigi, lemon gets me, Omega. Fish fit. Dry Bones, I can live with this. Koopa Troopa, I am sorry to interrupt your fun. Koopa Troopa, Deku, I need you to come in. Luigi, notes. Tivich, the first part was supposed to be in the last chapter, whoops. Take care of yourselves and each other, y'all. Redheart. Chapter 119. A piece of the puzzle. That. I looked into the files that you send over, and I'd just like to send my thanks. You have saved my agency a lot of time with this analysis that we're able to focus on taking down the villain in question. In addition to that, I've attached the requested report on Trigger in my region. Please let me know if there's any way I can further assist. Tsuchigumo. Tsuchigumo? Always happy to help, Mr. Tsuchigumo. The report you sent over is exactly the information that we were looking for and dreading finding. It's helped us a lot in our case, and we really appreciate it. As of right now, there's no further need for action, but should that change, I, or one of my colleagues, will be in contact. Your quirk is amazing, by the way. I'm not sure if I've mentioned it before, but I love the way you take inspiration from the pre-quirk hero Spider-Man and use your webs to swing from building to building. A friend of mine does something similar, so I told them about you, and now you're their #1 inspiration. Anyways, thanks for your support. Sincerely, that just made my entire year. Tell your friend that I look forward to seeing their career and to contact me if they need any advice. Tsuchigumo. Tsuchigumo? Message passed. They said they'll be in contact as soon as they stop having existential crisis. Sincerely, that. Relatable. Tsuchigumo. Izuku frowns as he flips through the reports scattered on the coffee table in front of him. A cup of tea long gone cold sits by his elbow, precariously close to the edge, but he ignores it in light of the concerning information he has yet to barely start processing. This isn't right, Izuku says, glancing from one report to the next. He pulls out a third and his frown deepens. Unless. I sheet. Izuku stands suddenly, sending the cup careening to the floor. He barely spares it a glance as he sprints into the kitchen, ignoring the shouts from his siblings he'd just left in the living room. Mom, Izuku says, shoving a paper into her face. Do you recognize this name? Inko takes the paper and holds it to where she can actually see the name Izuku is pointing at. When she does see if she lets out a small gasp. Yeah, he was one of my professors in law school. He left in the middle of my final year and no one really knows what happened to him. That's what I thought, Izuku says with a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Ever since his last meeting with Night Eye, where he realized they were missing a key piece of evidence, Izuku had been searching through the reports he'd requested from all the different regions in Japan. He hadn't been sure exactly what he'd been looking for, but he found it. The missing piece of a puzzle so convoluted they didn't even know what it looked like. I'm so sorry, Mom, but I need to go see Night Eye. I'll make it up to everyone as soon as I can, Izuku apologizes. Inko smiles gently and pulls him into a quick hug. Of course, go be the hero we always knew you were going to be. Izuku doesn't cry, he swears he doesn't. But if he wipes away a tear as he steps into the living room to find his papers stacked neatly next to his backpack, then no one else needed to know. Chapter 120, of Licenses and Demons. Chichipin, Kate Pillar, Aizawa Shoyuta. Saka 2.0, Midoriya Izuku. Bakuste, Bakugu Katsuki. Zuko 2.0, Todoroki Shudo. Bubbles, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Chopper, Ida Tenya. Jaded, Shinso Hitoshi. Karate Kid, Ojiro Mashireo. Pikachu, Kaminari Denki. Buttercup, Azuitu. Prince Charming, Aoyama Yuga. Blossom, Ashido Mina. Ruby, Kirishima Iger. Batman, Tokoyami Fumikage. Ramsey, Sada Rikido. Eliza, Koda Koji. Gem, Jarkyoka. 3D Printer, Yayoro Momo. Vanisher, Hagakure Turu. Gift Wrapped, Siro Hanta. Saka 2.0, it needs to be said. Saka 2.0, I can't keep this quiet anymore. Pikachu? Saka 2.0, Koda would be the most terrifying villain ever. Saka 2.0, Saka 2.0, now that that's off my chest I do actually have something to share. Vanisher, explain? Saka 2.0, animals. Saka 2.0, he could commit a crime and we'd never know. Saka 2.0, no one would suspect him in a random bear attack while someone's hiking. Saka 2.0, or rat stealing things. Saka 2.0, back to the news. Saka 2.0, since things keep happening to our class. Saka 2.0, we will be testing for provisional ligaments early. Saka 2.0, licenses WTF. Saka 2.0, which means the next few weeks of heroics will focus on super moves. Saka 2.0, which means I have analysis for you in the common room. Saka 2.0, come get your free thoughts. Caterpillar, how did you know that? Saka 2.0, Nedzu. Caterpillar, continue as planned. Saka 2.0, that's what I thought. Thulu, your analysis is, as always, very helpful and slightly unnerving. Thank you. Saka 2.0. Karate Kid. Miso says that Koda would be the most terrifying villain, and then you look at his analysis and you know that he did not take himself into account. Karate Kid. If he did not have morals, no one would survive. Saka 2.0. Nah, if I were a villain I would not indiscriminately kill people. Saka 2.0. What the point in being a villain if you're the only person left alive? Karate Kid, that's somehow so much worse? Jaded, you don't know true fear until you have listened to Aizu rant about how stupid of a villain All for One is. Karate Kid, All for One? Jaded? Yeah? That bogeyman villain that they say will steal your quirk if you go out at night? Jaded, that sheet terrified me as a child. Jaded, anyone? Rubika. I used to refuse to go outside after dark even if my parents were with me. Jaded, same. Saka 2.0, okay listen. Saka 2.0, FO is a BSC idiot man, and were it not for the laws of this land he would be the second most terrifying villain out there. K-Pillar, Saka 2.0, I said what I said. Saka 2.0, we've compared plans and Nedzu agrees. Karate Kid. Miso is my sleep paralysis demon. Saka 2.0. Smiley face. Chapter 121. Artificial Intelligence in the Age of Quirks. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Artificial Intelligence in the Age of Quirks. First draft, not for publishing. By Anonymous. The 2020s saw the greatest expansion of the use of artificial intelligence, AI, in the existence of humankind. This makes sense, considering technology was in rapid development from the Industrial Revolution to the Age of Quirks, As discussed in my previous essay on the effects of quirks on technology published in the Nippon Journal of Quirks in 21XX. This rapid expansion caused much chaos, which necessitated the rapid implementation of several thousand laws worldwide that policed the use of AI in the development of government projects, the creation of art, and the writing of college dissertations, to name a few. For example, the California AI Transparency Act, SB 942, of 2024 would require the creation of a tool for the purpose of detecting the use of AI in marketing, trainings, and other digital and printed creations. The success of bills such as this varied, however, they would go on to become the foundation for the laws policing quirked individuals, QI, at the dawn of quirks. This is one of the many impacts of artificial intelligence in the age of quirks. Another such impact was the use of AI in deciding the fates of QI who had been caught by law enforcement and were set to be tried. Due to the nature of their existence, the nature being that having a quirk was at first deemed illegal, there was no way to have a fair trial or a trial by peers. So instead, the constitutions of many countries were ignored and many QI were thrown into island prisons, like those depicted in pre-Quirk, PQ, superhero movies. I should write an essay about that. No. I should focus on this one. As laws surrounding quirks have developed, the use of AI to try QI has shifted to using AI to trial non-quirked individuals, NQI. Which is, of course, utter bullshit. Like much technology, AI has not actually developed at any significant rate since the dawn of quirks, but it has caused so much damage and finish this later. Like, come on, it's not that hard to understand that using AI to decide things that impact real live human beings is amoral at best and criminal at worst. It's a disgusting practice and people have died because of it. Why would we continue to use this practice today? I theorize that it's because QI have forgotten what it is like to be discriminated against. Of course, quirk discrimination exists, but in many of those cases there is a chance for recourse and often at least compensation. But for you QI? For people like me, who can rarely take the legal route. It's stupid. I'm going to have to completely rewrite this in order to publish. I should probably do that in a different document. Don't want to risk a misprint. This essay was never published. Notes. Been a while since there's been an essay, smiley face. Hope y'all had a peaceful New Year's and that you and your loved ones are in safe places. Chapter 122, Stick Man. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chat title, We're a Bunch of Professionals trademark. Luigi, Death, Bowser, Eraserhead, Daisy, Lemillion, Hammerbro, Ingenium, Koopa Troopa, Sir Night-Eye, Waluigu, Ms. Joke, Yoshi, Present Shy Guy, Vlad King, Dry Bones, Ectoplasm, Money Mole, Fat Gum, Peach Hooks, Donkey Kong, All Might, Rosalina, Detective Tsukachi, Mario, Netsu, Luigi, did you know? Daisy, no? Luigi, not you. At Koopa Troopa. Luigi, did you know? Koopa Troopa, I did not. Luigi, okay. Daisy, no what D? Daisy, it's not cool to be vague in the group chat. Luigi, since he did not know I can talk about it. Luigi at Donkey Kong WDF man? Donkey Kong, I can explain. Donkey Kong. Well, your class has been attacked an unprecedented number of times this year. Donkey Kong, and you have been in the middle of it a lot. Donkey Kong, so I wanted to give you some peace. Luigi, peace? Luigi, peace? Luigi, you're about to be a symbol of regrets, Stickman. Daisy, this explains nothing. Luigi, your mentor tried to get my class banned from the provisional licensing exam. Luigi, which we were given permission to take for the exact reason the yellow blob wanted to make it, so that we'd have to wait 6 months to a year. Luigi, putting us in even more danger. Luigi, lucky for him the rat god would never. Mario, it is true. Donkey Kong, I just would like to know why you thought it appropriate to bring this up in this chat, which has the primary use of keeping us informed on a case. Rosalind, why are you the way you are? Luigi, that's why. Donkey Kong, I can explain. Rosalind, I think you have explained enough. See. Rosalind, while Deku is an exception to many of our laws, His class deserves to have the protection of at least a provisional license should they be targeted again. Rosalind, and while we are making headway on our case here, we're not nearly at the point where we can incriminate anyone, thus everyone working on this case is in some amount of danger. Rosalind, and with a provisional license, Deku would be able to use support items to protect himself if he were directly targeted. Rosalind, you're a smart man and you care a lot. You just need to think through the consequences of your actions more thoroughly and actually maybe talk to another person before making decisions unilaterally. Rosalind, especially considering this impacts Eraser's class. Donkey Kong, Sheet. Bowser, your days are numbered, stick man. Luigi, no leaving evidence, dad. Donkey Kong, dad? Luigi, blind and stupid. Luigi, I swear we've been over this before. Notes. Tsukachi is my fave to this day. Chapter 123, Eri. Midoriya, Aizu, honey, are you with Shoyuta? Izusen, yeah. Izusen, he is trying to kill me. Midoriya, let him know that Eri needs him. Izusen, he's on his way. Izusen, is she okay? Midoriya, her quirk is being a little wonky but she'll be okay. Midoriya, she's looking forward to your visit next weekend. Izusen, me as well, love. Izusen, I don't like being away from you. Midoriya, but you're doing amazing things and I'm so proud of you. Izusen, but now I have to wait days for a hug instead of hours. Izusen, honestly, it kind of SCKS a lot. Izusen, I love it here, don't get me wrong. I don't regret UA at all. Izusen, but you're my mama and I miss you and Sarai and I hate that I'm missing the side chase to help Eri more because I'm stuck here. Izusen, can I call? Inko clicks the call button before she even processes what she's doing. Her baby needs her and she would be there for him come hell or high water. Hey, Izuku greets, his voice thick and rough. It's very clear to her that he's been crying. Hi baby, Inko says softly. You okay? Yeah, it's just been a long week and I'm exhausted and everything felt impossible and overwhelming for a second there. Inko wishes she could reach through the phone and hold her son in her arms. She wishes she could send Shoyuta his way to comfort their son in her stead. But Eri needs Shoyuta right now in a capacity that Inko can't provide. So she'll help Izuku where she can and then she'll send Shoyuta his way when Eri is settled again. Then next week, after Izuku officially has his provisional license, Inko will hold him in her arms for as long as she possibly can. How's Eri? Izuku asks, his voice rough. She'll be okay, the bracelets help but sometimes she needs a little more support than they can provide. I'm glad she has you, Izuku says. I'm glad I have you. You'll always have me, my sweet boy, Inko assures, because even if she's gone, she'll still do everything in her power to support her son. Will it ever stop? Eri whispers, staring up at Mystery Racerhead with wide red eyes. Can you make it go away? The man sighs as he drops to one knee in front of her. Not reaching to touch but being a comforting presence all the same. Eri likes him. I can't make it go away, Eraserhead says gently. And I don't know if it will ever stop. But I'll be here for you through it all. Really? Really, whenever you need me all you need to do it tell Inko and I'll be there as soon as I can. Thank you. Eri says before throwing herself into the most comforting hug she's received in her entire life. Chapter 124, The Exam. Notes. Peeks in like it hasn't been months since I last updated. It's been over 5 years since I started posting. Sincerely, Deku. And a lot has happened and I just want to say how much I appreciate all of you for sticking around. Whether it's your first read through or you've been here from the start, I am very grateful for you. Chichipind, Kate Pillar, Aizawa Shoyuta, Saka 2.0, Midoriya Izuku, Bakuste, Bakugu Katsuki, Zuko 2.0, Todoroki Shudo, Bubbles, Uraraka Achako, Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo, Chopper, Ida Tenya, Jaded, Shinso Hitoshi, Karate Kid, Ojiro Mashireo, Pikachu, Kaminari Denki, Buttercup, Azuitu, Prince Charming, Aoyama Yuga, Blossom, Ashido Mina, Ruby, Kirishima Iger, Batman, Tokoyami Fumikichi, Ramsey, Sada Rikido, Eliza, Koda Koji, Gem, Jarkyoka, 3D printer, Yayaro's Momo. Vanisher, Hagakure Turu. Gift wrapped, Siro Hanta. Pikachu, thank you Overlord Izuku for making sure we knew that we were going to be targets in this exam. Saka 2.0, I would like us to all pass this exam, actually. Saka 2.0, so like, Go Plus Ultra and all that jazz party popper. Chopper, put your phones away. The exam is 2 minutes from starting. Pikachu, fine. Saka 2.0, you're not my real dad. Kate Pillar, kid. Saka 2.0, fine. Shoyuta sighs as he pockets his phone, glancing at Ms. Joke sitting next to him. Wanna bet my kids take your kids out? No, Shoyuta sighs louder this time. Did you forget that Deku is in my class? Oh shit, you know. Thanks for not taking that bet. A buzzer sounds through the stadium and they bother turn their attention to hero students fighting for a spot in round 2 of the licensing exam. Shoyuta is honestly a little pleased with the changes that have been made to the exam. Sure, it'll be harder for his students to get their licenses, but if they can't pass this hurdle then they weren't ready anyways. Dim, your kids are rabid, Joke remarks pointing to where Bakugo is growling at Kaminari and Kirishima who evidently won't leave his side. That one came that way, Shoyuta huffs. What about that one? She says, pointing to where Izuku is avoiding getting hit by a ball by vaulting over the heads of one of the Shiketsu students' heads. I take half responsibility for that one. Oh shit, that's Deku? Yeah, that's Deku. No wonder All Might is terrified of him, Joke laughs. He's a little unhinged in the best way. An explosion sounds through the stadium and Shoyuta watches as a bridge collapses and jumps to his feet because 3 of his students, his kids, had been on that bridge and he hadn't seen any movement from them that would have caused such an explosion. Sheet, Shoyuta curses, pulling out his phone. Kate Pillar, check in when able. Saka 2.0, all accounted for. Saka 2.0, wait sheet. Saka 2.0, do you think they intended for real villains to be part of this test? What the F dash? Shoyuta takes off down the steps, pulling his capture weapon into his hands. There are more explosions coming from the stadium and he hears shouting coming from further up where the examiners are situated. He's not going to let his kids get injured because of the incompetencies of the people running this organization. By the time Shoyuta has made it into the arena, Joke is next to him and Shoyuta can see 3 pro heroes and several sidekicks running ahead of him. Shoyuta puts his communication device in and is immediately inundated with information about what's happening from the examiners who have video feed of the situation. There's a blonde kid creating explosions and blue flames in the middle of the arena, which is where the bridge was. There are more villains throughout the stadium, but Aizawa can't keep track of their names or positions as he happens upon 2 students fighting against a Nomu. There are Nomu, Shoyuta shouts into the comms as he jumps into the fight. He could do nothing but hope that his kids could hold out until more heroes arrived. Chapter 125, Fight. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. An explosion rocks the ground around them right before the bridge collapses beneath their feet. Shudo uses his ice to protect Izuku, Shuji, and the student from Shiketsu that they had been battling. Izuku feels debris scrape against his cheek and something hard hits his shoulder, but he manages to remain otherwise uninjured despite the destruction around them. Thanks, the Shiketsu student says, wiping dust off his uniform. What was that? Izuku feels his phone vibrate with a text from Zawa and pulls it out to respond as the 3 of them theorize. They're in a crater of rubble on the street below where the bridge had stood. The dust is still settling around them, though Izuku can hear the continued sounds of fighting somewhere off to their left. He hears the sound of footsteps and shifting rocks and looks to his right to see a figure walking through the remaining dust on the opposite end of the bridge. Blue lights ripple around the figure's hands, though Izuku can't make out what their source is. Something about it doesn't feel right. Hello, wannabe heroes. The figure, now clearly a villain with how he presents himself, cackles. I hope you're prepared to die. Is this part of the exam? The Shiketsu student wonders. Blue flames surround the man's hands and his skin is covered in purple patches that look horribly painful. The wind brings a smell of decay and ash that nearly makes Izuku. I don't think this is part of the test, Izuku replies, quickly pulling his phone out to send another text before pocketing it. It's only Shudo's quick thinking and a glacier the size of a house that keeps them from getting burnt to a crisp. The blue flames burn hotter than anything Izuku has ever felt, even if they don't touch him. Izuku doesn't panic. Instead, he grabs the Shiketsu student and pulls him behind a wall of rubble. Shuji and Shudo follow right behind him. Shudo's ice won't last long. He winces as blue flames shoot past them, burning somehow hotter than before. "What's your name?" Izuku asks as sweat drips down his forehead. He turns to the Shiketsu student who has his arms wrapped around his middle. There are strips of what looks like paper wrapped around his arm that did not make it out of the attack unscathed. "Hanyu Shiro," the boy replies, a quiver in his voice. His eyes dart all around him, and Izuku's surprised he hasn't bolted. "Okay, Hanyu-kun, what's your quirk?" "I can control origami weapons that mimic our real weapons." "Okay, that's really cool, and I'd love to hear more about it later, but we need to focus on this villain." Izuku takes a deep breath before pulling a knife from a sheath on his thigh. "Will your origami burn in this heat?" "No sheet," Hanyu snaps. "I think anything would burn in this heat." A moment later, the flames stop and Izuku frowns. There's an eerie silence in the area that surrounds them like a fog. "I don't hear him," Shuji whispers. Izuku takes a chance to peek out from behind the wall and throw his knife at where the villain had been standing. It's stupid, and he'll definitely get lectured by Zawa if he ever finds out, but Izuku can't care about that right now. The man cackles and dodges the knife, and Izuku nods to himself. He knew that trick wouldn't work, but he is able to judge that the villain hadn't moved. Which is honestly the best they could hope for at this point. Back when Izuku had decided to pursue being a hero, he had been prepared to fight villains who outclassed him in every way. Well, he was prepared to train to fight villains who outclassed him in every way. He is not prepared to actually fight these villains while still training to be a hero. This is like the USJ all over again, but worse, because while there seem to be fewer villains here, they are clearly stronger than most of the villains who were at the USJ. He's got 3 people with him and an unknown and insanely powerful villain a measly 40 meters away. The only thing going for Izuku is the fact that Kurojirai and Shigaraki don't seem to be present. Or at least they aren't present where Izuku is. He hadn't noticed any warp gates letting these villains in. But he also hadn't been paying attention to anything outside of the licensing exam. Considering the number of pro heroes within the arena, they would have needed some sort of help to get in. So it's entirely possible that Warp Gate and Handman are behind this attack. "We need to get out of here," Izuku says, pulling at his hair, hoping to get his thoughts together. "Wait," Shudo says from next to Izuku, drawing his attention towards his friend. "Is that Bakugu?" Izuku looks to where Shudo is pointing and sees Bakugu scrambling over the rubble, except he's smiling in a way Izuku has never seen before. It sends a shiver down Izuku's spine. His childhood friend looks almost deranged as he makes his way towards the flame. "Villain! What the hell is Bakugu doing?" Shudo crouches next to Izuku with a frown. Izuku can see the distress in his eyes. "I don't think that's Kaken." "What do you mean?" "Well, for one, there's no way he'd be working with villains. He's not like that, and 2, he's missing the gauntlets and his hearing protectors. Kaken wouldn't be caught dead without them." "Then what the hell is going on?" Shuji asks. "Because that looks a lot like Bakugu. What are you guys doing?" "We need to run." Hanyu grabs Izuku's arm and tries to pull him away, but Izuku resists. "We're not running," Shudo says, standing up. "We're going to be heroes, we can't run." "But you just said we need to get out of here." Hanyu sounds like he's whining now, and Izuku has to bite back the urge to tell him to run if he's so scared right now. Izuku joins him, pulling out one of his knives and makes sure his wire is in its place on his hip. He grabs his capture weapon in his other hand and stands next to Shudo and Shuji. "You don't need to stay, but we're going to fight." The scrambling of feet behind them tells Izuku that Hanyu takes off, running the other direction. Izuku can only hope that he will be okay until help arrives. When Gang Orca shows up to fight the Nomu, Shoyuda could not be more grateful. This is not the type of fight where he can succeed. "I've sent my people throughout the arena," Gang Orca says in a pause in the fight. "The other heroes have also arrived. Go look for your students." "Thank you," Shoyuta says gratefully before he takes off towards the center of the arena, where he can see blue flames and familiar explosions. Aizawa-sensei. Shoyuta turns at the shout to see Ishido and Azui clinging to each other, blood dripping from Tsu's head and Ishido's leg. He stops his run and immediately goes to his students, pulling his field kit from his pocket. "Oh, this looks interesting," an unfamiliar voice says from behind Shoyuta. He spins only to need to drop down to avoid a hit to the head from a metal block. "Demon, you dodged." "Azui, Ishido, get out of here, find somewhere to hide." Shoyuta tosses the first aid kit to the girls before glaring at the villain. "I've got this." "Sensei," Azui says hesitantly. "Go!" Shoyuta orders, jumping up and over the villain to dodge another attempt to hit him. He catches a glimpse of the girls limping the other way with a feeling of relief. He can fight much better when he doesn't have to worry about protecting his injured students. Katsuki is said beyond belief. Some crazy a-hole had stabbed him in the shoulder from behind, saying something about how pretty his blood was, before skipping away. He couldn't even FNG do anything about it. Now his shoulder hurts like a beach, and he can hear explosions and screams throughout the arena. He nearly punches Sparkplug in the face with an explosion when he sneaks up on him, but manages to hold back at the last second. "Whoa," Sparky says, holding up his hands. "Sorry, Kaken. Don't if they'd call me that. Is now really the time?" Sharkface says, coming up on Katsuki's other side. "I think this is a villain attack." "What?" "No sheet," Katsuki says, showing them his no blood-soaked arm. "Some whack job FNG stabbed me." "Bro," Sharkface frets, pulling out a field kit from his pocket. "Let's wrap that before you pass out from blood loss." "Hurry the F up," Katsuki growls. "I want to murder the a-hole that stabbed me." "That's not very heroic, boom boom boy," Sparky laughs. If Katsuki were anyone else, he'd care that Sparky was clearly laughing to hide his anxiety about the situation. But he's not anyone else, so instead he tries to jump at Sparky, only for his shoulder to start burning as it jostles in Sharkface's grip. "I'll show you FNG heroic," Katsuki growls as Sharkface swipes over the wound with antiseptic. "God FNG damn it." "Sorry," Rocky apologizes, though he doesn't sound FNG sorry. "Can't have it getting infected." "Whatever, just hurry the F up." Notes: my New Year's resolution is to finally finish wiring this FIC. Let's see if I can do it, smiley face. Chapter 126, Aftermath. Cheat sheet pinned. Kate Pillar, Aizawa Shoyuta. Saka 2.0, Midoriya Izuku. Bakuste, Bakugu Katsuki. Zuko 2.0, Todoroki Shudo. Bubbles, Uraraka Achako. Cthulhu, Shuji Mizo. Chopper, Ida Tenya. Jaded, Shinso Hitoshi. Karate Kid, Ojiro Mashireo. Pikachu, Kaminari Denki. Buttercup, Ashuitsu. Prince Charming, Aoyama Yuga. Blossom, Ashido Mina. Ruby, Kirishima Iger. Batman, Tokoyami Fumikage. Ramsey, Sada Rikido. Eliza, Koda Koji. Gem, Jarkyoka. 3D Printer, Yayoro Momo. Vanisher, Hagakure Turu. Gift Wrapped, Siro Hanta. Pikachu Kit. Pikachu, since no one else is going to say it. Pikachu, the villain that was impersonating Balagu, did too well of a job. Pikachu, Bakugu. Bakuste, asshat, that was me with you. Pikachu, face with open mouth. Zuko 2.0, but the actual villain impersonating Bakugu was spot on. Saka 2.0, she even yelled, "Die Deku," when trying to blow me out of existence, laughing face. Saka 2.0, 10-10 no notes. Saka 2.0, now the fact that the villains attacked the exam? Minus 110 many notes. Saka 2.0, but everyone involved got their licenses, I guess, so there's that. Gift wrapped, aren't you in the hospital? Saka 2.0, it's one broken bone. Kate Pillar, it's literally one of your vertebrae. Saka 2.0, not even an original bone. See, I hate this. Chopper, is everyone else okay? Kate Pillar, Azui and Ishido are in the same room as Midoriya and should be waking up soon. Everyone else was already released to their guardians. Kate Pillar, I am very proud of how you all handled yourselves during this situation. Kate Pillar, you all took care of each other and the other hero students who were there for the exams, and because of your teamwork there were no casualties among the students. Prince Charming, among the students? That specific, non? Kate Pillar, unfortunately there were casualties among Gang Orca's sidekicks who were fighting the villain identified as W. Chopped. Is there any way we can pay our respects to them? Kate Pillar, once we have been notified of a way, I will pass it on. Chopped. Thank you, Sensei. Luigi, Death. Bowser, Eraserhead. Daisy, Lemillion. Hammerbro, Ingenium. Koopa Troopa, Sir Night-Eye. Waluigi, Ms. Joke. Yoshi, Present Mike. Shy Guy, Vlad King. Dry Bones, Ectoplasm. Money Mole, Fat Gum. Peach Hooks. Donkey Kong, All Might. Rosalind, Detective Tsukachi. Mario, Netsu. Hammerbro. Hammerbro. Any news on Eraserhead's class? Luigi, Luigi, we all passed. Hammerbro, not exactly what I meant. That was a huge FING villain fight? Luigi, we are all fine. There were casualties among Gang Orca's sidekicks and one of the villains. Bowser, he's neglecting to mention that he's in the hospital again. Luigi, I'm trying not to think about it, okay? Luigi, it can deceive. Luigi, I literally Iowafio if I may need to learn to walk FNG gain and I hate this sheet. Luigi, I feel FING useless. Luigi, one of those deaths was because someone had to protect me. Koopa Troopa, Deku-kun. Koopa Troopa, that is not how this works. Koopa Troopa, you are still a student and as a hero it was his job to protect you. Koopa Troopa, yes, it's terrible what happened but you are not to blame for the actions of villains. Koopa Troopa, we are grateful that you are still here with us. Koopa Troopa, and I know for a fact that this hero does not regret his actions. Luigi, how do you know? Koopa Troopa, because he would not have protected you if it was an action that he would have regretted. Bowser, thank you Night-Eye. He's crying now, which he has not done yet. Koopa Troopa, anytime, Eraserhead. Chapter 127, Precautions. Is there any indication why this happened other than to cause chaos? No, none of the hero students were targeted specifically except the kid with the explosion quirk. They're saying he was a random pick. None of the villains said why they were there. No hostages were taken and the only ones who were killed were heroes. It's very odd. What about the hero students? Were they all accounted for? Yes, even the one who was impersonated was hit with Eraserhead's quirk to confirm he was the right person. Were all of the hero students tested this way? As far as I was told, yes. Were all of the heroes tested? No. So it is possible that one of the heroes that was present is not who they say they are. It is a possibility. Call in Eraserhead. We need to fix this. Yes, sir. Shoyuta was, once again, plotting a murder. He didn't even know who he was murdering, but he would bet a year's salary that it was going to be one of the people in the office he was about to walk into. He knocked on the door, entering when bid, and closed the door behind him. He recognized 2 of the people in the room, but 3 of the faces were new to him. Eraserhead, you already know Sansa, Tsukachi says, standing to shake Shuta's hand. These 3 are Simahov, underground hero who has been working on the Shai Hasaikai case with Night-Eye, Carrion, an analyst, and Mr. a consultant to the Mizutafu police station. I'm more of a profiler, Mr. says, standing as well to shake Shuta's hand. He's half a head taller than Shoyuta with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a strong build. Shoyuta can't place his accent, but it's definitely not Japanese. I can use water of any sort to listen in on conversations. It's helpful for figuring out what the bad people are planning and what bad people are pretending to be good. Ah, that's why I was called in. Indeed, Symphony says from where she's leaning back in her seat with her feet propped on the table. Her dark blue hair falls just past her shoulders in loose ringlets. Shoyuta spots a wedding band on her left hand that matches the one that Mr. is wearing. We've come to the realization that not all of the heroes were tested after the recent incident. This leaves many investigations vulnerable and compromises UA's security. It's been over 72 hours since the incident. Do we have proof that her quirk would last this long? If she has a supply of blood, it would. Okay, Shoyuta sits down in the remaining chair and runs his hands through his hair. Why exactly am I being called in and not Nedzu? This pertains to his school. Nedzu has been informed and is making preparations. We just needed to have you off-site while he does so. Why? We consulted with Deku, who is injured, Shoyuta protests. And he has confirmed that your quirk can be used on multiple subjects at the same time in the right circumstances. So Nedzu is working on those circumstances, and the plan is to do this in a way that does not make it seem intentional. Okay, so what exactly is the plan?